Chapter 4082. The Land of Exile. Damn it. Zhao Lingxiao, that bastard, actually sent Jiang Qin to the Land of Exile. It's over. It's completely over. Yun Xinan's face was extremely gloomy. Although he had never seen the Land of Exile, he had heard of it. Once you entered that kind of place, you would never be able to come out again. That's right. I have already exiled Jiang Qin to the Land of Exile. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be extremely difficult for him to survive. Jiang Qin killed several of our sons and caused our Yu clan to lose more than 2,000 geniuses. The Yu clan is already being merciful by not killing him directly. Zhao Lingxiao said loudly. A big stone in his heart had finally been lifted. For him, Jiang Qin was too big of a threat. Only when Jiang Qin was gone could he truly feel at ease. In the following time, Zhao Lingxiao would focus all his attention on improving the strength of the Yu clan. Since the appearance of Jiang Qin, so many things had happened. The Yu clan and the human clan were not far from a real decisive battle. For a moment the human clan mourned. Countless people could not help but curse. The Yu clan was too shameless. It was supposed to be a fair battle, but now it seemed that there was no fairness at all. Just like the Star Lord's ruins, this itself was another big conspiracy against Jiang Qin. It's over. The Land of Exile. I've heard of such a place. It's full of unpardonable evildoers. There are no rules at all. Even the lowest level of the Land of Exile will be extremely difficult to come out after entering. It's really a pity. Jiang Qin is a peerless genius of our human clan. He is almost the hope of our entire human clan. The Yu clan is too despicable. It seems that our war with the Yu clan is not far away. Although Jiang Qin has only existed for a short time, his contributions to the human clan are indelible. The human clan gritted their teeth. Although they had killed the 5th young master, they had lost Jiang Qin. This was an irreparable loss for the human clan. Even if they had 105th young masters, they would not be able to exchange for one Jiang Qin. Scope. Zhao Lingxiao waved his hand and left with the harpies. There was no victor or loser in this battle. Both sides had suffered losses, but the humans had suffered more. From this point of view, the feather race had won. Brother Wu, are we going to let them go just like that? Yun Xinan was furious. What else can we do? If the 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin experts of the feather race fight, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Brother Xie is currently in secluded cultivation and hasn't appeared yet. Moreover, there are many humans spectating the battle, so we'll be caught in the crossfire if we really fight. We can't just ignore everything else. Wu Changtian clenched his fists tightly. Jiang Qin's loss made him feel bitter. I don't believe that master is gone just like that. The Land of Exile might not be able to trap him. Xie Ting said. Child, I'm afraid you don't know how powerful the Land of Exile is. Wu Changtian patted Xie Ting's shoulder. He understood how Xie Ting was feeling at the moment, but reality was reality. As a heavenly source expert, he knew better than anyone just how terrifying the Land of Exile was. The sect master of the martial pavilion was. You're all worrying for nothing. You've probably forgotten that Jiang Qin brought many humans out of the broken flight stream zone. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully and said persistently. There were so many people present, but only Jiang Qin's brother, De Huang Dog, was not worried at all. No one knew Jiang Qin better than him, and only he knew Jiang Qin's true identity. Jiang Qin was someone who had comprehended the true Great Way. He was the master of a world and the ancestor of the Great Way. He had comprehended the law of space a long time ago, and the only reason he could not travel through space here was because his cultivation was not high enough. Moreover, Jiang Qin had the stairway to heaven with him. He could come and go as he pleased in the tiny Land of Exile. Before Jiang Qin disappeared, he even used his telepathy to leave a message for De Huang Dog. I'll go in and take a look, then I'll come back to get you. Perhaps the Land of Exile was a place of certain death in the eyes of outsiders, making them tremble in fear and helpless. However, to Jiang Qin, it was merely a place where he could come and go as he pleased. As soon as De Huang Dog said this, everyone's eyes could not help but light up again. They naturally knew about the broken flight stream zone. The fact that he could walk out of the broken flight stream zone was enough to prove how amazing Jiang Qin was. More importantly, De Huang Dog was not worried at all. They were very clear about the relationship between De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. They were really like brothers. If Jiang Qin's life was really in danger, the first person to go berserk would be De Huang Dog. This dog was not to be trifled with. Everyone knew this. He was the master who had once caused chaos in the Wuji Pavilion. If Jiangchen was done for today, De Huang Dog would probably be the first to rush over and fight with the Feather Clan. That's right. I've heard about what happened in Broken Fly Stream, so I believe that teacher will definitely be fine. With his abilities he will probably be able to do well in the land of exiles. The Feather race probably shot themselves in the foot by sending teacher there. They're just providing teacher with a place to train, that's all. Xieting said confidently. If that's the case then that's great. Wu Changtian's mood suddenly became relaxed, as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Yun Xinan Zhenyang and the rest nodded in agreement. That's right. Thinking back to what Jiangchen had done in the past, it would not be easy to kill Jiangchen. How could a reincarnated expert die so easily? After the humans left, the Chilling Mountain became quiet again. It had completely turned into a barren mountain range. Since the last beast died, the demonic beast had been chased out of the Chilling Mountain. Until now, a large number of demonic beasts had not returned. The land of exile was a self-proclaimed world. The territory here was incomparably vast and the good and bad mixed together. It was similar to the sinful city in the Immortal realm that Jiangchen had been in. It was a place full of sin and slaughter. There were no rules here and there were no grudges between the humans and the Feather Clan. Here the humans and the Feather Clan could coexist. The only thing that mattered was who was stronger. It did not matter if you were a human or a Feather Clan. Whoever was stronger would have the final say. The people here were unpardonably evil. Slaughter pervaded the air and the smell of blood in the air had never disappeared. Burning, killing and looting were common here. The people here did not care about the dignity of their race. They did not care about such things. To put it bluntly, the people here only cared about themselves. The Netherworld platform had opened the spatial door to the land of exile, and Jiangchen had been exiled here. Chapter 4083. That figure was none other than Jiangchen, who had just been exiled. Dozens of men in black clothes discovered Jiangchen, and they immediately surrounded him. Jiangchen steadied himself and glanced at them. He discovered that there were humans, feather race and demonic beasts among them. They all radiated a different aura. Their faces were cold and ruthless and their eyes were filled with evil. In other words, none of them were good and none of them were kind. There were a total of 12 people. One was at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, 2 were at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, and the rest were at the Unity Origin realm. A group like this posed no threat to Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen did not understand the land of exile, he was certain of one thing. Here he had to act ruthlessly and without any scruples. Here comes another newcomer. 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Not bad. The group of people looked at Jiangchen from head to toe as if they were looking at their prey. Everyone, what can I do for you? Jiangchen said with an indifferent expression. He hoped that these people would not provoke him. Otherwise, this day next year would be their death anniversary. Kid, do you know where this is? Someone asked. I don't. Jiangchen's tone was calm. He really did not know. He did not even know that this was the land of exile. Looks like another ignorant person has entered. This is the legendary land of exile. This area is controlled by our city of evils. Since you came from here, it can be considered fate. Join our city of evils and you'll be one of us in the future. Someone said. The land of exile? Jiangchen's expression remained calm. It was the first time he had heard of the land of exile. Kid, you're lucky. After entering the land of exile, you must join a certain force. It's equivalent to obtaining a shelter. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to move an inch in the land of exile. Our city of evils is one of the top forces in the land of exile. Of course, you have to pay a price to join the city of evils. The two said. What price? Jiangchen asked with interest. It's very simple. There are 2 conditions. First, you have to pay a certain amount of origin stones as a protection fee. Second, when you come to the land of exile, you must not worry about your dignity and live an ignoble life. I don't think I need to explain to you what an ignoble life is. Crawl between our captain's legs and bark like a dog 3 times. After that, you will be a citizen of the city of 10,000 evils. Ah! Everyone roared with laughter. They were guarding this cliff, and the thing they liked to see the most was probably watching the newcomers crawl into their crotches. Especially those who had some status outside and thought highly of themselves. They would suddenly give up their dignity here and endure the humiliation of having their crotches humiliated. That kind of pleasure was really unimaginable. Kid, don't waste time. Hurry up and drill. Someone patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. The captain of the second heavenly layer Earth Source realm had already spread his legs and was looking at Jiang Chen with interest. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could not help but laugh. What an absurd rule. As expected of the land of exile, as expected of a heinous existence. A place like this was similar to the city of sin. It made Jiang Chen feel inexplicably excited. He liked the feeling of having no worries. Here, no matter what you did, it would be right. As long as you were strong enough, no one would dare to question you. I'd like to ask, what will happen if I don't want to pay the origin stones and don't want to crawl between my legs? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Kid, don't be so shameless. Don't think that you're a genius just because you're awesome outside. Here you have to coil up even if you're a dragon and lie down even if you're a tiger. Only by obediently completing these two conditions can you live. Otherwise, this cliff will be your grave. Don't think that we're joking with you. People die every day in the land of exile. Someone snorted. It was a winged person who was extremely arrogant. His cultivation was the same as Jiang Chen's at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Very good. I'm relieved to see how arrogant you guys are. Jiang Chen shrugged. Relieved about what? I'll kill you without worry. However, I'll give you a chance right now. If you hand over all the origin stones on you and crawl between my legs, I'll let you live. Jiang Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and said arrogantly. Everyone was stunned by what he said. They all doubted their ears. They had seen arrogant people before, but it was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as Jiang Chen. Brothers, it looks like this newcomer doesn't know what the land of exile is. We need to teach him a lesson, someone said. Bastard. You don't know what's good for you. I've given you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can go die. The winged person was enraged. He extended his hand and grabbed at Jiang Chen's neck. He was extremely fast, extremely vicious and merciless. If he were to be grabbed, Jiang Chen's neck would be snapped immediately. Unfortunately, not only did he not run into a pushover this time, but he had kicked an iron plate instead. Crack. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. A pair of hands had already landed on the winged person's neck. The neck of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm had already drooped to the side. His widened eyes were still filled with the fear of death. Blood began to flow from his mouth, extremely red. The winged person's hands stopped 3 inches away from Jiang Chen's neck, unable to move any further. While the remaining people were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the white-clothed newcomer in disbelief, especially the 2 Earth Source experts. Even with their eyesight, they had not been able to see how Jiang Chen had moved from beginning to end. Fast, he was just too fast. He had truly acted later but arrived first, killing someone with his bare hands. More importantly, his opponent was courageous. Even if he possessed a certain level of strength, very few people would kill in the land of exile. This was because the first thought of anyone who entered this place was to survive, and if they wanted to survive, they would obviously seek the protection of a powerful organization. Brat, you even dare to kill someone from the city of myriad evils. You've really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Captain Leng Ling said. The killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. You don't know what's good for you. Let me kill him. A burly man at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm made his move. His aura fluctuated, producing a tiger's roar. The silhouette of a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. It was a tiger demon. The man's demon chi soared into the sky. His steel-like fist smashed towards Jiang Chen in an incomparable manner. Chapter 4084. Bang. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all. He suddenly threw a punch, colliding with the first heavenly layer Earth Source cultivator. There was a cracking sound, followed by a miserable shriek. One of the man's arms had been shattered by Jiang Chen's punch, turning into a bloody mess. The man clutched his broken arm and howled in pain, instantly losing all ability to fight. Swish. With a flash of cold light, a sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand like a magic trick. With a flash of cold light, the man's shrieks stopped. His head had already been chopped off by Jiang Chen's sword. Once the heavenly dragon sword appeared, it was not so easy to put it away. Jiang Chen wielded the sword, swinging it like rain. He moved extremely quickly, flashing back and forth on the battlefield. Miserable shrieks constantly rang out, shaking the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, All 10 people had died to Zhou Xian's sword. The ground was littered with corpses, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Buzz buzz. The sword whistled through the air, producing a buzzing sound. The silhouette of a dragon seemed to flicker on it, and a powerful true dragon chi filled the air. Thump thump thump. The captain, who was the only one who was still alive, couldn't control his legs. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back. His mouth was dry as he looked at Zhou Xian, who was like a god of death, as if he was looking at a ghost. This level of killing was too decisive. Disregarding everything else, just this level of killing alone was something that even many of the great evildoers in the land of exile could not achieve. Just this method alone made the white-robed youth in front of them qualified to establish a foothold in the land of exile. The captain seemed to have forgotten that he was an expert at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, 2 whole levels higher than Zhou Xian. He was scared out of his wits. His followers had been wiped out in the blink of an eye, completely wiped out. The captain was not an idiot. He knew that Zhou Xian was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Although Zhou Xian's cultivation was not as high as his battle prowess was just too terrifying. The captain was almost certain that he was not Zhou Xian's opponent. Even if he took action, he would only die because he had personally witnessed Zhou Xian's abilities. He was just too fast. A first heavenly layer Earth Source expert did not even have a chance to react before being killed. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to use such a powerful technique. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me everything about the land of exile. Zhou Xian sheathed his heavenly dragon sword and stared coldly at the captain. This guy was a human and could be considered to be of the same race as Zhou Xian. Moreover, Zhou Xian needed to understand this place, so it was most suitable for him to stay behind. All right. The captain nodded. He did not dare to defy Zhou Xian's words at all. He had personally witnessed Zhou Xian's methods of killing. Zhou Xian would really start killing at the slightest disagreement. He was even more vicious than the villains in the land of exile. The best way to deal with someone like that was to do whatever he was told to do. The captain obviously knew how to do that, or he would not have been able to survive in the land of exile for so long. I'm Xianxia, a member of the City of 10,000 Evils. This land of exile has a circumference of 50,000 kilometers. Although it's nothing compared to the outside world, it's still large enough for the land of exile, said Xianxia. He did not wait for Zhou Xian to ask and immediately began to explain. He was prepared to tell him everything about the land of exile. He knew that it was better for him to be a little smarter at a time like this. If he angered Zhou Xian, what awaited him would probably be a sword of death. I'm Xianxia, a member of the City of Exile. The land of exiles is a mix of fish and dragons. There are humans, feather race, demons, and a few unranked races. There are no rules here and only the strong are respected. However, because it's the most basic land of exiles in the eternal world, the strongest cultivators are only at the peak of the earthly source realm. There haven't been any heavenly source experts here yet, which seems to be due to the invisible laws of the land of exiles. If it's a heavenly source expert, they'll probably be exiled to a higher level land of exiles. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. There are a total of 10 cities in the land of exile, and each city is guarded by a great villain, which is why they're called the 10 villains. The City of 10 Evil is only one of the 10 cities and there are many experts in it. Those who enter the land of exile will usually join a city and seek protection. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for them to move an inch in the land of exile. Xianxia's words allowed Zhou Xian to gain a better understanding of the land of exiles. The primary level of the land of exiles piqued Zhou Xian's interest. Without a heavenly source realm cultivation, the pressure on him had lessened slightly. This was definitely a good place to train. There were no rules in this place and Zhou Xian loved it the most. With his ability, he would definitely turn this land of exiles upside down. Zhou Xian was confident that he could turn this land of exiles upside down. Of course, although there were no heavenly source experts, the environment here was 100 times more dangerous than the Crimson East region. Anyone who entered here could face death at any time. Not to mention the battles between cities, even those who you call brothers on the surface could stab you in the back in the next second. There were no emotions to speak of here. Most of the people here had committed heinous crimes. They were evil people in the outside world and had been exiled to this place. Of course, there were some who had entered here innocently, just like the people who had entered the broken flight stream in the past. The space between the heavens and the earth was crisscrossed, and you would never know when a spatial crack would suddenly appear. There were plenty of unlucky people who had been sucked into a spatial crack and transported to the land of exile, but they could only resign themselves to their fate. However, the truly terrifying fact about the land of exile was that once one entered this place, they would never be able to leave for the rest of their lives. This was a completely enclosed space just like Duan Fei Lu back then. Only a Star Lord expert who had mastered the law of space could use the law of space to walk out. However, there wasn't even a single heavenly source expert in this elementary land of exile, let alone a Star Lord. Therefore Jiang Qin had an unparalleled advantage. With the stairway to heaven he could leave this place whenever he wanted to, with just a thought he could leave this place at any time. To put it bluntly, the land of exile would become Jiang Qin's backyard in the future. He could come and go as he pleased. Even if he turned the city of evils upside down, he could use the stairway to heaven and disappear, making it impossible for those seeking revenge to find him. It was easy to understand why Zhao Lingshao didn't teleport him to a higher-level land of exile. With the Feather Race's ability, the Netherworld platform didn't have the ability to communicate with a higher-level land of exile. Is the City Lord of the City of Evils a human, a feather, or a monster? Jiang Qin continued to ask. Our City Lord is called Xiao Ba, one of the 10 great evildoers of the land of exile. He is at the peak of the earthly source stage and he is from the Feather Race. Chapter 4085. Someone from the Yu clan and his surname is Xiao? What a coincidence. Looks like I'll have to go to the City of Myriad Evil first. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Someone from the Yu clan and his surname was Xiao. Perhaps he was from the Yu clan of the Scarlet East region. Due to his hostile relationship with the Yu clan, Jiang Qin naturally did not have a good impression of the City of Myriad Evil. If he wanted to continue causing trouble in the land of exiles, the City of Myriad Evil would definitely be his first choice. Let's go. Take me to the City of Myriad Evil. Jiang Qin said. What? Xianxia was stunned. He doubted his ears. This guy had killed so many people in the City of Myriad Evil and now he wanted to go there? Wasn't he looking to die? What? Do you want me to repeat myself? Jiang Qin glared at him and Xianxia immediately shivered. In his opinion, Jiang Chen's gaze was too terrifying. A single glance was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. It was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. This person was definitely not simple. He must be a genius from some large organization. It was just that he did not know why he had appeared in the land of exiles. Unfortunately, no matter how much of a genius he was, it was useless in the land of exiles. No matter how great his talent was, it would be buried if he could not leave this place. Xianxia was glad that he did not act on impulse and attack Jiang Qin. If he had overestimated himself with his cultivation of the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would have been truly tragic. Alright, I'll take you there. Xianxia did not dare to tarry. He turned around and led the way. The moment he turned around, a cunning look flashed across his eyes. Since Jiang Qin wanted to go to the City of Myriad Evil, it was his chance. There were countless experts in the City of Myriad Evil, and Jiang Qin would not be able to do anything. He would find a way to get rid of Jiang Qin and escape. Unfortunately, his cunning thoughts could not be hidden from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a sneer. He did not care at all. A mere Xianxia was not worthy of his attention. If he wanted to kill Xianxia, he could do so at any time. The City of 10,000 Evils was one of the 10 evils of the land of exile. There were at least 10,000 people living in the entire city. Because the land of exile had existed for a long time, many people had gotten married and had children there. It was like a world of its own. Of course, even if they married and had children, it wouldn't change the evil environment in the land of exile. What kind of environment raised what kind of people? If the parents were all evil people, the children they gave birth to wouldn't be much better off in such an environment. Therefore, regarding this, Jiang Qin did not have any psychological burden at all. The gate of the City of 10,000 Evil was very imposing. It was an ancient city and the city walls were black. There were mottled marks on them, and it was obvious that they had been polished by the passage of time. At this moment, outside the City of 10,000 Evil, there were a dozen guards standing guard on both sides of the gate. Anyone who wanted to enter the City of 10,000 Evil had to pay a certain amount of origin stones. Although these guards were Unity Origin Realm cultivators, they were the guards of the City Lord's mansion. Therefore even Earth Source Realm experts would not dare to provoke them. Provoking them was equivalent to provoking the City Lord's mansion. Provoking the heinous Xiaoba was no different from courting death. Once the 10 evils were angered, there would be no place for them in the entire land of exile. Zhang Yanshi and Jiang Qin arrived outside the city gate. When the guards saw Zhang Yanshi, they hurriedly bowed and welcomed them. "Captain, aren't you guys guarding the cliff? How come you have the time to come back?" An 8th layer Unity Origin Realm man with a scar chuckled. "Do I have to report to you that I'm back? Guard your city gate properly." Zhang Yanshi berated, and the guard immediately retreated, opening up a path for Zhang Yanshi. As for Jiang Qin, since he had come with Zhang Yanshi, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. At the very least they would not be so blind as to collect Jiang Qin's origin stones. After entering the territory of the city of 10,000 evil, the first thing Zhang Yanshi had to do was to get rid of Jiang Qin. However, in order to do so he had to encounter the experts of the City Lord's mansion. The guards were absolutely out of the question. In front of Jiang Qin they were all noobs. If he had exposed his identity as Jiang Qin would definitely have killed him first. At that time the City Lord's mansion would definitely be alerted, but he would also have lost his life. Being able to live in the land of exiles was an extremely fortunate and extravagant thing. Sometimes the more one lived here the more they feared death. They knew how precious life was. As a result, no one would joke around with their lives, especially someone like Zhang Yanshi. Cultivating to the Earth Source Realm was not an easy task. Now that he was a captain in the city of 10,000 evil, his days were not bad. He also had the protection of a backer, so he did not want to die. After entering the city of 10,000 evil, there was an extremely spacious street. People walked to and fro, and there were people doing business on both sides of the street. It seemed peaceful, similar to the outside world. However, the sky above the entire city was filled with an evil aura. Jiang Qin was extremely sensitive to this aura, so he knew that the people here were not kind. Even the people doing business on both sides of the street gave off a ferocious aura. "Get out of the way. The young master has left the city. Get out of the way." At this moment an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out. A dozen or so ferocious horses whizzed over. The people on the horses were all dressed in black and they gave off a ferocious aura. They held leather whips in their hands and constantly swung them. Some people could not dodge in time and were struck by the whips. Their skin immediately split open and miserable cries filled the air. There was an old man in the front, an expert at the 6th layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He was holding the hand of a boy who seemed to be 6 or 7 years old. The boy's face was still immature. Facing the sudden galloping of the horses, his face was filled with fear. "Old bastard, how dare you block our young master's path? You're courting death." At least the people were too fast. The first one, an iron-blooded man, directly swung the whip in his hand at the child. "Xiaolong, be careful." The old man was greatly alarmed. He tried to block the whip with his bare hands, but unfortunately he was too weak. The hand that he blocked was directly broken by the whip, causing blood to spurt out. The power of the whip did not decrease at all. With a swoosh, it landed on the child's face. The child cried out loudly and a bloody wound appeared on his face. It looked extremely frightening. Fortunately, the old man had blocked it with his hand. Otherwise, the whip would have crushed the child's head. Chapter 4086. Whoosh. The ferocious whip whizzed through the air and arrived above the old man and the child in the blink of an eye. "Xiaolong." The old man was shocked and immediately held the child in his arms. It was too late to dodge now, so the old man could only use his own body to block the attack so that the child would not suffer any more injuries. This was a kind of instinct. In the land of exile, to be able to see this kind of protective instinct, this kind of display of true feelings was also a touching scene. Unfortunately, there were many pairs of cold eyes in the surroundings. Everyone was watching this scene as if they were watching a show. It could be seen that they were completely numb to this. This kind of massacre happened every day in the city of 10,000 evil. No one would sympathize with others. It was already good enough that they were still alive. If they were numb in such an environment, they would soon be labeled as heartless people. "Stop!" Jiang Qin yelled. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the old man and the child like a bolt of lightning. He caught the whip that swung over like a poisonous dragon. Putting aside the others, the old man and the child were definitely not evil people. Jiang Chen could tell with a single glance that they definitely did not know why they had been sent to the land of exile. The old man's face was still filled with unfamiliarity and fear. The child's eyes were still young and clear. They were the beasts of the land of exile. They should not be killed like trash. They should not be treated as entertainment for these heinous people. Ignorant fool, how dare you meddle in our young master's business? The burly man was still extremely arrogant. Seeing that someone actually stood up for him at this time and held his whip with one hand, the burly man was immediately enraged and filled with killing intent. He suddenly pulled the whip and his expression changed. He realized that his whip had not been moved at all in the other party's hand. What a lunatic. You won't even let a child go. Jiang Chen was even more furious. He moved his arm and pulled the burly man off the horse, causing him to fall flat on his face. The burly man was also at the 9th layer of the Unity Origin realm, but he was nothing compared to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had never thought of himself as a good person. He had killed countless people in his life, and the number of people who had died in his hands was uncountable. However, Jiang Chen knew that all the people he had killed were people who deserved to be killed. They were either evil cultivators or his enemies. Jiang Chen had never thought of himself as a good person. However, they still wanted to kill these defenseless old and young people. How could Jiang Chen not be angry? Today he must teach them how to behave. Who are you? The burly man crawled up from the ground, pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted. The one who wants your life. Jiang Chen wasn't going to let him open it. Jiang Chen twisted the whip in his hand, grabbed the head of the whip and suddenly flung it out. The whip was like a poisonous dragon whistling out. The burly man was unable to dodge. The speed was too fast and the long whip split the burly man into two halves with the force of a thunderbolt. Whoosh! This scene was seen by many people and it immediately caused an uproar. For a moment, Jiang Chen became the focus of attention. Who is this person? He's in trouble now. The people he killed are people from the city lord's estate, the followers of the third young master. He doesn't know what's good for him. He still wants to pretend to be merciful in the land of exiles, and now he's throwing his life away. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just watch. This kid won't even know how he died. Who do you think the third young master is? He's a cold-blooded murderer. Everyone sighed. They believed that Jiang Chen had made a huge mistake. He was the first person who dared to kill the third young master's followers in the city of Vile. Next, a group of horses surged over, filling the entire street. The one in the lead was at the peak of the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was handsome and extremely arrogant. It went without saying that he was the third young master of the city lord's estate. Behind him were two experts at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the same cultivation as Xianxia. Another three were at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, while the rest were at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Tell me your name. I want to know your name. In the city of Vile, you're the first person who dared to kill this young master's followers. The third young master pointed the fan in his hand at Jiang Chen as he spoke in disdain. Jiang Chen could not be bothered with him. He turned around and helped the old man and the child to the side. He took out 2 pills and fed them to the old man and the child. However, when Jiang Chen looked at the child, his eyes could not help but light up. It was a light of extreme shock. After all, there were far too few things in the world that could shock Jiang Chen. The child looked at Jiang Chen with an extremely grateful and serious gaze. He took the pill from Jiang Chen's hand in a daze. However, the injuries on his face had already recovered by more than half. This was too miraculous. Jiang Chen had clearly seen the injury just now. Even the bones were exposed. An injury like that would leave a scar on his face even if he was given a miraculous pill. In less than a minute, the injuries on the child's face had already recovered by more than half. Jiang Chen was certain that the child did not consume any pills. This was a terrifying self-healing ability. This self-healing ability was much more powerful than the wood's spiritual qi and the myriad qi in Jiang Chen's body. It could be described as world-shaking. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered that the wounds on the child's face were still recovering at a visible rate. Could be considered a miracle. Good fella. I didn't expect him to be a treasure boy. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Looking at this ignorant child in front of him, he felt as if he had just found a treasure. This little guy was definitely not an ordinary person, he must be an extraordinary being. If he was given proper training, he would definitely become a world-shaking figure in the future. Thank you for saving my life. However, this third young master cannot be provoked. He is the precious son of the city lord. Zai. The old man took the pill from Xianxia with trembling hands. He was grateful to Xianxia, but he could not help but sigh and feel pity. Because the third young master would definitely not let them go. At that time, not only would they lose their lives, but they would also lose the life of the young man in front of them. It was not worth it. It's okay. You should recover now. Xianxia patted the old man's shoulder and told him to take the pill. One of the old man's hands had been cut off. His injury was not light. Third young master, it's him. He killed everyone in the cliff and even threatened me to bring him to the city of 10,000 evils. This fella is new. He has just entered the land of exile. He doesn't know how strong he is. He dared to kill people from the city lord's mansion. Now he has offended the third young master. We must kill him. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. While Xianxia was not paying attention, he ran to the third young master. Chapter 4087. Asterisk boom. Asterisk waves of anger immediately erupted from the third young master and the others, especially the third young master. He could only be described as enraged out of humiliation. He glared fiercely at Xianxia. He was so angry that he could not help but laugh. Ah, what an arrogant brat. Looks like you're still not used to the environment of the land of exiles. Even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to kill someone from the city of 10,000 evils. The third young master let out a loud laugh. No matter if it was this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth blocking his way, killing his followers, or killing the dozens of guards sent by the mayor's mansion, any one of these facts was enough for him to take Xianxia's life. I only have one life. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to take it away. Xianxia shrugged. He did not place the third young master in his eyes at all. The killing intent on his body was extremely dense. The third young master wanted to kill Xianxia. Coincidentally, Xianxia did not plan on being polite to the third young master either. Third young master, this person is very strong. You can't underestimate him. I personally saw him kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert. In my opinion, we should hurry up and inform the experts of the city lord's estate, Xianxia hurriedly said. He had personally witnessed Xianxia's strength. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying, or it could be said that he had long been scared out of his wits by Xianxia. Against Xianxia he could not muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Unexpectedly, the third young master flipped off his horse and slapped Xianxia across the face, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. Xianxia, you've been scared silly by him. You're actually trying to boost his morale and diminish this young master's prestige. The third young master was extremely arrogant. He did not believe that the person in front of him was that strong. Even more so, he did not believe that someone would dare to attack him in the city of 10,000 evils. This was the city of 10,000 Vile, and who was he? He was the third young master of the city of 10,000 Vile, the local tyrant of this place. Anyone who dared to disrespect him was simply courting death. That's right. From the brat's aura, he's only at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What's there to be afraid of? Xianxia, I'm starting to doubt what you said before. How could someone like that kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert and scare a second heavenly layer earth source expert like you, silly? You're still standing here trying to pull the third young master down. A second heavenly layer earth source expert snarled at Xianxia. As a follower of the third young master, his status was much higher than ordinary guards. Moreover, Xianxia's status in the city lord's estate was clearly not very high. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to guard the cliff. You guys, Xianxia was so angry that he was speechless. He simply flicked his sleeves and stopped talking. Since you want to suffer, then go ahead. You will know how powerful this white-clothed young man is in a while. I don't believe that he can kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert. Let me try him. A first heavenly layer earth source guard stepped forward. With a movement of his body, he dismounted from his horse. This person was extremely arrogant, completely looking down on Xianxia. In his eyes, there was an insurmountable gap between the Unity Origin realm and the Earth Source realm. The difference was self-evident. The guard moved as soon as he dismounted. He was eager to show off in front of the third young master, so his fist whistled towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia could not help but shake his head when he saw this. This bastard was looking to die. Don't blame me for not warning him. Arg. As expected, a miserable shriek rang out. The guard's fist had disappeared before it could even reach Jiang Chen. No one saw how Jiang Chen did it. One of the guard's arms had been chopped off from the shoulder. The severed arm fell onto the ground, and blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. You're right. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The guard's chest was not smooth, clearly not cut by a sword or saber. The whip in Jiang Chen's hand was dripping with blood. The guard's arm had clearly been chopped off by Jiang Chen's whip. Everyone, including the third young master, could not help but be moved. They had been so close, yet they had failed to see how Jiang Chen had moved. Fast. It was just too fast. It was unbelievably fast. It looked like Xianxia was not speaking without thinking. The white-clothed young man did indeed have the strength to kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert. Swish. The whip in Jiang Chen's hand whistled once again. The first heavenly layer earth source guard's shriek immediately stopped, because he no longer had the chance to do so. He had followed in the footsteps of the previous guard, split in half by Jiang Chen's whip. Voila! The crowd was thrown into an uproar. The people on both sides of the street crowded over. Someone from the city lord's estate had been killed right in front of the third young master's eyes. This was like a dream. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? No one would dare to do such a thing even if they had eaten a tiger's gall. That's too badass, but this young man probably doesn't know what he's doing. He probably doesn't know what kind of person he's offended. What a pity. To be able to kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert so casually with a cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, a genius like that must be an elite of some large organization. It's a pity that he's going to die in the city of myriad evils. Yeah, he's killed 2 of the third young master's subordinates. With how vicious the third young master is, how could he possibly give him a chance to live? The city lord's estate is filled with experts. As long as the third young master summons them, a large number of earth source experts will come. Everyone was shocked. They had seen vicious people before, but they had never seen someone this vicious. There was a saying that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. In their eyes, this was probably how the young man before them was described. He had just entered the land of exiles, so he had no idea how terrifying it was, which was why he dared to make a move. Anyone who had even the slightest understanding of the land of exiles and knew that this was the city of myriad evils would probably not dare to do something like this. Kill him for me. The third young master roared. All of his subordinates charged forward. The 2 second heavenly layer earth source experts surrounded Jiang Chen from the front and back. Viciousness appeared on their faces. Even though they had personally witnessed Jiang Chen kill a first heavenly layer earth source expert, they were experts of a higher realm after all. They did not believe that Jiang Chen could fight someone 2 levels higher than him, let alone a major realm higher. Xianxia, what are you doing? Hurry up. The third young master could not help but fly into a rage when he saw Xianxia trembling, not daring to move. God damn it. Xianxia could not help but curse inside. He did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight against Jiang Chen. He had originally thought that he had escaped from Jiang Chen's clutches. But who would have thought that the third young master would not listen to his advice and would push him into the fray? Chapter 4088. Swish. A sword appeared in Xianxia's hand as he joined the fray. 3 second heavenly layer earth origin experts surrounded Jiang Chen from 3 sides, while the others formed another circle behind him. It seemed like they did not plan on giving Jiang Chen any chance to escape. Grandpa, will Big Brother die? The little boy saw all of this and asked his grandfather worriedly. This was a concern that came from the heart of a child. Although the child was still young, he already had his own wisdom and he knew who was a good person. Jiang Chen had just saved their lives, and this was something that the little boy had seen with his own eyes. Naturally, his heart would side with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen turned his head, he would definitely discover in shock that the scars on the boy's face had completely recovered. They were completely healed. His skin was smooth, no different from when he had not been injured. That won't happen. The old man smiled, but the worry in his eyes was even greater than Xiaolong's. However, the old man still had some confidence in Jiang Chen. This confidence originated from the pill that Jiang Chen had given him. Only after consuming it did the old man realize that it was a miraculous pill. In such a short amount of time, his wounds had mostly recovered. Aside from his broken hand that could not grow back, his current state was no worse than before. A person who could take out such a powerful pill was definitely not an ordinary person. The old man was even more confident that the white-clothed young man before him was not a reckless person. He definitely knew what he was doing. However, the old man really did not know how Jiang Chen could fight against the entire City Lord's estate with a mere 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin Cultivator. Killing intent soared into the sky and the smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Killing happened every day in the City of Myriad Evils. The people did not care about it, and most of them had developed a good habit of watching a show. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't want it. Then I'll kill you first. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia and said lung lung. A single sentence and a single gaze actually made Xianxia take 2 steps back in fear. Chua. However, Jiang Chen did not care whether he retreated or not. The long whip in his hand once again lashed out. The long whip was like a poisonous dragon. The angle of attack was extremely tricky, making people feel that it was impossible to defend against it. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to be negligent at this moment. He quickly swung the sword in his hand, wanting to break Jiang Chen's whip. However, in the next moment something terrifying happened. The long whip dodged Xianxia's sword in an extremely strange manner. The long whip changed its angle again, and in an instant, it was behind Xianxia's head. Poochie. With a poochie sound, the long whip came out from the back of Xianxia's head and came out from his forehead under everyone's shocked gazes. Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb and soon he lost all signs of life. At the last moment of his life, Xianxia was filled with regret. He rejoiced that he had correctly judged how terrifying Jiang Chen was and that he was no match for him. However, he also regretted that he had taken the initiative to step forward and throw away his life for nothing. What? The other 2 second heavenly layer Earth Source experts were completely frightened. This time they were truly frightened. Jiang Chen's movements were just too fast, like a bolt of lightning. He had killed Xianxia at such a close distance. The 2 of them did not even have the chance to help during the entire process. It's your turn. Jiang Chen pulled out the long whip from Xianxia's head, leaving behind a trail of blood. Afterwards something tragic happened. Jiang Chen was like a demon turning into a blur. The long whip in his hand danced back and forth, and wherever he passed, there would be miserable cries. At this moment, 2nd heavenly layer Earth Source experts and Fusion Origin experts were completely useless before Jiang Chen. They were both weaklings, both ants that he could crush and kill at will. Earth-shaking cries rang out on the streets of the City of 10,000 Evils. It was not that such cries had never been heard before, but the ones crying out now were usually the executioners. Now their roles had changed. My God, he's so fierce. Awesome. I admire his courage. Those are the people of the City Lord's estate. Sigh, he's a peerless expert. I wonder how he'll deal with the experts of the City Lord's estate. I think the 3rd young master has already started calling for help. Everyone was stunned. This white-clothed young man who had appeared out of nowhere was just too amazing. He was so fierce that it was a complete mess. Although the 3rd young master was born in the City of 10,000 Evils and was an extremely vicious person, he had never seen something like this before. He had always been the one killing others. No one had ever dared to show off in front of him. Fortunately, the 3rd young master was not an easy person to deal with. He was not completely scared out of his wits. He immediately took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. The 3rd young master was a smart person. After witnessing Jiang Chen's abilities, he was very sure that even if he took action, he would not be Jiang Chen's opponent. After all, Jiang Chen could easily kill a 2nd heavenly layer Earth Source expert, let alone a 1st heavenly layer Earth Source expert. Even if his talent was slightly better, it would be useless against Jiang Chen. The cries quickly disappeared. The entire street was filled with broken corpses, and the smell of blood in the air became even thicker and more pungent. Jiang Chen was like a king that had descended from the heavens, staring at the 3rd young master with eyes filled with killing intent. The 3rd young master gasped. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He was so scared that his mouth went dry. What do you want? The 3rd young master subconsciously retreated. He had always thought that he was the devil of the City of 10,000 Evils. Anyone who saw him would retreat. However, he had finally seen what a true devil was when he saw Jiang Chen today. Terrifying. It was a terrifying aura. With the rules of the land of exiles, what do you think I'll do to you? Jiang Qin could not help but laugh. You can't kill me. The third young master kept quiet out of fear. He knew the rules of the land of exiles too well. There was only killing here. He had wanted to kill Jiang Qin before, but now Jiang Qin had reversed the situation. It seemed like Jiang Qin wanted to kill him. Why can't I kill you? Is it because you're the third young master of the city lord's estate? I don't care about such a shitty status. As Jiang Qin spoke, he had already lashed out with the whip in his hand. With a swish, the whip chopped off one of the third young master's arms. Ah! The blood-curdling screams that had just disappeared were heard again. The third young master would never have imagined that one day he would be screaming in the city of 10,000 evil, that he would lose his arm, and that his life would end in the city of 10,000 evil. This was simply a mockery. Damn it, you chopped off my arm. If you dare kill me, my father won't let you go. The city lord's estate will tear you to pieces. The third young master roared, issuing a fatal threat. Stop. Chapter 4089. The 8 of them were all at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The leader wore black robes and seemed to be in his 40s. He looked somewhat similar to the third young master, so it was obvious that he was the city lord of the City of Evil, one of the 10 great villains of the land of exiles, Xiaoba. Father, father, save me. The third young master immediately grasped at straws when he saw that his father had arrived and screamed at the top of his lungs. Jiang Qin reacted quickly and grabbed the third young master's shoulder, firmly restraining him, not giving him any chance to break free. A pair of wings appeared on the third young master's back. He wanted to escape, but it was too difficult for him to do so now that he was in Jiang Qin's hands. You bastard, let go of my son. Xiaoba looked at Jiang Qin and shouted furiously. You think I'll let him go just because you say so? I'm going to kill him today. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. The third young master's fate was currently in his hands. His life or death was not up to him. Father, save me. The third young master's arm was in pain. Now that death was upon him, he no longer had any of his usual prestige. He had completely turned into a stray dog. His current appearance made many people cry out in delight. After all, the third young master was used to acting like a tyrant. He had killed many people in the City of Evil for the slightest disagreement. Brat, I don't care who you are. You've already angered me, but I'll still give you a chance to live. Let go of my son and I'll let you go, said Xiaoba. Xiaoba said. Although he was one of the 10 great evildoers, he still loved his son dearly. Jiang Qin sneered as if he had heard a great joke. Could the words of the 10 great villains be trusted? As long as he let go of the third young master, Xiaoba would immediately kill him. All that talk about keeping one's word and keeping one's word was a joke here. There was only one truth here, and that was the difference between life and death. Trust was nonsense. Xiaolong, stand behind me with grandfather. Jiang Qin ignored Xiaoba. Instead he looked at Xiaolong and his grandfather. This name, Xiaolong, was something he had heard from the old man, so he couldn't be mistaken. Jiang Qin had a new plan. He planned to use the ascending heaven stairway to leave the land of exile and send Xiaolong out. If it were not for Xiaolong, Jiang Qin would not have wanted to leave the land of exile so quickly. After all, he had just arrived. However, Xiaolong was definitely different from ordinary people and was not suitable to stay in the land of exile. He would first send Xiaolong to the martial pavilion to be nurtured and then find time to come to the land of exile. In any case, he had already found the spatial coordinates of the land of exile, so he could enter the stairway to heaven at any time. Moreover, Jiang Qin had promised to bring De Huang Dog over to play. It was a good opportunity for him to go out first. Not only could he do these two things, but he could also alleviate the crisis at hand. Xiaoba would definitely not let him go. He would go out and lie low for a while. When he came back, the initiative would be in his hands. All right. Xiaolong was very courageous. He ran to the back of Jiang Qin. The elder was trembling. The pressure from those experts above the void was just too great. If he stood out now, he would certainly become their target. Perhaps he might even die. However, the old man had to listen to Jiang Qin. This was their benefactor. Moreover, the old man had a feeling that he could only truly survive by following Jiang Qin, although he did not know how Jiang Qin would face the scene before him. Whoosh! The dragon wings on Jiang Qin's back flapped, and he took the old man and Xiaolong into the sky with a whoosh. He stood opposite Zhao Ba with the third young master in his hand. He has such an ability? Zhao Ba was stunned. He was indeed a little surprised that Jiang Qin could fly, but that was all. What could a mere Unity Origin realm do even if he had a few more pairs of wings? In front of him he was still like an ant. Do you think you can carry him away just because you have wings? How naive. Why don't you try? Zhao Ba sneered. The other experts of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm had already surrounded them. Jiang Qin would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin did not rely on his wings, but the even more mysterious stairway to heaven. I'll say it one last time. I'll give you one last chance. Let go of my son and I'll let you go. Zhao Ba said. What a joke. I can come and go as I please. Do you think you can threaten me? I'll kill your son right now. Let's see how you're going to stop me from leaving. Jiang Qin sneered. Then, under everyone's gaze, he killed the third young master with a single palm strike. Holy shit, he's crazy. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. He's deranged. He actually dared to kill the third young master under such circumstances. He's a classic example of someone who doesn't care about his life. He's crazy, he's crazy. Zhao Ba's going crazy. He's done for. The streets of the entire myriad evil city became restless. No one had thought that the white-clothed young man who had appeared out of nowhere would be so ferocious. He dared to kill Zhao Ba's son right in front of him, and while he was surrounded by so many 9th heavenly layer Earth Source realm experts, this could no longer be described as awesome. It had completely overturned the situation. No one knew where this person got his courage from. Perhaps he did not want to live anymore and wanted to drag a few people down with him before he died. Otherwise, how else could he explain it? Did he want to escape after killing someone? The 9th heavenly layer Earth Source realm experts had already surrounded the area. With Jiang Chen's Unity Origin realm cultivation, it would be useless even if he had wings. There was no way he could survive after killing the third young master. Bastard, how dare you kill my son? Die. Zhao Ba was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared. He didn't dare to believe that someone would dare to kill his son in front of him. Moreover, it was in the city of 10,000 evil. This was simply too outrageous. However, since this had already happened, his son's life could no longer be saved. The only thing he could do now was to avenge his son. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Zhao Ba's aura surged. A giant hand was conjured by him, enveloping Jiang Qin. The hand covered the sky like a mountain. If he was struck by it, he would immediately be smashed to pieces, dying on the spot. However, Jiang Qin did not seem nervous at all. With the stairway to heaven, he had nothing to fear. Even Zhao Lingxiao could not kill him with a sneak attack, let alone Zhao Ba, who was merely at the peak of the Earth Source realm. I've already said that I'll come and go as I please. You can't do anything to me. Jiang Qin left these words behind. The void trembled and he disappeared without a trace, along with the old man and the child. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Zhao Ba's violent attack landed on empty air, creating a huge wave in the sky above the city of myriad evil. Unfortunately, the attack did nothing. It did not even leave a scratch on the enemy. Where is he? Chapter 4090. What's going on? Where's that guy? He's gone. Did he escape? How did he manage to escape under such circumstances? That's ridiculous. That guy seems to only be at the Unity Origin realm. How could he escape under such circumstances? The streets became restless once again. Everyone couldn't help looking around, trying to find Jiang Chen's figure again. However, they were extremely disappointed. Jiang Chen had really disappeared. There wasn't even the slightest trace of his aura left. This was too miraculous. Other than miraculous, there was no other word to describe it. This had exceeded everyone's imagination and understanding. How could a Unity Origin realm expert possess such a powerful technique? This was extremely similar to what Star-Lords could do when they controlled Space Force, vanishing into nothingness. However, that white-clothed youth was clearly not a Star-Lord. If he was a Star-Lord, Zhao Ba wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Moreover, this was only the lowest level of the Land of Exiles. Even Heavenly Source experts couldn't enter this place, let alone Star-Lords. City Lord, that brat has disappeared. A 9th Heavenly Layer Earth Source expert said. They had already scanned the entire city of evil with their divine sense, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen's aura. Impossible. It must be a smokescreen. How could a puny fusion origin realm cultivator vanish before so many of us? He can't have gone far. Search for him. Chase him in all directions. How dare he kill my son? Dig him out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want to tear him to pieces. Zhao Ba's anger soared to the heavens. In the city of myriad evil, such a thing had never happened before. In this place he was the emperor and his words were the imperial edict. Now it was equivalent to someone killing his crown prince in the city of myriad evil, and it was done in front of him. This caused Zhao Ba to be incomparably furious, and he also felt that he had lost all face. The city of evil was in an uproar. All the experts of the city lord's mansion were mobilized. With the city of evil as the center, everything within a radius of several thousand kilometers became their target. However, no matter how big the scene was, it would all be for naught in the end. It was completely useless. This was because not only was Jiang Qin not in the city of evil, he wasn't even in the land of exiles. Apart from being used to escape, the stairway to heaven had another powerful use, which was to memorize coordinates. The so-called memory coordinates were the places where he had appeared before and he could return to them at any time. Jiang Qin had entered the land of exile through the netherworld platform from the center of the Chilean mountain. Before entering the land of exile, Jiang Qin had used the stairway to heaven to record his position. Therefore at this moment Jiang Qin used the sky ascension stairway and easily returned to the great river of Mount Chilean. Jiang Qin descended from the sky above the valley with the old man and the child. We're not dead? The old man was still in a state of shock as he looked around. He didn't know where he was, but he was sure that he wasn't dead, and the experts of the city of evil hadn't come after him. The old man was overjoyed. There was no way he wouldn't be overjoyed. Look at the situation in the city of 10,000 evil. It was a situation of certain death. There was no way he could escape. For the old man this was like a second life. This is no longer the land of exile. This is the Crimson Afterglow Astral's Crimson East region. Jiang Qin said. What? We've left the land of exile? The old man's body trembled. He couldn't believe his ears. He quickly looked around again and found that the environment here was indeed different from the land of exile. Moreover, there was no special oppressive and ferocious aura in the void. For a moment the old man was in tears. He felt like he was dreaming. When he first entered the sinful region he had given up hope. He never dreamed that he would have a chance to walk out of the land of exile in this lifetime. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. Xiaolong, hurry up and kowtow to our benefactor. The old man was so emotional that he took Xiaolong's hand. Both grandfather and grandson were about to kneel. The old man didn't know what method Jiang Qin had used to set up the land of exile so easily and escape Zhao Ba's pursuit. However, this was no longer important. What was important was that they had walked out of the land of exile. With quick reflexes, Jiang Qin caught the old man and the dragon in a single move. There's no need for that. It's nothing. Jiang Qin said. Thank you, big brother. Xiaolong's big eyes were lively as he stared at Jiang Qin. His ignorant look was very cute. A child's eyes were the purest. He knew that this handsome big brother in front of him had saved his and his grandfather's lives. In his heart, Jiang Qin's great image had been completely established. Xiaolong, be good. Jiang Qin patted Xiaolong's head. He was even more surprised. The injury on this little guy's face had actually recovered without a trace. My name is Fu. May I know your name, benefactor? Fu asked. Just call me Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said, Uncle Fu, where are you from? Why did you enter the land of exile? Normally, Jiang Qin wasn't interested in the identity of Fu and his grandfather. However, because of Xiaolong's shocking recovery ability, it was hard for Jiang Qin not to be interested. We are also from the Qixia astral realm. However, we are from the Qinan region, not the Qidong region. As for why we entered the land of exile, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Fu sighed heavily as if he had something he couldn't say. Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown as well. It looked like the reason behind this was different from what he'd imagined. There must be a reason for the grandfather and grandson to enter the land of exiles. However, since Fu was unwilling to talk about it, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't ask too much. In this world, everyone had their own secrets and everyone had the right to keep them. Little Qinzi, Lord Dog is here. At that moment a gust of wind blew in the distance. De Huang Dog rushed over in a hurry. Before he even arrived he was already shouting. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog cherished each other's hearts. He had long known that Jiang Qin would definitely return, so he had stayed near Chiliang Mountain. As soon as Jiang Qin walked out of the land of exile, Da Huang Dog sensed it. How was it? Was the land of exile fun? Da Huang Dog came to Jiang Qin's side and shook his head. What a cute dog. Xiaolong looked at Da Huang Dog and his eyes immediately lit up. F***ck, you're cute too. Your whole family is cute. Where did this baby come from? He doesn't know how to talk. Da Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. How could the word cute be used to describe his incomparably powerful image? It was a great humiliation. Kid, who is this child? You've only been in the land of exile for a while and you already have a child? Da Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. This child is not simple. Take a look and see if you can see anything. Chapter 4091. Is it really so magical? Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He looked at the little dragon and began to size it up again. However, after a while Da Huang Dog could not see anything special about it. I can't see it clearly, but this kid is definitely not simple. Maybe he has an extremely special physique in the eternal world. With some training he will definitely become a great person. Da Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin nodded. Even with his and Da Huang Dog's eyesight, they could not see through the little dragon. In fact, this was normal. After all, the eternal world was at the top of the universe. It was much higher than the world that Jiang Qin and the others were originally in. There would definitely be some things that did not exist in the original world. Therefore, even if Jiang Qin had become the master of a world, he was still not the master of a universe. The difference between the master of a world and the master of a universe was like night and day. There would definitely be some magical people and things in the eternal world that exceeded their knowledge. This was normal. They could not see through the little dragon's physique, which meant that this physique did not appear in the original world that Jiang Qin came from. However, with their eyesight, although they could not see through the little dragon's physique, they were sure that this little guy was definitely not ordinary. Jiang Qin told Da Huang Dog everything that happened in the land of exile from beginning to end. In fact, there was not much to tell. He had only been in the land of exile for a short while. How many big things could have happened? Speaking of which, you're really awesome. You've only been here for a short while and you've already provoked a city. It's a pity that I wasn't there. Otherwise you'd definitely be awe-inspiring. Da Huang Dog sighed. Your bragging skills are getting better and better. Jiang Qin slapped Da Huang Dog's head. Da Huang, take off Fu and the little dragon to the martial pavilion to settle down first. Let the little dragon cultivate in the martial pavilion. Jiang Qin said. Where are you going? Da Huang Dog immediately opened his mouth and bit the leg of Jiang Chen's pants, afraid that this guy would leave him behind again. F***c, I'm not running. I'm going to the Sky Feather Mountain. Jiang Qin said. Sky Feather Mountain? Harpy territory. Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. That's right. The feather race has been plotting to kill me and even sent me to the land of exile. If I don't teach them a lesson, wouldn't that make me, Jiang Qin, seem useless? Bring them to the martial pavilion first, then look for me at the Sky Feather Mountain. Let's have a hunt. Jiang Qin said. Damn it, he's causing trouble in the Harpies' territory. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Da Huang Dog jumped up and down excitedly, then brought off Fu and Xiaolong towards the martial pavilion. Jiang Chen's body swayed and disappeared from the Red Ridge Mountain. Since he was back, he could not return to the land of exile for nothing. After all, the city of evil was trying to kill him, so he might as well let them work for a while. Jiang Qin wanted to teach the Harpies a lesson. Zhou Lingxiao was bent on framing him and taking his life. How could Jiang Qin be polite? Before returning to the land of exile, he would first cause trouble for the Harpies. Even if he could not completely destroy the Harpies, he would at least make their lives uneasy. Jiang Qin had already made the following arrangements. Using the stairway to heaven, he would go back and forth in the land of exile. He had completely turned the land of exile into his backyard, a place to train. Now Jiang Qin had to thank the feather race and Zhou Lingxiao. If it wasn't for Zhou Lingxiao, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been able to find such a good training ground like the land of exiles. The Sky Feather Mountain was the hinterland of the Harpies in the Red East region. With the Sky Feather Mountain as the center, there were 4 cities within a radius of 100,000 miles that belonged to the Harpies. The 4 cities were connected to the Sky Feather Mountain and were directly under the jurisdiction of the Sky Feather Mountain. In the Red East region, the Harpies were the largest tribe apart from the human tribe. However, compared to the human tribe, their numbers were still far behind. However, the harpies had their own advantages. Ordinary humans were completely vulnerable in front of the harpies. This time, Jiang Chen's target was not these 4 cities, but the Sky Feather Mountain. The center of the harpies was the Sky Feather Mountain. Basically, all the harpies with noble bloodlines lived there. Jiang Chen arrived at the foot of the Sky Feather Mountain. He found a random place and sat down. He chewed on a straw in his mouth, relaxed for once. Hunting. That's right, hunting. Jiang Chen had already locked onto an area at the foot of the Sky Feather Mountain. He had already investigated this area. This was basically the place that the harpies had to pass through to come out of the Sky Feather Mountain. Birdman, if you come out, I'll kill you. I'll kill you until you don't dare to come out of the mountain. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a sneer. His eyes shone with a cold light. The heavenly dragon sword was right beside him. The real hunt had begun. Not long after, 3 to 5 harpies flew out of the Sky Feather Mountain slowly. There were 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman. One was at the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, while the other 2 were at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm. With such cultivation, they could be considered as rare geniuses in the harpies. We finally dealt with Jiang Chen and sent him into the land of exiles. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to walk out of there in this lifetime. We let him off too lightly by not killing him directly. It's a pity that the peerless genius of the 5th young master died in the hands of that bastard. I heard that he's the reincarnation of a powerful person. He's very powerful. Our patriarch once personally went after him, but he still managed to escape. Fortunately, he was exiled this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be a fatal threat to our harpies in the future. The 3 of them spoke one after another, all of them discussing Jiang Chen. Of course, it was normal for them to talk about Jiang Chen. After all, the battle between him and the 5th young master on the Chilling Mountain had just happened not too long ago. They had only just returned to the Chilling Mountain after watching the battle. This was because Jiang Chen did not stop after entering the land of exiles. He came out after killing the 3rd young master of the City of Evils. The geniuses of the harpies would never have imagined that the exiled Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger, staring at them fiercely. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure blocked their way. The 3 of them were stunned. Someone actually dared to block their way on the rising Sky Feather Mountain. The 3 of them looked at the figure in front of them almost at the same time. They saw a young man with dragon wings on his back. He held a sword in his hand and looked at them with malicious intent. Jiang Chen. The 3 of them exclaimed almost at the same time. The 3 of them had gone to the Chilling Mountain to watch the battle and were all too familiar with Jiang Chen. Even if they had never seen Jiang Chen before, they could recognize Jiang Chen at a glance. Chapter 4092. The 3 of you, don't you feel a sense of closeness when you see me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Closeness? Closeness your head. There was no sense of closeness, not even the slightest sense of closeness. It was impossible for them to have a sense of closeness to Jiang Chen in their lifetime. However, at this moment they were incomparably shocked. Weren't you exiled? How could you appear here? Impossible. You're not Jiang Chen. Who are you? We saw Jiang Chen being exiled to the land of exile by the Netherworld stage. How long has it been? It's impossible. Deliberately mystifying. Someone must be using a trick to impersonate Jiang Chen. No matter who it is, he's courting death by coming to the Sky Feather Mountain. Kill him. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely restless. A moment ago, they were still discussing about Jiang Chen, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had appeared in front of them like a ghost. It didn't feel real at all. They saw Jiang Chen being exiled by the Netherworld stage with their own eyes. So when they saw Jiang Chen again, they could not help but be shocked. But the 3 of them also knew that whether they were willing to believe it or not, they already had the answer in their hearts. The one in front of them was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. They could not imagine how this guy came out of the land of exile. Or it could be said that the Netherworld stage failed and did not send Jiang Chen away at all. But they were even more impressed by Jiang Chen's courage. Even if he did not die, he still dared to come to the Sky Feather Mountain alone. This courage was truly admirable. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Jiang Chen took the lead and did not give them a chance to attack. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand was swung back and forth. The 3 of them could only let out 3 screams before they were completely killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had come to kill. He wanted to kill as many as he could without alerting the higher-ups of the feather race. He wanted to show the feather race his power and make them fear him like he was the king of hell. Xianxia was just too powerful right now. A second heavenly layer earthly source realm expert was not his match at all. Once he reached the earthly source realm, he would become even more terrifying. Xianxia's actions were very clean and efficient. After killing the people, he directly disappeared and hid. Although the killing was quick, the final screams of the 3 feather disciples alerted some of the people outside Sky Feather Mountain. Not long after Xianxia disappeared, a dozen guards from the Sky Plume Mountain range appeared. They were much weaker and none of them were at the Earth Source realm. They were probably the guards of the mountain. When the Feathermen saw the 3 corpses, their expressions changed greatly. This is the corpse of an Earth Source realm genius of the feather race. He was just killed. Quick, inform the higher-ups. An enemy has invaded. Everyone be alert. This person is too bold. He dares to come to the Sky Plume Mountain range and commit murder. The group of guards became nervous. There was no way they could not be. The enemy had already killed his way to their doorstep. This was a typical demonstration of power. He did not put the feather race in his eyes at all. 3 Earth Source realm experts of the feather race had died just like that. If this news spread, the feather race would lose face. Whoosh. As he spoke, a sword net whizzed out from the void and completely enveloped the dozen or so guards. Ah! Miserable screams rang out once again. The net of swords turned into streaks of sharp sword chi, piercing through all the guards. In the blink of an eye, all of them fell down, forming a river of blood. The poor guards did not even have the chance to report before they were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. Xianxia appeared like a god of death. He then continued to hide. Half an hour later, another person walked out from the feather race. This time it was an old man, an elder at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As the elder flew through the air, he could smell the stench of blood in the air. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. An earthly source realm expert had very sharp senses. The elder immediately stopped and lowered his head. It was very rare for the smell of blood to appear in the center of the Sky Plume Mountain range. What? The elder's body shook violently as he flew down. Seeing the corpses of the feather race at the foot of the mountain, a wave of anger surged out from his body. Who is it? How dare you come to the Sky Plume Mountain range and kill people? The elder shouted as he looked around. A battle spear had already appeared in his hand. It was the first time that someone had come to the Sky Plume Mountain range to kill people. It's me. A voice rang out. Xianxia had already appeared behind the elder like a ghost. The elder sensed a trace of danger. He quickly turned around and looked at Xianxia. A human? You're only at the Syntagma realm. You're Xianxia? The elder recognized Xianxia with a single glance. His expression changed drastically just like the people before. Currently, everyone in the feather race, even the entire Red East region, knew that Xianxia had been exiled to the Land of Exile by the Netherworld platform. What kind of place was the Land of Exile? Once you entered, you could forget about leaving. Not even a day had passed since the battle between the 5 young masters at the Crimson Mountain range. Xianxia, who should have been in the Land of Exile, had actually appeared in the Sky Plume Mountain range unscathed. No one would be able to understand the reason behind this. Let alone this elder of the feather race. Even if the patriarch of the feather race, Zhou Xian, personally came out, he would also widen his eyes in shock. He had personally witnessed Xianxia being sucked in by the Netherworld platform. He knew all too well how powerful the Netherworld platform was. It was impossible for him to escape. Unfortunately, no one knew where the Stairway to Heaven was. The Stairway to Heaven was a cheating device on Xianxia, especially in a place like the Red East region that did not even have a Star Lord. A stairway to heaven that could connect to space at will was basically the foundation for survival. To put it bluntly, Xianxia could survive in the entire Crimson Glow astral boundary just by relying on the stairway to heaven. Unless a Star Lord personally acted, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill him. To kill Xianxia, one would first have to steal the stairway to heaven. However, the stairway to heaven had a spirit. Once it recognized a master, it would become one with the master. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to steal it. Yes, it's me. Xianxia shrugged, not hiding his identity at all. So, you're saying that these people were all killed by you? The elder of the feather race was enraged. A powerful aura immediately soared and drifted around the entire Sky Plume mountain range. At the same time, the elder crushed a talisman in his hand. The talisman turned into a beam of light that soared into the sky and exploded. It was incomparably beautiful. At the same time, a voice came out from the elder's mouth. Someone has come to invade the Sky Plume mountain range. Chapter 4093. Although they were both at the third heaven of the Earth Source realm, the elder's battle prowess was not on the same level as the fifth son, Zhao Ganqing. Although Xianxia was only at the ninth heaven of the Unity Source realm, his battle prowess was so terrifying that it could not be estimated with common sense. The elder knew very well that if he were to fight with Xianxia face to face, Xianxia would not even need to use his dragon transformation to kill him. Seeing the elder's signal, Xianxia was not worried at all. He had the sky-ascending stairway with him, so he was not afraid at all. He did not plan to hide his identity this time. His goal was very simple. He wanted to show his strength to the Yu clan and make them fear for the rest of their lives. Old man, go to hell. The heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand rippled as he attacked with sword 22. The elder was an expert at the third heaven of the Earth Source realm after all. Without using the dragon transformation, Xianxia still had to use a powerful technique to kill him. So fast. The elder was shocked. If he did not fight with Xianxia face to face, he would never understand how terrifying Xianxia was. For example, Xianxia's swordsmanship was utterly shocking in the elder's eyes. He had never seen such a sharp swordsmanship in his entire life. The elder did not hesitate and subconsciously raised the spear in his hand to block it. Unfortunately, the spear in the elder's hand paled in comparison to sword 22. Playing. The sword art was exquisite. The heavenly dragon sword contained the great way of the heaven and earth. Coupled with the elder's panic, he did not have the courage to fight with Xianxia face to face. Therefore, the moment the spear came into contact with Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword, the spear had already flown out of his hand. Sword 23. Xianxia's attack didn't slow down at all. After the 22 sword strikes, he followed up with the 23 sword strikes. The extremely sharp sword energy was like the killing intent of the heavens and earth. The old man only saw a cold light flash, and then there was nothing else. The harpy elder's eyes widened and his gaze began to glaze over, losing all color. Puchi. Following that, the heads of the elders of the Feather tribe fell to the ground. With just 2 strikes, the Feather race's third heavenly layer Earth Source realm elder died under Xianxia's sword. He did not even have the chance to resist. This was terror, this was terror, this was what a true monster was like. This kind of earth-shattering method, no matter who it was, they would have to retreat. Again, it was never fun to be enemies with Xianxia. Chua. After killing the elder, Xianxia disappeared once again. As long as he wanted to hide, even Zhao Lingxiao would not be able to find any traces of him. Not long after Xianxia disappeared, a large group of Feather Race experts rushed out of the rising sky Feather Mountain. The people who came out all had imposing presences. Some of them had wings on their backs, making them look gorgeous. The person at the front was handsome and seemed to be in his 30s. His cultivation was extremely strong, having reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Beside him was a young man who looked similar to him, also at the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With such cultivation at such a young age, he was definitely a true elite of the Feather race. Behind them were quite a few earthly origin experts. There were even 8th heavenly layer earthly origin experts among them. This lineup was not small at all. Third brother, look. The young man at the 4th heavenly layer looked at the scene of the massacre. Everyone looked over as well. When they saw clearly what was happening, a sliver of anger and graveness appeared on their faces. Third master, fourth master, be careful. An elder said. He quickly circled around the rising sky Feather Mountain, but he found nothing. The 2 young experts at the 4th and 5th heavenly layer were the 3rd and 4th master of the Feather race. Xianxia hid in the shadows and saw everything. He could not help but praise Zhao Lingxiao's prodigy. Each of his sons was stronger than the last. None of them were easy to deal with. Zhao Lingxiao has already lost 5 of his 9 sons. There are only 4 left. Very good, I'll let you brothers reunite one by one. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The feeling of hunting and killing was too wonderful. Who dares to commit murder in my rising sky Feather Mountain? Get out here. The 3rd master's aura surged as his voice spread far and wide. Xianxia sneered inwardly. He obviously would not go out at this time. He was here to hunt. Jiang Chen wanted to play the role of an assassin, a true assassin hidden in the shadows. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Chen wanted to be an assassin, then all the assassins in the world would lose their jobs. He was the true king of assassins. He would only choose the most appropriate time to strike. Once he struck, he would definitely take his enemy's life. Not only did Jiang Chen want to be an assassin, but he also wanted to cast a shadow over the hearts of the feather race. Someone had come to their doorstep to kill, but they could not even see what the enemy looked like. This kind of invisible fear was the most terrifying. The days of fear for the feather race had arrived. Looks like he's already escaped, the fourth master said. Must be a human. The third master gritted his teeth. This person is a little too bold. He actually dared to come to the rising sky feather mountain to kill people. He's going too far. Chase him. He can't have gone far. If he managed to kill so many people at the rising sky feather mountain, where would they put their face in the future? Pass down the order. Immediately seal off the rising sky feather mountain. Everyone split up and chase after him. Once you find him, contact him using talismans. The third master gave the order. This matter concerned the pride of the feather race. They could not let it go so easily. Alright, split up. He can't have gone far. The human speed can't be faster than ours, the fourth young master said. Then he casually brought the two of them and flew off in a certain direction. The third master led a few people and the elders gave chase as well. They split up in different directions. It seemed that the feather race was determined to catch the human. The feather race was naturally arrogant. Their bloodline was naturally noble. Apart from themselves, all other races were lowly in their eyes. Now that someone had come to their doorstep to kill people, it was undoubtedly an affront to the pride of the feather race. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find the human. The group of people quickly dispersed. Jiang Chen appeared again like a ghost. He appeared at the foot of the rising sky feather mountain. He had concealed his aura just now, so the third master and the others did not sense him at all. At this time, the Huang dog had also arrived quietly, running to Jiang Chen's side. For God's sake, didn't you say you would wait for Lord Dog? Why did you make the first move? I haven't even warmed up yet and you've already lured out the experts of the feather race. Chapter 4094. What do you know? I'm luring the snake out of its hole. On the surface, it looks like they're chasing after me, but I'm actually choosing to kill them. Jiang Chen slapped a Huang dog's head. So you're saying that our game has only just begun? With how sharp the Huang dog was, his eyes immediately lit up. He and Jiang Chen were just too well coordinated. They could understand each other's intentions with a single sentence or a single glance. That's right. It's impossible to kill anyone at the foot of the rising feather mountains, but it's even better now. Do you see those people chasing after me? Which one do you think we should start with? Jiang Chen looked at the Huang dog and asked. In my opinion, the fourth master is more suitable, but that bastard is a fourth heavenly layer earth source expert. He's much stronger than the fifth master. If you don't reach the earth source realm, it'll be very difficult for you to be his opponent. Plus, he has 2 fourth heavenly layer earth source experts with him. They're nothing to be afraid of. I've just reached the 2nd heavenly layer, so killing them will be very easy. The Huang dog said. Then that's it. Have you forgotten what I'm best at? The fourth master is strong, but I can borrow his strength to increase my own strength. Even if I can't reach the earth source realm, we can still kill him if we work together. Jiang Chen chuckled. He did not take the fourth master seriously at all. It was exactly because the fourth master was stronger that Jiang Chen was so interested in him. If the fourth master was a weakling, Jiang Chen would not even bother with him. Moreover, with De Huang around, killing a 4th heavenly layer earth source 4th master would be a piece of cake if the two of them worked together. Zhao Lingxiao had schemed against him time and time again. Since he could not win against the old, he would naturally vent his anger on the young. Don't you have a lot of sons? I'll kill every single one of them for you. Kill him. The Huang dog shook his head from side to side. He was a guy who loved to see the world in chaos and he loved excitement. Now that he and Jiang Chen had come to the heart of the harpies to stir up trouble, there was nothing more exciting than this. Right now, the Huang dog's blood was boiling from head to toe. He couldn't wait to get rid of the 4th young master. 2 streaks of light flew out from the foot of the sky feather mountain, flying in the direction that the 4th young master and the others had disappeared in. These 2 figures were extremely fast like lightning and were soundless. They came and went without a trace, making it impossible for anyone to catch a trace of them. 1,000 miles away from the Sky Feather Mountain was a wasteland. 3 figures were wandering back and forth in the wasteland. The void was filled with invisible divine wills. The 3 figures were none other than the 4th prince and the 2 fourth heavenly layer Feather Clan elders who had come to hunt down Zhou Xian. The 3 of them swept through the area and finally gathered together. 4th young master, do we still need to continue chasing? Asked one of them. There's no need. With our speed, that person can only escape this area at most if he ran in this direction. Since we can't find him, it means that he didn't run in this direction. Let's go back, said the 4th young master. The 4th young master's eyes were sparkling, and he seemed extremely wise and far-sighted. 4th young master, wouldn't it be a pity if we just go back like this? A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Who is it? The 3 of them hurriedly turned around in shock. Their expressions were rather grim, as they had not sensed anyone appear behind them at all despite their cultivation. More importantly, they had just scanned the entire area with their divine wills, but they had not found a single person. Now that someone had suddenly appeared, it could only mean that the newcomer was not ordinary. Their gazes met. The 4th young master's eyes blazed with fury the moment he saw Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian? You're Zhou Xian? Said the 4th young master loudly. He had not seen Zhou Xian before, nor had he been present when the 5th young master and Zhou Xian had fought on Chilling Mountain. However, the feather race had described Zhou Xian too much, especially his pair of dragon wings, which were extremely eye-catching. Moreover, this guy had a dog with him and his cultivation was only at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In the entire Crimson East region, there was probably no other person with such a cultivation who dared to appear before him, apart from Zhou Xian. That's right, it's me. You've already chased me for thousands of kilometers. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity if you just go back like this? In order not to let the 4th young master feel too much regret, I'm prepared to stand out and give you a chance for revenge. Zhou Xian said indifferently. Impossible. Haven't you already entered the land of exile? An elder of the feather race was filled with disbelief. A person who should have been in the land of exile had suddenly appeared before them. It was all like a dream. Whether I go to the land of exile or not is up to me, not you. You think you're scheming against me, but you don't know that your schemes are child's play in my eyes. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. Since you feather race have tried to frame me time and time again, there's nothing more to say. I've come today to kill. I'll kill every single one of you feather race and I'll kill a group of them. Zhou Xian was extremely arrogant. His words were extremely arrogant. Probably only Zhou Xian would dare to say something like that outside the rising Sky Feather Mountain. I saw him being sucked in by the netherworld platform with my own eyes. How could he appear here unharmed? The other elder was also dumbfounded. There was no way he wouldn't be surprised to see Zhou Xian here. Very well, Zhou Xian. It's best that you didn't enter the land of exile. You gave me a chance to kill you and avenge my brothers. If you had really entered the land of exile, it would have been a pity. However, you really shouldn't have come to the rising Sky Feather Mountain to kill people. Insulting the dignity of the feather race is the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. The 4th young master was filled with fighting spirit and murderous intent. In reality, when he heard that Zhou Xian had killed the 5th young master and had entered the land of exile, the 4th young master had regretted not being able to kill Zhou Xian with his own hands to avenge his brothers. Therefore, when the 4th young master saw Zhou Xian here, other than feeling shocked, he was more excited. He wanted to see if this monster of the human race really had 3 heads and 6 arms. 4th young master, we can't be careless with this person. Let's call for help, an elder said as a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. Take it back. Chapter 4095. The 4th young master's conceit was exactly as Zhou Xian had imagined. It was exactly because of this conceit that Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had chased after him fearlessly. He believed that the 4th young master would not let go of the chance to kill him alone, as his reputation in the Crimson East region was just too great. He was famous both among the humans and the winged race. Not only would killing him avenge his brothers, but he would also truly become famous and become an existence that the winged race truly believed in. All right. The 2 elders released their auras, locking onto De Huang Dog. Although they knew that Zhou Xian was powerful, Zhou Xian was still at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm after all. He had not reached the earthly source realm yet. He could kill the fifth young master, but the fourth young master was not someone the fifth young master could compare to. On the other hand, it would be a piece of cake for the two of them to deal with a second heavenly layer earthly source dog. In other words, the two elders had their own selfish motives. If the two of them killed Zhou Xian and his dog with the fourth young master, they would also become famous in the winged race. They would definitely receive some decent rewards from the upper echelons of the race. No one was willing to miss out on such a great opportunity, and the two of them were no exception. Cut the crap. Damn it, hurry up and come at me together, you two old farts. De Huang Dog could not wait any longer. He made his move before the two elders had even moved. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog grew to 30 meters tall. He shone with a violent golden light, like an ancient beast. He was unstoppable. Kill him. One of the elders bellowed and charged at De Huang Dog, but he was stopped by the other elder. There's no need for the two of us to work together against a dog. Let me do it. The elder was extremely arrogant. He did not take De Huang Dog seriously at all. This was the truth. On the surface, De Huang Dog only seemed to be at the second heavenly layer of the earth source realm, which was 2 whole levels lower than them. In the eyes of those who had never truly witnessed De Huang Dog's terror, anyone would look down on him. *CKU. Seeing that the other party actually dared to look down on him, De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. He roared and charged forward. Damn dog, die. The elder waved his hand and unleashed a giant handprint. A towering giant hand descended from the sky like a barrier between heaven and earth. Its aura was extremely powerful and it shrouded De Huang Dog's head. Trash, I'll let you know how powerful Lord Dog is. Golden light flickered above De Huang Dog's head. Facing the fourth heavenly layer feather race elder's attack, De Huang Dog did not dodge. Instead he faced it head-on. Stupid. Seeing this, the feather race elder could not help but sneer. This was the stupidest defense he had ever seen. He knew very well how terrifying his palm was, yet this dog had actually used its head to block it. What was the difference between that and seeking death? The feather race elder sneered as if he could already see the scene of De Huang Dog's head being crushed by his palm. However, what happened next was worlds apart from what the feather race elder had imagined. Rumble. With a rumble, the air trembled and the sound shook the surroundings. The scene of De Huang Dog's head being crushed did not happen. What was more frightening was that the palm that he had conjured was completely unable to withstand a single blow from De Huang Dog's head. It was crushed by his opponent's head. What? The feather race elder could not help but cry out in surprise. He looked at De Huang Dog as if he had seen a ghost. What was this thing? How could a dog's head be so hard? This was too ridiculous. I say, you're a piece of trash. What else do you have? Bring it on. This little bit of ability is only enough to tickle this grandpa dog. De Huang Dog's arrogance could not be suppressed at all. This dog is not ordinary. Let's attack together and get rid of him first in case there are more complications. The other elder said. All right. The feather race elder who had attacked earlier was no longer arrogant and prideful. After personally witnessing the terror of De Huang Dog, although he was not afraid, he no longer had the confidence to kill this dog. The two feather race elders moved left and right, directly attacking De Huang Dog. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Xian's mouth. He did not care about the battle between De Huang Dog and the two feather race elders at all. He was very clear about De Huang's abilities and his battle experience was just too rich. Two ordinary elders at the fourth heaven of the earth source realm were not a match for De Huang Dog at all. Be it battle strength or speed, they were not on the same level. The feather race's greatest advantage was their speed. When they lost their advantage in speed, they had no advantage at all. On the other side, the dragon wings on Zhou Xian's back flapped, and he arrived in front of the fourth young master. His aura fluctuated and a terrifying force instantly rippled out from his body. At the same time, an earth-shaking dragon roar resounded, and Zhou Xian instantly transformed into a dragon. If he wanted to fight the fourth young master with his current strength, he would have to use the dragon transformation. Even if he used the dragon transformation, he would not be a match for the fourth young master. After all, the gap between them was not small. What a great transformation. Your battle strength can actually increase by 10 times in a short period of time, which is equivalent to crossing a level. However, even if you use this forbidden technique again, it's useless before me. The gap between our cultivations is just too great. I'd like to see just how you killed my fifth brother, the fourth young master Ling Ling said. He had not been present when Jiang Qin fought Zhao Gongqing on Chiling Mountain, so he had always been doubtful about how his fifth brother had lost to Jiang Qin, who was only at the Unity Source realm. He did not even have the chance to escape, and in the end he was killed by Jiang Qin. Facing the guy who had killed 5 of his brothers and countless clansmen, the fourth young master could not hide his killing intent at all. This was why the fourth young master had felt very regretful when he heard that Jiang Qin had entered the land of exile. This regret was because he had not been able to kill Jiang Qin with his own hands and avenge his brothers and clansmen. Now, not only had Jiang Qin not entered the land of exile, but he had also come to the rising sky Feather Mountain. In the fourth young master's opinion, this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. He had to grasp this opportunity. No matter what, he had to kill Jiang Qin today to make up for the regret in his heart and also to avenge his brothers. You'll find out soon enough. As Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated wildly, he waved his hand and struck out with the 5 elements combat dragon seal. True dragons were struck out one after another, all of them vivid and lifelike. Every dragon shadow seemed like a true dragon that had come to life. As the dragons roared, every single battle skill that Jiang Qin used was earth-shaking. In particular, when he used them in his draconified form, his battle prowess would multiply. What a powerful battle skill. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little too weak. You can't pose any threat to me. The fourth young master was surprised. He was shocked by Jiang Qin's strength. Even as an enemy, he could not help but admit that the terrifying battle prowess that Jiang Qin displayed with his cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer could only be described as shocking. Putting aside the others, the fourth young master knew that it was impossible for him to do what Jiang Qin had done when he was at that level of cultivation. Chapter 4096. The fourth young master moved. He formed a seal with both hands and conjured an invisible mountain. The surrounding space trembled as violent energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. With the fourth young master's roar, the invisible mountain of energy pressed down, colliding with the 5 berserk dragons in the most violent and barbaric manner. Rumble. The surroundings shook as the energy rippled outwards, creating a huge hole in the wilderness below. Black smoke billowed out, appearing extremely frightening. The berserk dragons conjured from the 5 elements battle dragon seal were no match for the fourth young master's invisible mountain in the end, so they were forcefully crushed to pieces. As expected, Jiang Qin was also sent flying dozens of meters away. However, even though he had gained the upper hand in a single move, the fourth young master did not feel happy at all, as the result was far too different from what he had expected. In his opinion, even if his attack could not kill Jiang Qin, it should at least heavily injure him. However, he had never thought that such a violent attack would only push Jiang Qin back. Jiang Qin's presence did not change at all. Let alone being injured, he did not even suffer any serious injuries. Just what the hell is this guy? The fourth young master ground his teeth. His gaze towards Jiang Qin could not help but change. He did not feel proud at all that he had defeated Jiang Qin, as the difference in their cultivation was just too great. Jiang Qin was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm and had relied on some kind of forbidden technique to barely reach the earthly source realm. On the other hand, he was a true 4th heavenly layer earthly source expert. The difference between them was like night and day. If it were anyone else, the fourth young master's attack would have been enough to crush them to pieces. However, he was unable to do anything to Jiang Qin. Not bad, but if this is all you've got, then you're far too disappointing. Jiang Qin shook his head. With a wave of his left hand, the Qilin arm appeared and he attacked once again. Fighting against an expert like the fourth young master was what Jiang Qin truly wanted. Only in a battle like this could he constantly improve himself and force his cultivation to increase. This was also the reason why he had chased after the fourth young master. I want to see just how capable you are. The fourth young master coldly snorted and suddenly punched out. This punch contained the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. It felt like the universe was about to collapse. The dazzling golden fist was like a small mountain. It was extremely fast as it charged toward Jiang Qin. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the Qilin divine arm was also extremely powerful. When Jiang Qin punched out, a fire Qilin appeared in front of him. It was steaming with raging flames. The incomparably powerful fire Qilin shadow collided with the golden fist of the fourth young master in the most violent and barbaric way. Boom! Once again it felt like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The entire wilderness was shaking. The shock waves from the battle here could be felt for at least 100 miles. However, this place was desolate and uninhabited. Even within 100 miles there was not a single person. Jiang Qin fought wantonly and was not worried that someone would come. Crack. It was undeniable that the fourth young master was really powerful. That dazzling fist really had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm was directly destroyed and a cracking sound could be heard from his arm. If it was not for the fact that Jiang Chen's body was incomparably strong, his arm would have been crippled. However, this injury was nothing to Jiang Chen. He had the wood's spiritual qi and the myriad qi to protect his body. As long as it was not a fatal injury, he could recover in the shortest time possible. It was a miracle. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen had fallen into an invincible position in the battle just by recovering his injuries. "Let me see how tough you are," the fourth young master shouted. After making Jiang Chen retreat with one punch, he threw out another punch. He had already made up his mind to go all out in one go and not give Jiang Chen any chance to breathe. Just in time. Jiang Chen was naturally not afraid. This was the kind of battle he wanted. The more the fourth young master pressured Jiang Chen, the happier he was. Under this kind of intense pressure, the source dragon in Jiang Chen's body also began to become restless. Once the source dragon became restless, it meant that Jiang Chen's potential would be stimulated and his cultivation would be forced to improve again. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen liked to fight with experts of a higher cultivation level after coming to the eternal world. This was also proven to be the case. This was not the first time that Jiang Chen had advanced in battle. He improved himself in battle and turned defeat into victory after advancing. This had happened several times and it had been tried and tested. Rumbled, Jiang Chen and the fourth young master were in a stalemate. Jiang Chen was constantly being suppressed by the fourth young master and it seemed that he did not even have a chance to breathe. However, if one took a closer look, they would see that it was not Jiang Chen who looked anxious, but the fourth young master. Although the fourth young master had the upper hand, he was still unable to kill Jiang Chen despite using all his skills. Jiang Chen was like a cockroach with a tenacious vitality. No matter how the fourth young master tried to suppress him, Jiang Chen would always be able to fight back. What was even more frightening was that the injuries he inflicted on Jiang Chen were completely useless against Jiang Chen. The injuries he suffered in 1 second were completely healed in the next. This was too infuriating. Even if the fourth young master wanted to use a battle of attrition to slowly exhaust Jiang Chen, it would still be impossible. Jiang Chen seemed to be in peak condition all the time. Arg. Just as the battle between Jiang Chen and the fourth young master was getting heated, a miserable scream suddenly rang out not far away. Jiang Chen and the fourth young master looked over at the same time. They saw the Dahuang dog biting a head in its mouth. The head obviously belonged to one of the elders of the Feather clan. Deep fear and unwillingness appeared on the elder's face even as he died. The other elder was scared out of his wits. They were originally extremely confident. After all, 2 fourth heavenly layer Earth Source experts working together to deal with a second heavenly layer Earth Source monster. No matter how powerful the monster was, there was no reason for it to be their opponent. Unfortunately, the two of them only understood how terrifying the Dahuang dog was after fighting it for real. It was simply abnormal, super abnormal. It could no longer be described with just the word, terrifying. It was just too ferocious. Whether it was battle strength, physique or speed, they were not on the same level as the Dahuang dog. More importantly, the dog's battle experience was just too abundant. The 2 elders of the Feather clan could not even catch up to it. Tui, the Dahuang dog spat out the head, before looking at the other Feather clan elder who was as silent as a cicada in winter with a strange gaze. "Old man, it's your turn." Chapter 4097. Seeing Dahuang dog charging at him, the Feather clan elder was so scared that he screamed and ran away. As he ran, he took out a spiritual talisman. It was too ferocious, too scary. The Feather clan elder clearly saw how this dog bit off his comrade's head. Now that he was facing Dahuang dog alone, the Feather clan elder didn't have any fighting spirit left. He didn't even have the intention to fight. It really took a lot of courage to face this dog head-on. At this time he didn't care about making contributions or making a name for himself. It was obvious that he couldn't rely on the fourth young master alone. After such a long time, the fourth young master still hadn't taken down Zhou Xian. Reality also proved that it was impossible for the fourth young master to kill Zhou Xian alone. Not only was Zhou Xian a formidable opponent, there was also a dog that was extremely ferocious. It had killed an elder, and if they didn't call for reinforcements soon, not only would the fourth young master die, he would also be killed by Big Yellow. Whoosh. However, although the Feather Clan elder was fast, the Huang dog was even faster. Almost as soon as the Feather Clan elder took out the spiritual talisman, the Huang dog had already caught up with him and opened its mouth. Before the spiritual talisman could be crushed, it was taken away by the Huang dog. A shrill scream was heard again. The scream was naturally from the Feather Clan elder, because the Huang dog not only took away the spiritual talisman, but also bit off his wrist. The Huang dog's teeth were so sharp that it could easily bite through solid rocks and demonic spirits, let alone an ordinary person's wrist. Die for Master Dog. The Huang dog was extremely arrogant. Its sharp dog claws were aimed at the Feather Clan elder's head. At this moment, how could the elder still have any will to fight? His mentality had already collapsed. In addition, his wrist had been bitten off, and he was no different from an arrow at the end of its flight. The Huang dog's attack was too ferocious and fast. The Harpy elder couldn't even block it. He could only watch as the Huang dog's sharp claws descended on his head. No. The elder of the Feather tribe let out one last agonized cry before his head was pierced through by the Huang dog. He died on the spot. Lord Dog is invincible. After killing 2 fourth heavenly layer feather race elders in a row, Big Yellow was extremely proud of himself. He laughed out loud in midair, feeling extremely carefree. Damn it, what kind of dog is this? The fourth young master was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who would have taken this dog seriously in the beginning? He only had eyes for Zhou Xian. He never thought that he would neglect such a terrifying existence. Now it seemed that this dog's strength was not any weaker than Zhou Qian's. The fourth young master could not help but feel depressed. Zhou Xian was already monstrous enough. Even a dog by his side was so ferocious. This was a little too ridiculous. Grandpa is more powerful than you can imagine. The Huang dog was extremely narcissistic. He held his head high and his arrogant eyes were about to float to the sky. Zhou Xian could not help but touch his slightly swollen forehead. Stop being so narcissistic. Let's get down to business. Zhou Xian yelled at the Huang dog. I'm coming. What's the rush? The Huang dog said in annoyance. With a flash, he flew behind the fourth young master and formed a pincer attack with Zhou Xian, trapping the fourth young master in the middle. Working together to deal with me? I'm not an ordinary fourth heavenly layer earth source expert. Even if the two of you work together, you won't be my opponent. The fourth young master was still confident and arrogant. This was normal. It would be abnormal if someone like him did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Fourth young master, you still have a chance if you call for help now. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to call for help. Zhou Xian said in an indifferent tone. Are you kidding me? Do I need to call for help? You two want to fight me? Fine, I'll have a good fight today and show you how powerful I am. The fourth young master was furious. Sure enough, he couldn't take any provocation. In fact, for a split second just now, the fourth young master had the thought of calling for help, but Zhou Qian's words made him give up on the idea. His dignity and face did not allow the fourth young master to call for help. He had to rely on his own strength to kill Zhou Xian and a Huang dog with his own hands. Even if he could not kill them, it was far from enough for him to call for help. Not bad, not bad. The fourth young master of the Feather Clan is indeed a hero. Unfortunately, he's just a brainless person. Zhou Xian said, not forgetting to mock him. Zhou Xian, shut up. I'll definitely kill you today. The fourth young master's aura fluctuated. With a wave of his arm, a dazzling spear appeared in his hand. The spear seemed to be the standard weapon of the Feather Clan. At least, most of the Feather Clan that Zhou Xian had encountered so far used spears. It had to be said that the Feather Clan did have a certain level of mastery in spear techniques. In their hands, the spear's power far surpassed that of other weapons. Of course, it did not matter to Zhou Xian what weapon the fourth young master used. You think this kind of trash is worthy? Have a taste of my purple gold divine spear. A spear also appeared above De Huang Dog's head. His spear was infused with the real Great Tao. The weapon in the fourth young master's hand could not be compared to it at all. Good spear. If I can get my hands on this spear, my combat strength will definitely increase a lot. It's a pity that such a perfect spear is in the hands of a dog. The fourth young master was a knowledgeable man. When he saw Big Yellow's spear, his eyes lit up and a greedy look emerged in his eyes. De Huang, attack! Jiang Qin shouted. His heavenly dragon sword rippled and he immediately used the 23 swords. On the other side, De Huang Dog also attacked decisively. The glorious godly spear swept across the sky, emitting an unparalleled might and lethality. In an instant the entire void was filled with sword chi and spear shadows. They covered the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the fourth young master. So strong. The fourth young master's facial expression finally changed. The man and the dog's cooperation was too tacit. When they attacked, it was as if they were attacking at the same time. They were using their strongest energy to the fullest. Spear manipulation art. The fourth young master did not dare to be careless. He displayed his powerful spear manipulation art, which was extremely powerful. For a moment he was evenly matched with Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's joint attack. The fourth young master could not help but worry about such a situation. Previously, when he was fighting against Jiang Qin, he was always suppressing him. Now that De Huang Dog had joined the battle, his advantage was gone. Both sides were on par with each other. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to kill Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Chapter 4098. The white-hot battle continued. De Huang Dog's glorious divine spear was unstoppable. With Jiang Chen's seamless cooperation, their battle prowess was at its peak. Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, infinitely close to the earthly origin realm. De Huang, try to divert the fourth prince's pressure towards me. You'll be in charge of keeping him busy. I feel like I'm about to reach the earthly origin realm. Jiang Qin communicated to De Huang Dog. He had already touched the doorway to the earthly origin realm. To him, reaching the earthly origin realm was just a matter of time. There were no bottlenecks to speak of. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had already comprehended everything they needed to comprehend in cultivation. Furthermore, the pill that Jiang Qin had taken earlier still had some medicinal strength left in his body. Not only had the potential within his body been stimulated during the intense battle with the fourth young master, but the remaining medicinal strength had also been perfectly absorbed. Jiang Qin originally did not plan on using the pressure from the fourth prince to reach the earthly origin realm. He thought that it would be great if he could reach a state infinitely close to the earthly origin realm. He never thought that the battle would have such a great effect. The source dragon in his body was extremely restless, giving Jiang Qin hope of directly reaching the earthly origin realm. According to Jiang Chen's plan, he and De Huang Dog would be able to exhaust the fourth prince to death even if they worked together. Of course, it would be even better if he could reach the earthly origin realm himself. Killing the fourth prince would be a piece of cake. All right. De Huang Dog replied and stowed the violet gold divine spear away. He simply diverted all the pressure from the fourth prince onto Jiang Qin. The two brothers were just too well coordinated. De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Qin needed the most right now. Moreover, once Jiang Qin reached the earthly origin realm, the fourth prince would be able to kill him as he pleased. Spear manipulation art kill. Jiang Qin, I'll kill you first. The fourth young master locked onto Jiang Qin and launched a fierce attack with the imperial spear technique. In his opinion, that dog must have consumed too much energy and could no longer sustain such a fierce battle. This was definitely a great opportunity for him. For a moment, the fourth young master's confidence soared as if he could see the dawn of victory. What a pity! What a pity! All of this was just an illusion. De Huang Dog didn't make a move because he didn't want to, and it wasn't because his strength didn't allow him to. 26 swords. Jiang Qin roared and the heavenly dragon sword rippled. He transformed into a real dragon and merged with the heavenly dragon sword. When the 26th sword was unleashed, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had reached its peak. The limitless sword was invincible. The union of dragon and sword was invincible. Rumble. The fiercest collision occurred between the sword 26 and the spear commanding skill. The fourth young master exerted the spear commanding skill to the extreme. Even though it was the sword 26, it was blocked by him. It even knocked Jiang Qin and the Sky Dragon sword apart. Barf. Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood, but his face was filled with unprecedented excitement. The source dragon in his body was restless, jumping in his limbs and bones. Crack crack. Cracking sounds began to be heard from Jiang Qin's body. It was the sound of a breakthrough. A large number of source stones were refined and absorbed by Jiang Qin as if they were worthless. At this moment, Jiang Qin's cultivation had successfully broken through to the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Impossible. The fourth young master's expression finally changed completely. He stared at Jiang Qin with bloodshot eyes, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. He originally thought that he had already won. De Huang Dog no longer had the strength to fight, and his spear commanding skill had also reached the peak. He was about to injure Jiang Qin heavily and victory was right in front of him. But now Jiang Qin had actually broken through and reached the Earth Source realm. This was just too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that it changed the fourth young master's understanding of cultivation. From the fourth young master's point of view, this was simply impossible. Breaking through could only happen when one was in peak condition. When a person was injured, it would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries, so how could they possibly break through? Even if they had such thoughts, their bodies wouldn't allow them to do so. However, this seemingly impossible thing had actually happened right in front of the fourth young master. Jiang Qin was like a demon, accomplishing what he thought was impossible. He had broken through even after being heavily injured by the fourth young master's spear commanding skill. Rumble. While the fourth young master was still in a daze, a violent energy was released from Jiang Qin's body. The fourth young master's expression changed once again. He had originally planned on using the spear commanding skill again while Jiang Qin was breaking through, hoping that he would be able to take Jiang Qin's life. However, he never thought that Jiang Qin would be able to break through so quickly and so ferociously, not giving the fourth young master any chance or time at all. Fourth young master, it's your turn now. Jiang Qin, who had broken through to the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, was extremely ferocious with his dragon transformation body. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a streak of light and charged towards the fourth young master. Damn it! The fourth young master did not dare to be careless at this moment. He did not even have the intention to fight anymore. He had absolute reason to believe that he was definitely not Jiang Qin's opponent after breaking through. If he did not escape now, his fate would be the same as his fifth brother, dying miserably in the hands of Jiang Qin. He did not expect Jiang Qin to be merciful towards him. As he escaped, the fourth young master did not forget to take out the communication talisman and crushed it on the spot. This was a communication talisman used by the Feather Clan. Once it was crushed, the people who had chased after him would sense it immediately. The third young master and the others would rush over immediately. The fourth young master was a smart person. He needed to be prepared. If he could not escape from Jiang Qin, the reinforcements from the communication talisman might very well save his life. It was not that the fourth young master did not have the confidence to escape from Jiang Qin. It was just that Jiang Qin was too terrifying. Furthermore, his fifth brother had died to Jiang Qin in the same way on Chiling Mountain. The fourth young master's cultivation was a level higher than the fifth young master's, and the current Jiang Qin happened to be a level higher than when he had killed the fifth young master. If Jiang Qin could kill the fifth young master, he naturally had the strength to kill the fourth young master. Moreover, the current Jiang Qin was already a true Earth Source expert. The increase in battle strength from the Unity Origin realm to the Earth Source realm was extremely great. In other words, it would be easier for Jiang Qin to kill him at the first heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm than at the ninth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Whoosh! The heavenly dragon sword soared through the air recklessly like a sword dragon. It was extremely powerful and murderous. The fourth young master used his wings to escape while using his spear kinesis technique to defend himself. Chapter 4099. Its fourth brother, he must be in danger. Go. In the same wilderness, the third young master, who was searching for news of Jiang Qin, immediately rushed towards the fourth young master after receiving the message from the spiritual talisman. Third young master, you are worrying too much. The fourth young master is very strong and ordinary people are no match for him. An elder said. You don't understand. Fourth brother is very arrogant. If he is not in danger, he will not use the spiritual talisman. The third young master said. He knew his brother very well. If there was an enemy that he could defeat, he would do it himself and run to the clan to claim credit. Since the fourth young master had used the spiritual talisman, it could only mean one thing. He was in danger. The experts of the Yu clan rushed towards the fourth young master from all directions. Their powerful auras and waves of qi swept across the area. On the other side, the fourth young master was being suppressed by Zhou Xian. One of his arms was gone and the wound was bleeding profusely. The spear in his hand was gone too. At this moment, the fourth young master was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not fight back at all. He was a genius of the Yu clan. For the first time in his life, his fate was in someone else's hands. He could not do anything. It seemed that if his brother did not appear soon, the fourth young master could only wait for death. Little Chenzi, kill him quickly. The experts of the Yu clan are coming. De Huang Dog reminded. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid even if Xiao Lingxiao comes personally. No one can save the fourth young master from my hands. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not need to hide or hide. He came to the Yu clan this time to show them his strength. With the sky ascending stairs, no matter how many experts the Yu clan sent, Jiang Chen would not be afraid. He would kill them and leave. No one could stop him. A shrill scream sounded again. Jiang Chen did not panic and cut off the fourth young master's other arm with the sharp heavenly dragon sword. Bastard Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, you won't be able to walk out of the Sky Feather Mountain. The fourth young master howled. Having lost 2 arms, he was filled with despair. This was a huge blow to him. Even if he didn't die today, he would be a cripple. His future was bleak. I can come and go as I please. Even if Xiao Lingxiao comes, he won't be able to stop me. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant. His huge dragon claw grabbed the fourth young master's head like an eagle grabbing a chick. No matter how hard the fourth young master struggled, it was useless. Jiang Chen's dragon claw was like a cage, firmly holding the fourth young master in place. Stop, let go of the fourth young master. Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distant sky. Several tyrannical auras rippled out, engulfing the entire sky above the wilderness. A few of the Harpy elders charged over at high speed, emanating an incredibly oppressive aura. Let go of my brother. Another shout rang out. The third young master had also arrived. Almost at the same time, people came from several directions. In an instant, the experts of the Harpy surrounded the entire sky above the wilderness. There was no need for a formation in such a situation. It was an inescapable net. Once trapped by such a formation, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape. It had to be said that the Harpy's reaction was really fast. From the moment the fourth young master exploded the talisman to the moment all the experts appeared, there was almost no delay. Third brother, save me, third brother. Seeing the third young master and the others arrive, the fourth young master acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw and hurriedly cried out. Fourth brother. The third young master's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the fourth young master's arms had been cut off and blood was spurting out wildly, the third young master's anger soared to the sky. What kind of place was this? This was outside the Sky Feather Mountain, the heart of the Harpy. Now someone had actually come to the Sky Feather Mountain to commit murder and kill his own brother. This was a great humiliation to the Harpy. It's Jiang Chen. It's actually Jiang Chen. Some people recognized Jiang Chen, especially the elders of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. They had personally been to the Scarlet Ridge Mountain, and some of them had even seen Jiang Chen's true appearance twice, so they recognized Jiang Chen immediately. It was because they recognized Jiang Chen that they were even more shocked. They all looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, how can it be Jiang Chen? Didn't that bastard enter the land of exile? Damn it, there must be something wrong with the Netherworld platform. That guy didn't go to the land of exile. The Patriarch's plan has failed. This person is really lucky. In order to send him to the land of exile, we even sacrificed the 5th young master's life, but who would have thought that he would appear here in one piece? He even came to the Harpy to show off and kill so many of our clansmen. Now even the 4th young master is about to die at his hands. Jiang Chen, but he didn't enter the land of exile, so he didn't cherish his life. He actually came to the Sky Feather Mountain alone to cause trouble. Since that's the case, we can't let him go today. He must die here. The elders of the Harpy were all furious. They had been caught off guard when they saw Jiang Chen again, but they reacted very quickly. They knew that this was the best time to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was alone now without the support of any human experts. If they could not kill Jiang Chen today, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Now that the fourth young master is in my hands, are you going to ignore the fourth young master's life and attack me? Jiang Chen said calmly. The dragon claw on the fourth young master's head casually exerted force, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Several streams of blood spurted out of the fourth young master's head. No, save me, third brother. The fourth young master was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His whole body was trembling and he felt the real threat of death. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a murderous demon. Now that he was completely under Jiang Chen's control, killing him would only take a thought. The fourth young master was really scared. He didn't dare to bet on Jiang Chen's courage. If it was someone else, the fourth young master might think that the other party wouldn't dare to kill him when he was surrounded. But now his fate was in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, let my fourth brother go. The third young master shouted. Let him go? Now that I've been surrounded by you, it seems that I can't escape. If I'm going to die, I naturally have to drag someone down with me. Don't tell me that you'll let me go if I let the fourth young master go. I don't believe that. Chapter 4100. What do you want? The third young master stared at Jiang Chen with eyes that were about to shoot out flames. He clenched his fists tightly and swore to himself that he would tear Jiang Chen into 1,000,000 pieces today. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Give me 10 million grade 3 origin stones and I'll let fourth prince go. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh, secretly giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. What a sinister guy. He didn't forget to extort the harpies even at a time like this. What? 10 million grade 3 origin stones? Why don't you just rob someone? An elder at the 8th layer of the earthly source realm stumbled and almost fell from the sky. 10 million grade 3 origin stones? How dare he ask for such an exorbitant price? One had to know that grade 3 origin stones were indispensable for earthly source realm cultivators. 10 million grade 3 origin stones was a huge sum. As an expert of the 8th heavenly layer of the earth source realm and an elder of the feather race, it was already quite good for him to have 1,000,000 grade 3 origin stones in his possession. This bastard asked for 10 million right off the bat. Damn it, I've never had that many origin stones in my entire life. I'm robbing you. So what? If you don't give it to me, I'll kill fourth prince. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be afraid of anything. 10 million, not a single one less. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. The harpies all gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat Jiang Chen alive. They were irreconcilable enemies in the first place, and the enemy was weak while they were strong. They could have killed Jiang Chen directly, but they had no choice but to negotiate with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. We don't have that many origin stones on us. Third prince said. If you don't have enough on you, you can always go back and get more. The harpies are extremely wealthy, so there's no way they wouldn't be able to take out 10 million grade 3 origin stones. I'll just wait here, but I need to remind you that you should hurry up and get the origin stones. If I'm late, fourth prince's blood will run dry. Jiang Chen said. It seemed like he wouldn't rest until he got his hands on the 10 million third grade origin stones. Jiang Chen, do you think you'll still be able to enjoy the fame after getting the origin stone? Third young master said. You don't have to worry about that. Just bring it over. Jiang Chen snorted, unconcerned at all. Damn it. This is so frustrating. This guy is messing with us. If not for the fact that the fourth young master is in his hands, I would have killed him directly. Why would I be standing here listening to his conditions? What do we do now? Inform the clan leader to bring the origin stones and save fourth young master first. The harpy experts were about to go mad with rage. They had never felt so stifled before. Don't alarm my father. If he's alarmed over such a small matter, what use do we have? Third young master waved his hand. Just like fourth young master, he was filled with pride. Now that something big had happened on Heavenly Feather Mountain, Jiang Chen had come alone to kill people, and now he was using fourth young master's life to threaten them. Third young master had brought so many experts to surround them. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter and had to alarm the clan leader, he could forget about being third young master. Then what should we do? Third young master will listen to you. An Earth Source Realm 8th Heaven expert said. Take out all the origin stones you have and see how many you have. Third young master said. Everyone was starting to feel awkward. The harpy cultivation was the same as the human race. Origin stones were indispensable to cultivation. They didn't have much wealth, so they were naturally unwilling to take them out. Don't worry. Xianxia can't take these origin stones away. They'll belong to you sooner or later. Even if you don't have them in the end, the origin stones will be returned to you from the clan. Don't waste time. Take them out quickly. Third young master said. Right, I have 1,000,000 here. That's all I have. I have 1,000,000 as well. I have 500,000. Even though the group of Earth Source Realm Feather Race experts were unwilling, they had no choice but to take out all their belongings at this time. Third young master was the richest. He had more than 4,000,000. Even so, everyone's combined wealth was only 9,000,000. Xianxia, we only have 9,000,000. Don't push your luck. Third young master said. No way. 10,000,000 it is. Not a single one less. Xianxia didn't give up. He didn't budge an inch. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. Someone was infuriated. This was too much. He wanted 10,000,000, but now he was offering 9,000,000 and he still wasn't satisfied. Alright, I have a drop of mysterious yellow saliva here. It's worth more than 1,000,000 third-grade origin stones. I'll give it to you. Third young master gritted his teeth. He took out a jade bottle with a wave of his hand. The jade bottle was transparent, and a drop of faint yellow saliva could be seen through it. Even through the screen, one could feel the pure energy emanating from the saliva. This is good stuff. Mysterious yellow saliva, a natural treasure. It's not bad at all. You wouldn't exchange it for 2,000,000 third-grade origin stones. Kid, you've struck it big. You didn't come here for nothing. After eating this mysterious yellow saliva, your cultivation base will directly break through to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. This third young master is really rich. He even has a treasure like mysterious yellow saliva. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He had originally wanted to use fourth young master to trick the harpy race, but he hadn't expected to reap such unexpected rewards. Mysterious yellow saliva. The group of harpy experts couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw the jade bottle. Third young master had even taken out mysterious yellow saliva. It was clear how close he was with fourth young master. Alright, give it to me. Xianxia waved his hand. Third young master didn't hesitate. With a wave of his arm, he tossed the universe ring with 9,000,000 third-grade origin stones and the jade bottle with a drop of mysterious yellow saliva to Xianxia. Third young master didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache because he knew that even if Xianxia obtained these items, he wouldn't be able to take them away safely. It wasn't just third young master. All of the harpy experts had the same thought. They wanted to see how Xianxia was going to fight them. Under these circumstances, even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, where could he run to? Release him. Third young master yelled at Xianxia. Alright, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give it to you. Xianxia grabbed fourth young master's head and tossed it to third young master. He had originally planned to kill fourth young master, but he was in a good mood now. He might as well spare fourth young master's life. Fourth young master wouldn't pose any threat to him anyway. Fourth young master, who had lost 2 arms, was already a cripple. There was no point in killing him, so he might as well be a bit more generous. Chapter 4101. Fourth brother, how is it? The third young master supported the fourth young master and hurriedly fed the fourth young master a pill. Brother, kill him. Kill Xianxia and avenge me. The fourth young master was gnashing his teeth in anger. His eyes had turned red and his eyeballs were about to pop out from their sockets. He shouted at Xianxia in a heart-wrenching manner. Kill Xianxia. Without the fourth young master's reminder, a spear appeared in the third young master's hand and he stabbed at Xianxia. At the same time, the other experts of the Feather Clan also attacked. All of their attacks were directed at Xianxia. Violent energy swept across the sky above the wasteland. The place where Xianxia was turned into a whirlpool of energy. Even a 7th heavenly layer Earth Source expert would be smashed to pieces, let alone a 1st heavenly layer Earth Source expert. Stairway to Heaven. Xianxia had already taken out the Stairway to Heaven and escaped with De Huang Dog as soon as he could. They disappeared without a trace, causing all the attacks from the Feather Clan to miss. Jiang Qin dared to be so unscrupulous because of the stairway to heaven. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would not have come to the Sky Feather Mountain foolishly to commit murder. It was no different from courting death. If it wasn't for the stairway to heaven, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack no matter how strong he was. He would have died right here, right now. Rumble. The violent attacks wreaked havoc, messing up the airflow above the wasteland. Dust billowed and rippled everywhere. After a while, the thick smoke dispersed. The third young master and all the experts of the Feather Clan looked around, but they found nothing. There was no sign of Jiang Qin. Where is he? The third young master was exasperated. Don't tell me he's been smashed to pieces? Someone said. Impossible. Jiang Qin has the strength to defeat the fourth young master. Even if we attacked him together, it would be impossible for us to completely destroy him. Now there is not even a trace of his aura. It seems that the bastard escaped again. Impossible. How did he escape? All of us are here and we've sealed off the entire wilderness. How can he escape? Sigh, it seems that we've all underestimated this guy. This person must have some sort of trump card to escape. I suddenly recalled that back at Mount Qiling, he was still able to escape even when the clan chief personally took action. Someone said. At that moment, everyone recalled that Zhou Lingxiao had personally attacked Jiang Qin before. Not only had she failed to kill Jiang Qin, she had not even touched a single hair on Jiang Qin's body. Keep chasing. I don't believe he can get far. The third prince howled, the veins on his neck bulging. He was the most sullen of them all. 9 million grade 3 origin stones as well as the mysterious yellow saliva that he viewed as a precious treasure, were gone just like that. If he couldn't get it back, the third prince would definitely be depressed when he returned. The group of men spread out in all directions and started chasing after Jiang Qin once again. However, all of them knew that it would be difficult to find Jiang Qin again. All of them were holding back their anger. If today's incident were to be spread out, they would lose all their face. The Yu clan had sent so many experts to deal with Jiang Qin, but not only did they fail to kill him, they were also tricked by him. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already escaped far away using the stairway to heaven. He was thousands of miles away, out of the control of Sky Feather Mountain. Ha! Jiang Qin and a Huang dog looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is so King satisfying. These Yu clan people must be going crazy, especially that third prince. He lost so many origin stones and even the mysterious yellow saliva. The Huang dog was extremely complacent. This man and dog seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Saint Origin world and the Immortal world. The mysterious yellow saliva is a good thing. If I refine it, my cultivation base can directly advance to the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. However, if I refine it alone, it will be too wasteful. I can use the mysterious yellow saliva to refine 2 mysterious yellow pills. A mysterious yellow pill can achieve the same effect as a drop of mysterious yellow saliva. And a drop of mysterious yellow saliva can be used together with the herbs I have on me to refine 2 mysterious yellow pills. Jiang Qin said that he would not let go of any chance to improve his cultivation base. In the vast eternal world, nothing was more important than strength. Not only him, the Huang dog was the same. Although they had a natural advantage that surpassed ordinary people, their cultivation base had always been their weakness. They must constantly improve their cultivation base to gradually establish themselves in the eternal world. Beautiful. The Huang dog praised fiercely at Jiang Qin, praising Jiang Qin's loyalty for not forgetting his brother at such a time. Now that we're out of the range of Sky Feather Mountain, let's find a place to refine the mysterious yellow pills first. Jiang Qin said. A man and a dog found a secluded valley and landed there. As for the third young master and the other experts of the feather race, Jiang Qin didn't need to worry about them. They had been tricked by him, so they were probably bursting with anger. Thinking of the third young master's furious expression, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog couldn't help but laugh heartily again. Outside Sky Feather Mountain, the third young master and the others searched for a long time. They had almost searched the area within a few thousand miles of Sky Feather Mountain, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin. They couldn't even find a trace of Jiang Qin's aura. In the end, they had no choice but to return with regret. C. The third young master cursed and punched himself twice in the chest. The people around him didn't say anything. They didn't know why the third young master would suddenly hit himself. It was probably because of the 9 million third-grade origin stones and the mysterious yellow saliva. But then again it made sense. That was the mysterious yellow saliva and it was gone just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. The others were also extremely depressed. The third young master had naturally lost the mysterious yellow saliva, but they had also lost all their origin stones. The third young master had said that they would be given back their origin stones. But seeing the third young master's current state, who would dare to ask for origin stones? They could forget about getting their origin stones back. They could only suffer in silence when faced with such a situation. But even though they were depressed, the feather race had also seen the true threat of Zhou Xian. This human was too abnormal. He had been able to escape under such circumstances. It was as if he could come and go as he pleased. This kind of person was too frightening. Next, they would probably have to get rid of Zhou Xian at all costs. Zhou Xian had already become the feather race's nightmare. If they didn't get rid of him soon, the entire feather race would probably perish at his hands. Chapter 4102. Zhou Xian must have some kind of heaven-defying trump card. Maybe it's a treasure that can travel through space. Otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared just like that. A feather clan elder said. If that's the case, it won't be easy for our feather clan to kill him. Even the patriarch couldn't kill him last time. Yes, but a treasure that can travel through space is too rare. Moreover, if one doesn't understand the power of space, it would be difficult to use such a treasure. You can't have forgotten that Zhou Xian is probably the reincarnation of a powerful figure. If he really is, it's not impossible for him to use a treasure that can travel through space. Threat. This is the greatest threat to our feather clan. A fatal threat. In my opinion, we should hurry back and report this matter to the patriarch. We need to come up with a very detailed plan to kill Zhou Xian. Everyone felt a strong sense of threat and unease. The Feather Clan, the leader of the Qidong region, had never thought that one day they would be threatened by a single person. This fatal threat didn't come from the entire human race, but from a young man of the human race. Let's go back and report to father. Zhou Xian didn't enter the land of exile, the third young master said. The third young master said. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. Zhou Xian had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been here. At least with the third young master's ability, he could not find Zhou Xian at all. In the Sky Feather Hall. What? Zhao Lingxiao smashed a table with his palm. His face was distorted. The other Heavenly Source experts were also shocked. They had been talking and laughing about the future of the Feather Clan, but when they heard about Zhou Xian, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Father, it is indeed Zhou Xian. This B***star didn't enter the land of exile at all. Just now he brought a dog to the rising Sky Feather Mountain to cause trouble and killed many of our clansmen. Even fourth brother was severely injured by him and became a cripple. The third young master gritted his teeth and said. His words made him blush. He felt embarrassed, but the truth was the truth. He didn't have the ability to eliminate Zhou Xian. That's impossible. I was the one who opened the Netherworld platform back then. It definitely opened a passage to the land of exile. Zhou Xian has clearly entered the land of exile. The first elder of the feather race said. He was the other expert at the second heavenly layer of the feather race besides Zhao Lingxiao. We suspect that Zhou Xian possesses a treasure that allows him to travel through space. That's why he was able to escape our encirclement. You must know that even when the clan chief personally attacked him, he was still able to escape. An elder said. So you're saying that Zhou Xian can rely on that treasure to directly escape the land of exile? If that's really the case, then it's terrifying. With such a treasure, killing Zhou Xian will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a true almighty. His rate of growth is just too fast. He's like a rocket constantly advancing. If we allow him to continue growing, our feather race won't even need to go to war with the human race. We won't even be able to deal with Zhou Xian. We need to think of a real plan to trap Zhou Xian and prevent him from using the treasure. That way, not only will we be able to take Zhou Xian's life, but we'll also be able to obtain a supreme treasure. Easier said than done. The upper echelons of the feather race were all aware of the severity of the situation. Zhou Xian had already become their greatest threat. He had to be eliminated. Every day that he was allowed to grow, the feather race would be even more of a threat. From now on, All heavenly source experts will work together to modify the netherworld platform. It seems that if we want to eliminate Xianxia, only the netherworld platform can restrain the treasure in Xianxia's hands, Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian said. At this time, as the clan leader, he had to make a real decision. The other heavenly source experts all had solemn expressions on their faces. The cost of modifying the netherworld platform was not small, but the feather race had no other choice. They had already been forced into a dead end and they had to fight back. If they started a war with the human race now, it would not benefit the feather race at all. Recently, the human race's morale had been high. If they started a war now, they would not be able to gain any advantage. The only thing they could do now was to eliminate Xianxia. They had to eliminate Xianxia. Only by eliminating this fatal threat could the feather race continue to exist. Only then could they continue to stand on equal footing with the human race in the Crimson East region. On the other side, in a quiet valley, Xianxia and a Huang dog had already consumed the black-yellow pill that had just been refined. As expected, both of them had advanced at the same time. Xianxia's cultivation had successfully reached the second heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage, while the Huang dog's cultivation had directly reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage. He was only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Source stage. Little Chinzi, what are we going to do now? Should we go to the Rising Sky Feather Mountain again? The Huang dog was extremely excited. Clearly, the previous battle had not satisfied him yet. No, the Rising Sky Feather Mountain must be heavily guarded right now. We won't be able to gain anything even if we go there. Let's go to the land of exile, Xianxia said. Let's go to the land of exile. The land of exile? Wonderful. I like it. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. The land of exile was a truly fearless place. If he had the chance to go there, wouldn't it be even more enjoyable? With the stairway to heaven, the land of exile is my backyard. I can go and go as I please. A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The city lord of the city of 10,000 evils, Xiao Ba, was most likely looking for him everywhere. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. The stairway to heaven is indeed a good thing. Have you studied it? It should have more than one section, said the Huang dog. The stairway to heaven that he had obtained in the broken feather stream was simply wondrous. From the looks of it now, it had become Xianxia's greatest help in the eternal world. It definitely has more than one section. There's definitely more than one. If my guess is correct, this should be a peerless treasure from the eternal world. It's just a pity that it was interrupted for some reason. The stairway to heaven in my hand is only a small part of it. That's because every time I use it, the distance it can teleport me is extremely limited. From this, it can be seen that its true might has been greatly reduced. If I could collect all of the stairway to heaven, it would be amazing. Chapter 4103. Martial Pavilion. The news that Xianxia didn't enter the land of exiles and that he had killed people in Skyfeather Mountain spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire across the entire human race at the fastest speed possible, stirring up a tornado in the human race. Ah, I knew it. Teacher wouldn't be exiled so easily. Teacher is the reincarnation of a powerful being. He has many tricks up his sleeves. That's amazing. Not only did Teacher not enter the land of exile, he even went to the heart of the feather race alone to kill people. He has greatly destroyed the spirit of the feather race. I really admire him. Disregarding other things, just this courage alone is something that not many people in the martial pavilion can do. Teacher is Teacher. With Teacher around, the feather race will be finished sooner or later. The feather race set up the netherworld platform and wanted to exile Teacher. They did not expect Teacher's abilities to be far beyond their imagination. Their strength does not allow them to exile Teacher. I wonder where Teacher is now. If I see him, I must worship him. Forget it. Teacher naturally has his own things to do. Right now he is a god in our hearts. We just need to focus on our cultivation and use Teacher as a role model. If there is a day when we go to war with the feather race, I still want to fight alongside Teacher. I really miss the passion of fighting alongside Teacher in the Starlord's ruins. I'm so envious that you guys actually have the opportunity to fight alongside Teacher. Xianxia's current position in the human race was completely entrenched. He was now the symbol of a god, an omnipotent god. All the people in the martial pavilion, be it disciples or elders, regarded Xianxia as their idol. Especially those young people, they practically treated Xianxia as their lifelong goal. Countless female disciples were infatuated with Zhou Xian, treating him as the lover of their dreams, an idol that they worshipped endlessly. Xiaolong was settled down. Upon Zhou Qian's request, the martial pavilion leader Wu Changtian personally accepted Xiaolong as a disciple and was prepared to teach him carefully. Wu Changtian naturally did not know about Xiaolong's special constitution, but he knew one thing: the person chosen by Zhou Qian could not be wrong. With proper training, he would definitely become a talent of the human race. The Crimson East region seemed peaceful on the surface, but in reality, undercurrents were surging. The human race was constantly cultivating to improve their strength, and Zhou Qian had brought a cultivation frenzy. The Yu clan's side began to feel threatened. During this period of time, the Yu clan's losses were immeasurable. Not to mention the genius disciples who died tragically in the Scarlet Ridge Mountain. Just the 9 young masters that Zhao Lingxiao was so proud of had died in the martial pavilion, and one had been crippled. Currently, all of the heavenly source experts of the Yu race were in seclusion to modify the netherworld platform. For the Yu race, nothing was more important than killing Zhou Qian. Killing Zhou Qian had become their top priority. At this time, the rising star of the Crimson East region was using the stairway to heaven to bring De Huang Dog to the land of exile. Zhou Qian wanted to enter the land of exile, but the stairway to heaven only remembered 2 coordinates. One was the cliff where he had first entered, and the other was the city of 10,000 evils where he had disappeared. In other words, if Zhou Qian wanted to return to the land of exile, he had to enter from these 2 places. Needless to say, Zhou Qian would definitely choose the cliff to enter the land of exile. The city of 10,000 evils had probably been completely sealed by Zhao Ba, so entering the city of 10,000 evils at this time was not a wise choice. It was best to enter from the cliff. It had been less than a day since Zhou Qian had left the land of exile and returned. At this moment, a dozen guards were standing guard on the cliff outside the city of 10,000 evils. Zhang Yanshi and the others had been killed by the public prosecutor, but the order of the city of 10,000 evils had to be maintained. Since one batch had died, another batch had to be replaced. Has the person who killed the 3rd young master been found? Someone asked. Found my A**. We've been busy for an entire day, but we haven't even found a shadow. The city lord is furious now. He's just short of tearing down the city of 10,000 evils. I have to say that person is really awesome. He even dared to kill the 3rd young master, and he did it in the city of 10,000 evils. His courage is simply amazing. What I admire more is not his courage but his ability. I heard that he is only at the Unity Origin realm, but not only does he have the ability to kill the 3rd young master, but he was also able to escape from the city of 10,000 evils without a trace. This ability is amazing. Scope. Don't appear again. I don't want to meet that guy. Zhang Yanshi and the others were killed by him here. Obviously, although Zhou Qian had only been in the land of exile for a short while, he had already become famous in the city of 10,000 evils. Zhou Qian was probably the only person who could become famous quickly wherever he went. As everyone was talking, the void trembled. 2 figures fell from the void and landed on the cliff. We've got business. Everyone was immediately interested. They immediately surrounded Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog. Welcome to the land of exile, both of you. One of the guards said in a sloppy manner. What? You want some source stones so that I can crawl under your captain's crotch, right? Zhou Qian said in an indifferent tone. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They all stared at Zhou Qian with wide eyes. How do you know? Someone asked. Because I just arrived not long ago and they treated me the same way. By the way, your captain is called Zhang Yanshi, right? Zhou Qian said with a smile. You're that person? It's you. You killed our 3rd young master. How is that possible? How can someone who came in a second time? The expressions of all the guards changed in an instant. They recalled the description of the person who had seen Zhou Qian in the city of evil. It was a young man in white. This is just the land of exile. I can come and go as I please. Now do you still want to rob me? Zhou Qian crossed his arms and looked at these people mockingly. No, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, just leave. We didn't see anything. The Earth Source Realm captain was obviously a smart person. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. The others did the same. What a joke. This was a jinx. How would they dare to rob him? Wouldn't that be a joke with their lives? Not only could they not rob him, but they also had to pretend that they had not seen Zhou Qian. This was to prevent Xianxia from silencing them. After all, the City of Evil was currently looking for Xianxia everywhere. Let me ask you, what's the situation in the City of Evil now? Xianxia asked. He was not interested in killing these people. He had killed Zhang Yanshi and the others because they had provoked him. These people were smart, so there was no need for him to kill them. The City of Evil has been locked down. All the experts from the City Lord's mansion have come out, including the first young master and the second young master. They are looking for you everywhere, the captain said truthfully, not daring to hide anything. Chapter 4104. Xianxia nodded. This was within his expectations. After all, this was the land of exile. Based on Zhao Ba's character, it would be abnormal if he did not do anything after his son was killed. But don't worry, young master. In another 2 days, the City Lord should have no time to trouble you. The captain said. Why? Xianxia looked at the captain with interest. Because the mysterious Dragon Palace has been restless recently. Judging by the situation, in 3 days a treasure will definitely appear. The City Lord will definitely go there. When that time comes, many experts in the land of exile will go. He won't have time to care about young master. The captain said. Mysterious Dragon Palace? What kind of place is that? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was immediately curious. Seeing that Xianxia was interested, the captain was delighted. He knew that it was time for him to claim credit. As long as the young man in white was happy, he might not kill them. It was normal for people who had just come to the land of exile not to know about the existence of the mysterious Dragon Palace. In the extreme north of the land of exile, there is a 9-story palace. No one knows how long the palace has been in the land of exile. There are often dragon shadows flashing, and every 30 days there will be dragon roars. That's why people call it the Dragon Palace, the captain said. At the mention of the mysterious Dragon Palace, his eyes could not help but shine with a strange light. There is such a mysterious place in the land of exile. Looks like we came to the right place. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. He was immediately interested. Has no one entered the Dragon Palace to explore? Xianxia asked curiously. No. Too many people want to go in. Unfortunately, the door of the Dragon Palace is closed and no one can enter. However, the Dragon Palace will be restless every once in a while. Every time it's restless, treasures will fly out, and the treasures that fly out are extraordinary. Basically, every time the Dragon Palace is restless, there will be a massacre in the land of exile, the captain said. This time the Dragon Palace is restless again. According to the time, there will be treasures flying out in 3 days. Our City Lord is one of the 10 evildoers of the land of exile. He is very concerned about the treasures in the Dragon Palace. When the time comes, he will go and snatch the treasures. He will not have time to care about you. The extreme north. Looks like we've come at the right time. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. This mysterious Dragon Palace must have an extraordinary origin. It might even be something like the stairway to heaven. Since he was already here, he naturally could not miss out on this banquet. Not to mention the Dragon Palace, just the treasures that flew out from the Dragon Palace were enough to tempt Xianxia. After all, even the 10 evildoers would fight over these treasures. Young master, I advise you not to go. The captain said. Why? Xianxia asked. Because you are not strong enough. Basically, every time the treasures are obtained by the 10 evildoers. Although many people go, most of them are just there to watch the show. Unless there are many treasures flying out from the Dragon Palace, they will have a chance to get some of them. The captain kindly reminded him. Although this young man in front of him was powerful, there was still a huge gap between him and the 10 evildoers. If he wanted to go to the mysterious Dragon Palace to snatch the treasures from the 10 evildoers, he would be snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. In addition, Zhao Ba was bent on killing Xianxia. If Xianxia went to the mysterious Dragon Palace, he would be courting death. And I got it. Xianxia nodded and patted the captain's shoulder. Then he left leisurely with De Huang Dog. He definitely had to go to the mysterious Dragon Palace. However, there was no need to say it out loud. The people in front of him were already trembling in fear. The captain had even told him the secret of the mysterious Dragon Palace. Xianxia was in a good mood, so he naturally spared their lives. Seeing that Xianxia and De Huang Dog had gone far away, the group of guards heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them had been in a nervous state because of their high concentration. Now that they had relaxed, they actually sat on the ground. They knew very well that everyone had basically taken a trip to the gates of hell. After all, this guy had even dared to kill the third young master. They were nothing to him. This was the land of exiles, a place where killing was commonplace. If Xianxia had attacked them just now, it would have been perfectly normal. They were already extremely lucky to be able to stay alive. It feels like we have a new lease of life after a disaster. It seems that our luck is not bad. The captain wiped his sweat. He was the closest to Xianxia just now, so he could feel the invisible pressure from this young man. This pressure was so oppressive that even his soul was in a cold state. Captain, this person has appeared again. Should we inform the eldest young master and the rest? A guard asked as he came to the captain's side. Don't look for trouble. Don't look for trouble. Everyone listen up. We didn't see anything today. This person is too powerful and we can't afford to offend him. Last time even the city lord couldn't kill him. Furthermore, he was able to walk out of the land of exile. If he wants to kill us, even if we hide, it'll be useless. We all came to the land of exile to stay alive, and that's why we joined the city of 10,000 evils. We just need to live a safe and stable life. Why bring unnecessary trouble upon ourselves? Why do we need to look for unnecessary trouble? The captain said solemnly. This was a truly smart person. In a place like the land of exile, only smart people could live long. Captain is right. Reporting to the eldest young master won't do us any good. The eldest young master won't reward us for providing information. Moreover, the eldest young master has a cruel personality. We don't know where that person went. If we can't provide specific information, the eldest young master might kill us in a fit of anger. That's right. It's better to avoid trouble. Anyway, I think that person is going to the extreme north. When that time comes, he will definitely encounter the experts from the city lord's office. His life or death has nothing to do with us. Let's stay here and guard the cliff. Don't provoke people we can't afford to provoke. In a place like the land of exile, only smart people can live long. These guards were not fools. They had been in the city lord's office for a long time and understood the temperament of the eldest young master and his family very well. They knew that even if they ran over to provide information, they might not be appreciated. Moreover, that person just now hadn't killed them. He had truly spared their lives. After Xianxia left, he went directly to the extreme north. He didn't know where the extreme north was, but he was definitely going north. In fact, it was very easy to find the extreme north. Because the mysterious dragon palace was about to appear, there would definitely be a large number of cultivators going there. If he flew north and encountered many people going to the extreme north, it would definitely be the extreme north. As for the city of 10,000 evils, Xianxia wasn't interested at all. In the past, he had killed the third young master of the city of 10,000 evils because the third young master had been blind and provoked him. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have had the time to kill an insignificant young master. Xianxia only had two things to do in the Red East region. One was to increase his strength and the other was to deal with the Feather Clan. Choosing to enter the land of exile again was also a kind of experience to find an opportunity to increase his cultivation. Reality didn't disappoint him. As soon as he entered, he heard about the mysterious dragon palace. This was definitely an opportunity. Xianxia was very interested in this mysterious dragon palace. His bloodline was that of a dragon. If the dragon palace was related to the Eternal World's cosmic dragon clan, it would be great. Xianxia believed that once he came into contact with the dragon palace, the golden origin dragon in his body would definitely react. Now that Xianxia and De Huang Dog had both advanced to the Earth Source realm, they could control the airflow of heaven and earth. When they flew, they no longer needed to summon their dragon wings. Traveling in the land of exile was much more low-key. Chapter 4105. The land of exile was a space of its own. The northernmost land was barren and the temperature was cold. The mountains were covered in frost. However, for a cultivator with a strong physique, this bit of cold was nothing. The mysterious dragon palace was stirring again. This was a big deal for the land of exile. Those who had stayed in the land of exile for more than 2 months knew that once the mysterious dragon palace was stirred, treasures would fly out from within. The dragon palace, which had appeared in the land of exile at an unknown time, had long become a treasure trove in the land of exile. Countless cultivators yearned for it. The 10 evildoers alone had obtained many treasures from the dragon palace over the years. Dawn stones, elixirs, combat weapons, talismans, everything was there. Roar, a world-shaking roar of a dragon rang out. The roar possessed a great penetrative power, seemingly piercing through the entire land of exiles. Every cultivator within the land of exiles could hear it clearly. It shook their souls and it felt as though the might of heaven had descended upon them. So, this dragon roar seemed to have a certain demonic quality. No matter how far away one was, the sound waves that could be heard were exactly the same. It was as if the sound came from the bottom of one's heart, causing one to involuntarily feel the urge to worship it. Look, the shadow of a dragon has appeared. Someone shouted. In the void, there were cultivators hurrying towards the northernmost land. They immediately stopped and looked into the distance. At the end of the endless void, there was an illusory dragon shadow dancing in the sky. What a spectacular sight! Do you think there are real dragons in the Dragon Palace? I don't know. The Cosmic Dragon Clan is the highest existence in the eternal world. They have a noble bloodline. We don't usually have the chance to see them. Some people say that this is the treasure of the Dragon Clan that ended up here. I wonder if it's true. For us, it doesn't matter if it belongs to the Dragon Clan or not. It's fine as long as we can get some benefits from it. Many people sighed. The Cosmic Dragon Clan was the spirit of heaven and earth, at the highest level of the world. For ordinary people, the Cosmic Dragon Clan was a legendary existence. Xianxia and a Huang dog also looked at the void. It was the peak of the sky and its position gave off a feeling of superiority. The golden origin dragon became restless. It jumped out of Jiang Chen's dantian and hovered above Jiang Chen's head, cheering at the dragon's silhouette in the sky. That dragon shadow seemed to have sensed something. Its pupils suddenly congealed and it looked over, letting out another dragon roar. The little Yuan dragon was not afraid at all. It stretched its neck and roared, but Jiang Chen suppressed its voice. Otherwise, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Little Chinzi, your little source dragon looks very magical. He's not afraid of the cosmic dragon's pressure at all. De Huang dog said. There was a hint of shock in his tone. The dragons that they had encountered before were completely different from the dragons here. The difference between an ordinary divine dragon and a cosmic dragon was fundamental. The cosmic dragon was the highest existence. Dragons from low-level planes were bound to tremble and worship when they encountered a cosmic dragon. However, the little Yuan dragon was not afraid at all. This was enough to explain one thing. Jiang Chen's dragon vein had completely changed when he entered the cosmic tide dragon transformation skill. To put it bluntly, the true dragon bloodline in Jiang Chen's body was the bloodline of the cosmic dragon. In terms of nobility, it was not inferior to the cosmic dragon clan. The little Yuan dragon is indeed restless. I wonder if I have a chance to explore this mysterious dragon palace. Jiang Chen sighed. The cosmic dragon was the existence that truly tempted him. Because of his bloodline, Jiang Chen would come into contact with the cosmic dragon sooner or later. The relationship between him and the dragon clan was impossible to break. The cosmic dragon clan was too high-end for Jiang Chen to come into contact with for the time being. His relationship with the cosmic dragon would probably start from this mysterious dragon palace. This trip to the land of exile was really worth it for Jiang Chen. If he had known about the existence of the mysterious dragon palace in the land of exile, he would have come a long time ago. It seemed that he still had to thank Zhao Lingshao for framing him. If Zhao Lingshao hadn't framed him and sent him to the land of exile, Jiang Chen wouldn't have had the opportunity to encounter such a good thing. To Jiang Chen, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and one that truly stemmed from his fate. After a while, the dragon shadow in the sky disappeared, and the little Yuan dragon returned to his body under Jiang Chen's summon. Cosmic dragon, I wonder when we can go to the center of the real eternal world. That is the real gorgeous stage. De Huang dog sighed. What's the hurry? We have to take things one bite at a time and we have to take things one step at a time. Our journey in the eternal world has just begun. With our current strength, even if we go to the real eternal world stage, we will only be stepping stones. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and a lofty feeling uncontrollably rippled in his chest. It was the endless desire for cultivation and the hot-bloodedness for the road ahead. It appeared once again. Jiang Chen liked this feeling, which was far more hot-blooded and passionate than the lonely feeling of being high up in a lower plane. There were many times when one cared more about the process than the outcome. For example, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog didn't know what would happen to them in the eternal world, nor did they know where to find Jiang Feng. However, this process was wonderful and truly fascinating. The person in front, stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Jiang Qin didn't need to turn around to know that the voice was directed at him. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog couldn't help but turn around and look behind them. A mere 5 or 6 experts had caught up to them. The one in front was extraordinarily handsome and gave off the aura of a winged person. His cultivation was also extremely powerful, and he was already an Earth Source 5th Heavenly Layer expert at such a young age. Beside him were 2 Earth Source 6th Heavenly Layer experts, and the others were all Earth Source 5th Heavenly Layer experts. Such a battle force was powerful enough even in the Land of Exiles. No matter where they went, it was enough to make people retreat. What's the matter? Jiang Qin frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if something came to provoke him, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. The people in front of him clearly didn't come with good intentions. The leading young man shook his arm and with a whoosh 2 portraits appeared. The person in the portrait was Jiang Chen. One was Jiang Chen's appearance after transforming, while the other was Jiang Chen's current appearance. People from the city of myriad evils. Da Huang Dog chuckled. He already knew what Jiang Chen had done in the city of myriad evils. The fact that this person had a portrait of Jiang Chen was already very obvious. Looks like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chen didn't doubt that the other party would have a portrait of him at all. Back in the city of myriad evils, there were just too many people who had seen his true appearance. With the city lord's mansion's strength, it wouldn't be difficult at all for them to find someone to draw his portrait. You killed my 3rd brother. The leading young man said, not concealing his killing intent at all. Rumble. Chapter 4106. Look, there's a commotion over there. Isn't that the 2nd young master of the city of 10,000 evil? I heard that someone killed the 3rd young master of the city of 10,000 evil yesterday. Right now, the experts of the city of 10,000 evil are searching for the murderer. Don't tell me it's this young man. No way, isn't this person a little too daring? He even dared to kill the 3rd young master of the city of 10,000 evil, and in the city of 10,000 evil at that. Isn't he just seeking death? Come on, let's go and take a look. No matter where it was, there would always be people watching if there was a commotion, and those who were watching would never complain about things getting out of hand. For a moment, a large number of bored cultivators surrounded them. There were still 2 or 3 days before the treasures from the mysterious Dragon Palace flew out, so they were not in a hurry. Moreover, for most people, even if there were treasures flying out of the Dragon Palace, they would only be there to watch the commotion. The truly good treasures would never fall into their hands. That's right, I killed him. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He did not care about the city of 10,000 evil at all. It would be fine if these people did not provoke him, but if they did, Jiang Qin did not mind killing them. Jiang Qin did not feel guilty at all for killing people in the land of exile. Moreover, if it was before, Jiang Qin would definitely choose to run away if he encountered a 6th Heavenly Layer Earth Source expert, but it was different now. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd Heavenly Layer, and a Huang Dog's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd Heavenly Layer. With their strength, killing these people before them would be a piece of cake. Fuck, who is this person? He's so strong that he dares to kill the 3rd young master of the city of 10,000 evil. No matter who he is, he's probably done for today. Look at his cultivation, he's only at the 2nd Heavenly Layer. Now that he's been blocked by the 2nd young master of the city of 10,000 evil, there's no way he'll be able to survive. Yeah, this person ran away after killing someone. Instead of hiding properly, he came out to join in the commotion. Great, he's become the focus of the commotion. He's dead for sure. The 2nd young master is very cruel and he has so many experts with him. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape death. Jiang Qin immediately became the center of attention. News of what had happened in the city of 10,000 evils had already spread, and no one had expected to see him here. This was a major event in the land of exile. After all, the 10 evildoers were existences that no one dared to provoke. Now that Jiang Qin was trapped by the 2nd young master and the others, there was no doubt that he would die. People could almost imagine what was going to happen next. It's best if you admit it. I'm really curious who gave you the courage to kill my younger brother in the city of 10,000 evil. The 2nd young master looked at Jiang Qin fiercely as he asked with great interest. It seemed that he had no intention of killing Jiang Chen so quickly. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was already a bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape from the palm of his hand. It's just a piece of trash. If I want to kill him, I'll kill him. It's all up to my liking, and it's the same for you guys. I can give you a chance now. If you leave now, you can live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly. Of course, in the eyes of others, this kind of boasting was just boasting shamelessly. In the hearts of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, this was giving them a chance to live. However, it seemed that they wouldn't cherish it. All along, Jiang Chen had given many chances to others, but there didn't seem to be anyone who truly cherished them. F***ck, where did this boorish fellow come from? He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He's awesome. Putting everything else aside, I admire his courage. These words are so domineering. He's probably an idiot. He can't see the situation clearly. It seems like he has no choice but to throw caution to the wind. That's right. He knows that he's going to die, so he might as well be a bit more stubborn. The surrounding spectators couldn't take it anymore. Quite a few of them couldn't help but mock him. Even the second young master and the others were stunned. They looked at Jiang Chen as if he was an idiot. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen would kneel down and beg for mercy in such a situation. He never thought that he would flaunt his prowess instead. F***ck, I've never seen such an arrogant person. What right does a second heavenly layer earth source have? A burly man beside the second young master couldn't take it anymore. Brat, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. The second young master's aura fluctuated as he spoke. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen indifferently stated his name, before his body shook and he immediately used dragon transformation. Today would definitely be a fierce battle. Against a sixth heavenly layer earth source expert, Jiang Chen still had to use dragon transformation. Seeing Jiang Chen's mighty half-human half-dragon appearance, the surrounding people could not help but be stunned. What ability is this? His aura seems to have grown stronger. It's at least 10 times stronger. He's in the third heavenly layer of the earth source realm. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he has such a trump card. But this trump card doesn't seem to be enough. Even if he's in the third heavenly layer, he still won't be his opponent. The difference is too great. It should be a taboo technique. However, this person is too arrogant. He doesn't know that there is always someone better out there. Furthermore, using this kind of taboo technique is very harmful to himself. Normally, this kind of taboo technique will bring about a certain amount of backlash to his body. Dragon transformation was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it would be extremely difficult to change the outcome. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. On the other hand, the second young master and the others were not surprised at all. They clearly knew about Jiang Chen's technique. One of the portraits that the second young master had taken out was a portrait of Jiang Chen in his dragon transformation state. Seeing this transformation technique, the second young master was even more certain of Jiang Chen's identity. He was undoubtedly the one who killed his brother. Let's do it, Jiang Chen said. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light and the silhouette of a dragon rippled. Let me kill him. I'd like to see just how capable this overconfident guy is. A bulky man in the fifth heavenly layer of the earth source realm took the initiative to step forward. He held a mace in his hand and his body glowed with a black light, radiating with an evil aura. You're not my opponent. Jiang Chen shook his finger at the bulky man. His disdain was not reserved at all. Bang! The bulky man was enraged. A third heavenly layer of the earth source realm dared to say that he was not his opponent. This was a huge insult to him. How could he take it? Moreover, the bulky man was eager to show off in front of the second young master, so he naturally had to take the lead. The muscular man let out a roar. The mace in his hand looked extraordinary. He raised it up high and arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. The mace was extremely fierce and it seemed like he was going to smash Jiang Chen to death with a single strike. The second young master's lips curled into a sneer. The other experts of the myriad evil city also sneered, waiting to watch a good show. Swish. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Everyone's eyes lit up. The bulky man maintained his posture of raising the mace high, but he could no longer bring it down. His entire body seemed to have frozen. The scene became extremely strange. In the next moment, blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The bulky man was split in half. He did not even have the chance to cry out before falling from the sky along with the rankings. What? Everyone, including the second young master and the spectators, could not help but cry out. They all looked at Zhang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. One strike. It was a simple strike. Many people did not even see how Zhang Chen had struck out despite being so close. Fast. It was just too fast. A fifth heavenly layer earth source expert had been killed just like that. He did not even have the chance to cry out. Chapter 4107. Voila. The smiles on the faces of the experts from the city of 10,000 evils immediately vanished. They could not help but take Zhang Chen seriously. This person looks like he'll be hard to deal with. A sixth heavenly layer earth source expert said. He no longer dared to underestimate Yi Chen like before. The spectators could not help but retreat. The people who had mocked Zhang Chen earlier all shut their mouths. Let alone everything else, just the fact that Zhang Chen had casually killed a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert with a single strike was not something an ordinary person could do. Everyone knew that there would be a true bloodbath coming up. The people from the city of 10,000 evils would definitely not let Zhang Chen go. However, with Zhang Chen's abilities, it would not be easy for them to kill Zhang Chen. Let's attack together. Don't give him the chance to escape. The second young master Lung Lung said. Killing intent had already begun to radiate from him. The other experts from the city of 10,000 evils had already made their preparations. They had originally planned on killing Zhang Chen by themselves so that they could perform a meritorious deed in front of the second young master. However, none of them had such thoughts after seeing what had happened to Zhang Chen. Even the sixth heavenly layer earth source experts no longer had such thoughts. It was not that they did not have confidence in their own strength, but it was precisely because they understood their own strength too well that they did not have the courage to do so. With their strength, it was not easy for them to kill a fifth heavenly layer earth source expert so cleanly. However, Zhang Chen had done it. This was enough to show that the young man's true battle prowess was not any weaker than theirs. De Huang, don't hold back when you attack later. Zhang Chen gave De Huang Dog a look. De Huang Dog's body shook and his body instantly grew 10 times larger. His aura surged. Hold back. This word had never existed in De Huang Dog's mind. If he held back against his enemies, he would not be De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had long since run out of patience. In a place like the Land of Exiles, he was even more unrestrained when it came to killing. The people before him were all heinous criminals. I'll leave the two sixth heavenly layer earth source experts and the second young master to you. Leave the others to me. De Huang Dog shook his head. His words were extremely arrogant. Could be said that he was extremely arrogant. After all, there were still 7 people present. Even if they took away the 2 sixth heavenly layer earth source experts and the second young master, there were still 4 fifth heavenly layer earth source experts. Although De Huang Dog's aura was ferocious, he only seemed to be at the 3rd heavenly layer. Even if he was at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, his opponents were still 2 heavenly layer earth source experts higher than him, and it was 4 against 1. No matter how he looked at it, he had no chance of winning. However, Zhang Chen did not doubt him. He knew De Huang Dog's strength the best. Back at the Sky Feather Mountain, he had easily killed 2 elders who were 2 heavenly layers above him. Moreover, to monsters like Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog, the advantage of numbers was almost non-existent at times. They always had a way to defeat their opponents one by one. Let alone the 4 fifth heavenly layer earth source experts. Even if there were 4 more, they would still be defeated by De Huang Dog in the end. They would die a horrible death under De Huang Dog's iron head and sharp teeth. Oh! De Huang Dog let out an earth-shattering howl as a scarlet gold light blossomed from his head. He took the initiative to attack, charging straight at his opponents. Fuck, even a dog dares to be so arrogant. I'll skin him alive. A 5th heavenly layer earth source expert was the first to lose it. He swung his pitch-black machete at De Huang Dog. Clang. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the unstoppable machete landed on De Huang Dog's head with a clang. Everyone could not help but shiver. Some of them rubbed their eyes. Not only did the machete not hurt the dog's head no matter how they looked at it even caused the machete to hum. Sparks flew in all directions. The ferocious attack from a 5th heavenly layer earth source expert did not even leave a mark on De Huang Dog's head. C. The person who had attacked almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had encountered something so ridiculous. He knew very well just how powerful his attack was. It could even shatter the hardest rock, but it had failed to cut open a dog's head. What the hell was this? What the hell is this? Is this a head? Isn't it too hard? It's basically indestructible. I never thought that this young man would be so strong that even his dog is so powerful. If I'm not wrong, this dog's cultivation should only be at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Freaks, they're all freaks. Looks like it wasn't easy for the City of Evils to get rid of this man and dog duo with just these people. The spectators sighed once again. The fact that Zhou Xian had killed a 5th heavenly layer Earth Source expert with a single strike was already shocking enough. As a result, everyone's attention was focused on Zhou Xian, completely ignoring the dog. They had never thought that the dog would be so monstrous as well. Although it only seemed to be at the 3rd heavenly layer, the aura it gave off was no weaker than a 5th heavenly layer Earth Source expert. This battle was going to be interesting. You three, let's attack together and eliminate that dog. The second young master was also stunned. He turned to the other 3 5th heavenly layer Earth Source experts and said, "Yes, second young master." The 3 of them replied and charged forward. The 4 of them worked together, surrounding De Huang Dog tightly. After personally witnessing how terrifying De Huang Dog was, no one dared to underestimate him, just like how they had with Zhou Xian. Although it was a little embarrassing for 4 5th heavenly layer Earth Source experts to deal with a 3rd heavenly layer Earth Source dog, they could not care about their pride at a time like this. Their goal was to kill their opponent. Not to mention that this was the land of exiles. What did they care about their pride here? The most worthless things here were their pride and dignity. Kaka, you 4 idiots can come at me together. I'll send you all to heaven one by one. De Huang Dog cackled. He was extremely arrogant. His muscular body was like a metal tower as he charged forward. Even though he was facing 4 people at once, he still seemed to have the upper hand. On the other side, the second young master and the 2 6th heavenly layer Earth Source experts locked onto Zhou Xian. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to kill Zhou Xian no matter what. If they could not kill Zhou Xian today, the City of Evils would lose all face. Let's do it. Chapter 4108. Second young master, I'll test him first. An old man who seemed to be in his 60s took a step forward. In his hand was also a battle sword that shone with a cold light. The old man's eyes were filled with malice. Even though he knew that Zhou Xian was difficult to deal with as an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he still wanted to test him out by himself. He wanted to see just how powerful this young man was. Be careful. The second young master reminded. Kid, I'll take your life. The old man roared. The battle sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. With endless killing intent, it arrived before Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. It could be seen that the old man was also a sword cultivator. He had a certain level of understanding towards sword arts. His attacks were clearly exquisite. Unfortunately, the sword art that the old man was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Zhou Xian's eyes. The sword art was full of flaws. Although it seemed fast on the surface, it seemed to be moving in slow motion in Zhou Xian's eyes. 24th Sword. Zhou Xian's heavenly dragon sword surged as he used the 24th sword. Although the old man's sword art was nothing special, he was still an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With Zhou Xian's current strength, he would need to use his full strength to kill an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Whoosh. As soon as the 24th sword was used, the sky changed color. There was only a single sword in the entire sky. It was so dazzling that the sword became the only thing. Under the might of the sword, the old man's sword art immediately lost its luster. What sword art is this? The old man was stunned as his eyes widened. As a sword cultivator, he had focused his entire life on sword arts. Every sword cultivator was a sword fanatic. They were obsessed with the profound and unfathomable sword techniques. The old man in front of him was no exception. Although he was an unforgivable evil person when it came to cultivation, how could there be good and evil? For a moment the old man was completely stunned. In his eyes there was only one image. It was the sword that hung in the sky, the sword that contained endless mysteries. The old man was shocked and moved. He knew that this sword was enough for him to comprehend for the rest of his life. He also knew that if he could comprehend this sword, he would definitely reach the Supreme Grandmaster level. Unfortunately, because he was attracted by the sword, the old man made another fatal mistake. He forgot that he was in the middle of a battle. 2 experts who were on par with each other, Being absent-minded in battle was fatal, not to mention this kind of infatuation that bordered on idiocy. By the time the old man reacted, his opponent's sword had already chopped off one of his arms. It was the arm that held the sword. The arm and the sword floated in the air. The old man came out of his infatuation, but it was too late. He didn't even have the chance to feel the sharp pain from his broken arm because the aura of death had completely enveloped him. Jiang Chen's sword was already slashing towards his neck. No. The old man let out the last unwilling shout of his life, and then there was no more. His head flew high into the air. The face of the head was still filled with infatuation, fear, unwillingness, and regret. However, it was all too late. There were many things in this world that could be reversed, but there was only one that could not be reversed, and that was life. Once lost, there would be no second chance. Damn it. Seeing this, the second young master could not help but stomp his foot and curse. The second young master clearly saw how the old man died. Jiang Chen shook his head as well. Clearly, even he did not think that it would be so easy for him to kill an expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm. The old man did not put up any effective resistance at all. It was as if he was just standing there waiting for Jiang Chen to kill him. Was an expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm so weak? Obviously not. The old man obviously had his own abilities, especially as a sword cultivator. His mastery of the sword was usually extremely terrifying. It was precisely because of his cultivation that he was drawn in by Jiang Chen's profound sword technique to the point where he instantly forgot himself. If that were not the case, Jiang Chen would have to use Sword 26 at the very least and use Sword Fusion to kill him. Of course, Jiang Chen's limitless sword was just too powerful. It had basically reached the peak of sword techniques, a height that ordinary people could not surpass. Let alone the old man, even a Star Lord would be drawn in by Jiang Chen's limitless sword as long as they were sword cultivators. It's your turn. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword surged once again as he swept it towards the second young master and the other expert at the 6th layer of the Earth Source realm. Universal Reversal Spear. The second young master was already prepared. When he saw Jiang Chen attack, the spear in his hand immediately rippled. Although the second young master's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of the Earth Source realm, he was extremely talented. His battle prowess was comparable to regular 6th layer Earth Source realm experts. He could not be judged by the standards of a normal 5th layer Earth Source realm expert. Of course, to Jiang Chen, there was no difference between 5th and 6th layer Earth Source realm experts. There would only be one outcome for those who encountered him, and that was death. Chains of Samsara. The expert from the City of Evil moved as well. The dazzling golden chain in his hand was like a poisonous dragon as it drew a vicious arc in the air, attacking Jiang Chen's back. Sword Fusion, Sword 26. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all in a 1 versus 2 situation. He directly used his peak sword technique and swept through everything. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk for a moment, a world-shaking rumble rang out in the spatial battlefield. A terrifying aura of battle drifted everywhere. Everyone who was close to the battlefield felt a sense of suffocation and could not help but back off. 7 colored waves of energy had already covered the entire battlefield. The people outside could no longer see the situation inside, nor could they see the people inside. After a while, the scene inside was revealed. Jiang Chen was still like a king as the sword in his hand let out a dragon's roar. On the other side, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the second young master's mouth. The expert from the City of Evil had half of his chain broken as his chest heaved up and down. He had clearly suffered a certain degree of shock. Heavens, how is this Jiang Chen so powerful? Looks like he has the upper hand. Terrifying, this is just too terrifying. There's such a huge difference in cultivation between them, and he's even fighting 1 against 2. Is he still human? This battle is just too exciting. It's hard to imagine. If it wasn't 1 versus 2, the 2 from the City of Evil would probably be at the same level already. Chapter 4109. Of course, the second young master and the people around him were the most shocked. They were unable to accept such an outcome. They had never expected Jiang Chen to be so terrifyingly strong. He was so strong that it was a little ridiculous. What the hell is going on? How did someone like him come to the land of exiles? The experts from the City of Myriad Evils could not hold it in any longer. Their hearts were on the verge of collapsing. A genius like Jiang Chen would be a genius among geniuses outside of the land of exiles. A top-notch existence. Such a genius would be treated like an ancestor no matter where he went. How could they allow him to enter the land of exiles? Arg. At this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the distance. The second young master and the other expert looked over and saw one of their subordinates being bitten off by De Huang Dog, dying on the spot. De Huang Dog was too arrogant. He only chased after one person to kill him. With his speed, it was extremely difficult for the other three to harm him while he was chasing after one person. This was what it meant to take them down one by one. After killing one person, not only would he be able to reduce the pressure on himself, he would also be able to frighten his opponents and cast a shadow over their hearts. Their battle prowess would decrease and their teamwork would become disorderly. The surrounding people began to sigh. The situation had been completely reversed. Xianxia had gained the upper hand. A fifth heavenly layer earthly source expert was clearly not De Huang Dog's opponent. If they continued to fight, the people from the City of Myriad Evils would most likely be wiped out. Second young master, we can't defeat this person. In my opinion, we should retreat first and kill him later. The sixth heavenly layer earthly source expert said in a low voice. The second young master's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth. His face was filled with hatred. Although he was extremely unwilling, it was obvious that the second young master's heart had been shaken. The second young master was no fool. On the contrary, he was an extremely shrewd person. How could he not tell that it was impossible for them to kill Xianxia today? Let alone kill Xianxia. If they continued to fight, they would already be lucky if they were not killed by Xianxia. Do you want to leave now? Isn't it too late? Xianxia sneered. How could the two of them hide their thoughts from him? Humph. Xianxia, there will be plenty of time in the land of exile. I'll settle the score with you and the city of evil later. I'll spare your life for now. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. The second young master snorted coldly. He admitted that he might not be a match for Xianxia, but as a winged person he was best at speed and escaping. If he wanted to leave, he believed that Xianxia would not even be able to see his shadow. Then leave the truth and see if I'll give you a chance. Xianxia's body flashed and the sword in his hand shot out once again, heading straight for the second young master. It was so fast that no one would have the chance to blink. Second young master, I'll block him. You go first. The expert at the sixth heavenly layer of the earth source realm was actually quite loyal. He swung the chain in his hand at Xianxia. The second young master flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Die. Xianxia swung the 26th sword again. How could the guy who was already injured and had his weapon broken block the 26th sword again? With a miserable scream, the sixth heavenly layer of the earth source realm expert's chest was pierced by Xianxia, and he was killed on the spot. After killing one person, the second young master of the City of Evil had already fled far away. At this distance and with the natural speed of the winged person, it was almost impossible to catch up. However, this impossibility didn't apply to Xianxia. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. It was a disdainful smile. The meaning of this smile was, I'll let you run a little longer. If I want to catch up to you, I'll still be able to do it effortlessly. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Taking a step forward, Xianxia shrunk the ground to an inch and soared through the void. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a true dragon battle skill that combined speed and attack power. It had been a long time since Xianxia used it. Now that he had entered the everlasting world, all his skills had been upgraded. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was far more powerful than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Xianxia took the 3rd step, he had already caught up with the second young master. He arrived above the second young master and an endless whirlpool was formed under his feet. The mighty Azure Dragon's 5 steps was so powerful that it almost shattered the void. Impossible. The second young master turned his head to take a look. Instantly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. This was too ridiculous. His opponent's speed was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia did not care about the second young master's shock. He took the 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and stomped on the second young master's back. The second young master was already panicking. How could he resist the attack of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps? This time he was stomped on until he was dizzy and the wings on his back were broken. Wah! The second young master spat out blood continuously. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Under Xianxia's feet he no longer had any strength to resist. Jiang Chen's eyes were emotionless. He took the fifth step and the endless vortex landed on the second young master's head. Jiang Chen, you dare to kill me? The second young master threatened. This was his last struggle before he died. I'll kill you like a dog. Jiang Chen was not someone who would be threatened. The fifth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed ruthlessly on the second young master's head. This time the second young master was trampled into pieces. Not even his remains were left. At the same time on the other side, De Huang Dog had already killed the second person. The remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. Moreover, when they saw that even the second young master was killed, they did not have any intention to continue fighting. They immediately ran for their lives without saying a word. For God's sake, you still want to leave? Stay behind for Lord Dog. De Huang Dog's body was like an iron tower. With a pair of wings on his back, his speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with one of them. His invincible iron head hit that person's skull without any deviation. There was only one outcome for colliding with De Huang Dog's head. As for the other person, when Jiang Chen saw him escaping, he had no intention of helping De Huang Dog to chase after him. He knew De Huang Dog's personality too well. If he were to chase after him and kill him now, De Huang Dog would definitely come after him. In terms of speed, it would be too easy for De Huang Dog to catch up to him even if he let that person run for a while longer. Sure enough, after De Huang Dog knocked one person to death, he turned his body and chased after the other person. As expected, with a miserable scream, the last expert of the City of 10,000 Evils died tragically under the De Huang Dog's iron head. Chapter 41:10. The air was filled with the stench of blood. The battle had attracted too many people. However, at that moment it was completely silent. No one said a word. Everyone felt their mouths go dry. They seemed to have witnessed a miracle. That's right, it was a miracle, but it did not seem possible on the surface. A man and a dog, one at the second heavenly layer and the other at the third heavenly layer, had killed off so many experts at the fifth and sixth heavenly layer. This battle had surpassed everyone's imagination, even their understanding of cultivation and battle. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it at all. By the time everyone had reacted, the domineering man and dog had already disappeared. They had come and gone without a trace, leaving not even a trace of their presence behind. Impressive. They're really ruthless. The City of 10,000 Evils has suffered a great loss this time. This battle has really broadened my horizons. To think that there are such abnormal people in the world. However, Jiang Chen has completely offended the City of 10,000 Evils. Zhao Ba is one of the 10 great evils. In the land of exiled, none of the 10 great evils are easy to provoke. Anyone who offends one of the 10 great evils will not have a good ending. Yeah, it's a pity that after entering the land of exiled he can't leave even if he wants to. Here it's too easy to find someone with the influence of the 10 great evils. Just watch. Zhao Ba definitely won't let the matter rest. Jiang Chen will not be able to escape his fate. This Jiang Chen is truly an incredible man. If a man like him can continue to grow, sooner or later he will have a place of his own in the land of exiles. He might even become an existence like the top 10 villains. Everyone sighed emotionally. The battle today had been extremely spectacular. It had a great impact on many people's hearts, and it had made Jiang Chen's name resound throughout the land of exiled. While they were shocked, they could not help but feel a trace of pity. Jiang Chen had obtained a complete victory today, killing off the second young master of the City of 10,000 Evils and so many experts. However, he had also completely offended one of the 10 great evils, Zhao Ba. With the personalities and savagery of the 10 great evils, there was no way they would give Jiang Chen any chance to continue living in the land of exiled. Who killed my son? A furious roar suddenly rang out from the distance. Waves of chi rolled and a middle-aged man with a majestic body walked through the air. The man's eyes were blood-red as flames of fury swept through the sky. The powerful presence of a peak earthly source expert exploded in the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear as they felt an unprecedented pressure. It's Zhao Ba, one of the 10 great evils. Zhao Ba is here, but he's too late. That's right. Jiang Chen has already escaped. I'm afraid he's already very far away. Even if Zhao Ba comes, it will be very difficult for him to catch Jiang Chen. Countless people trembled in fear. The reputation of the 10 evildoers in the land of exile was too resounding. In the entire land of exile aside from the 10 evildoers, there were probably very few people who were not afraid of Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba, who had just appeared, smelled the stench of blood lingering in the air and looked at the mangled corpses that had fallen to the ground. Boundless rage surged within him once again. Shua. Zhao Ba's body flickered as he arrived beside one of them. He grabbed the man by the neck like he was grabbing a little chick and pulled him over. City Lord, it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The person was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His body trembled and he wet his pants on the spot. What a joke. If it was anyone else, being grabbed by one of the 10 evildoers would also cause their souls to scatter, not to mention that Zhao Ba was currently in a state of endless rage. It was all too normal for him to kill someone without saying a word. Most importantly, this was the land of exile. Dying would be a pointless death. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. There was no place for reason. Let me ask you, who killed my son? Zhao Ba barked. It's Xianxia. It's Xianxia. The man was so scared that his legs kept trembling, and his voice was already stuttering out of shape. Who's Xianxia? Who Xianxia? Zhao Ba's rage was still rising. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. He had just lost a son the day before. Today another one had died. To think that someone would dare to kill his son in the land of exile. This was a great provocation to him, one of the 10 evildoers. It's the person who killed third young master in the city of 10,000 evils yesterday. The cultivator replied hurriedly, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Then he recounted everything that had happened that day. It's that guy again. Where's he? Zhao Ba clenched his teeth. He had lost 2 sons in a row. The outstanding geniuses that he had spent a lot of money to nurture had died just like that. How could he accept this? I don't know. He's already running away. Which direction did he run to? That way. Zhao Ba tossed the person's neck aside and disappeared in a flash. He flew in the direction that Xianxia had disappeared to. The name Xianxia was deeply engraved in his mind. The cultivator who had been tossed aside by Zhao Ba was in a daze. He had a blank expression on his face. After a while he came back to his senses. He felt that he had taken a stroll through the gates of hell and gotten his life back. The gazes of the people around him were filled with admiration. In that kind of situation, when one of the 10 evildoers was on the verge of losing control, he had actually managed to survive. This was simply unprecedented. Xianxia and a Huang dog had long since escaped. Zhao Ba had chased after them for a long time, but he hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. Unable to quell his anger, Zhao Ba used the name of the city of 10,000 evildoers and his own 10 evildoers to put Xianxia on the wanted list throughout the land of exile. Anyone who could provide information on Xianxia's whereabouts would be rewarded handsomely. Zhao Ba was truly enraged. In all his years in the land of exile, no one had ever dared to step on his head. If he didn't kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. Who was he? He was the city lord of the city of 10,000 evildoers and one of the 10 evildoers of the land of exile. Now that his 2 sons had been killed, he had completely lost face. If he couldn't kill Xianxia, how could he vent his anger? For a moment, the entire land of exile was in an uproar. Everyone was looking for Xianxia. Portraits of Xianxia were floating everywhere in the land of exile. There were just too many crazy people. As long as they found Xianxia and provided any information about Xianxia, they would be able to obtain benefits from Zhao Ba. This was the first time something like this had happened in the land of exile. It had never happened before. Aside from that, a large number of experts from the city of 10,000 evildoers had been mobilized. There was no lack of 7th or 8th heavenly layer earth source experts among them. To them, Xianxia was prey and a cash cow. As long as they could capture Xianxia and deliver Xianxia to Zhao Ba, they would receive unimaginable rewards. Chapter 41:11. While everyone was looking for Xianxia, Xianxia appeared in a place that no one would expect, the city of Vile. Outside the city of Vile, a man and a dog stared at the huge city in front of them with a sly smile. Hee, the whole world is looking for us now. I'm afraid that even Zhao Ba wouldn't expect us to appear in the city of Vile. The Huang dog chuckled. Xianxia placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently, I'm afraid the experts of the city of Vile have already left. A few groups have already left. Apart from hunting you, there's also the matter of the mysterious dragon palace in the northernmost area. The northernmost area is the most lively place right now. This city of Vile is at its most empty. I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, De Huang Dog's body disappeared in a flash. His originally majestic body became like a mouse, turning into a golden light and entering the city of Vile. Xiao Ba probably didn't expect that while he was looking for Jiangchen everywhere in the northernmost area, his own backyard would be on fire. Before long, the big yellow dog returned with an excited look on its face. Hehe, the city of 10,000 evils really is at its weakest right now, especially the city lord's mansion. There are only 2 sixth heavenly layer earth source experts guarding it. The remaining people aren't even worth mentioning. All the other experts have left the city. De Huang Dog said. This situation was within Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's expectations. Now that such a big thing had happened, the experts of the city of Vile would definitely try their best to find Jiangchen. Who would let go of such a great opportunity? Apart from Jiangchen, there was also the matter of the mysterious Dragon Palace, which attracted some people. The two events overlapped and directly caused the city of Vile to be empty. This kind of emptiness was normal. Who would have thought that Jiangchen would be so daring to come to the city of Vile at this time? If it was someone else, they would definitely stay away from the city of Vile. Unfortunately, Jiangchen always liked to do the opposite. Since Xiao Ba and the people of the city of 10,000 evils are bent on taking my life, I'll show them what I'm made of. I'll let them know that if they offend me, let alone the city of 10,000 evils, I'll turn the entire land of exile upside down. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. How could he show mercy to the city of 10,000 Vile? Disregarding everything else, he would set fire to the city first. Ah, this is exciting. Let's go to the city of 10,000 evils and set it on fire first. After that, we will go to the northernmost land. The mysterious Dragon Palace is about to open soon. Let's not waste time. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. He was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. He had come to the land of exile to stir up trouble, and that was indeed the case. Ever since he had arrived at the land of exile, De Huang Dog had not been idle. Scope. With a sway of his body, Jiangchen soared into the sky with De Huang Dog, flying toward the city of myriad evils. In the blink of an eye, they had flown past the city gate. Who is it? When the guards at the gate saw someone flying over, they immediately shouted. What? Is there anyone in the city of myriad evils who doesn't recognize me? Jiangchen halted his steps and lowered his head to look at the guards. Jiangchen. Someone recognized Jiangchen at first glance, and his expression changed drastically. Just as Jiangchen had said, Jiangchen's portrait could be seen everywhere in the land of exile, not to mention the city of myriad evils, which was the land of origin. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Some people were dumbfounded. Jiangchen was being hunted everywhere, but Jiangchen had come to the city of myriad evils. This was illogical. That's right. It's your grandpa Jiangchen and Lord Dog. Today they razed the city of myriad evils to the ground. De Huang Dog was extremely arrogant. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. That energy ball fell from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashing the city gate of the city of myriad evils. Rumble. Arg, arg. The powerful explosion was accompanied by the miserable screams of the guards. These guards were all at the Unity Origin realm. Some of them weren't even at the Unity Origin realm. How could they resist such a terrifying attack from De Huang Dog? The huge city gate of the city of myriad evils was directly smashed into pieces. More than a dozen guards were pierced by the energy ball and died on the spot. In the land of exile, destroying a city and killing a few people was too easy. Killing them wouldn't make one feel guilty at all. Little Chenzi, from today onwards, the city of myriad evils will be turned into ruins. It will be completely removed from the land of exile. From today onwards, the name City of Myriad Evils will no longer exist in the land of exile. De Huang Dog's aura soared. He opened his mouth and spat out dazzling energy balls one after another, bombarding the city of myriad evils. For a moment, starting from the city gate, the streets and buildings of the city of myriad evils began to collapse on a large scale. Energy wreaked havoc and surged everywhere. The originally peaceful city instantly became like the end of the world. Some people fled in all directions on the streets in extreme fear. Irrelevant people, leave the city of myriad evils immediately. Otherwise die. De Huang Dog's voice echoed in the sky above the city of myriad evils. Some of the cultivators living in the city of myriad evils were scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. Jiang Qin didn't kill anyone he saw. He knew that there were indeed some innocent people in the cities of the land of exile. This was the grudge between Jiang Qin and Zhao Ba and between him and the city of myriad evils. It had nothing to do with irrelevant people. Soon the irrelevant people fled. At this moment they couldn't care about anything else. Their lives were more important. The man and dog floating in the sky above the city of myriad evils were obviously here to destroy the city of myriad evils. If they didn't run now, they would only be waiting for death. Jiang Qin kept waving his hand. Every time he waved his hand, raging flames would fill the air. The terrifying flames descended on the city of myriad evils. Half of the city was engulfed in an endless sea of fire. It's over. The city of myriad evils is finished. It's that Jiang Qin. He's so ruthless. He killed 2 of the city lord's sons. Now people are hunting him everywhere, but he still came to the city of myriad evils. He's really bold. The city of myriad evils is completely finished. There are only a few experts left in the city lord's mansion. Even if they come out, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop Jiang Qin. The people who fled couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the city of myriad evils that was engulfed in a sea of fire, the fire was spreading extremely fast. In such a short time, half of the city of myriad evils had already been engulfed in a sea of fire. The city lord's mansion is right ahead. De Huang Dog said. Then why are you still so polite? Jiang Qin chuckled. A fire dragon was shot out by him and landed on the building of the city lord's mansion. Almost instantly, the city lord's mansion was engulfed in a sea of fire. Swoosh, 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 powerful figures rushed out from the city lord's mansion. There were a total of 20 to 30 earthly source realm experts. However, these experts were probably all the earthly source realm experts left behind by the city lord's mansion to protect the city lord's mansion. There were 2 6th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts and a few 5th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts. The rest were not worth mentioning. Stop. Chapter 41:12. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk another fiery dragon responded to the experts of the city lord's estate. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to him. The purpose of his visit today was to make sure that Zhao Ba had no home to return to. The flames he unleashed must burn everything, or else no amount of water would be able to extinguish it. It's Jiang Qin and that dog. How bold. He's too bold. He actually dares to cause trouble in the city of 10,000 evil at this time. What's he thinking? What's he thinking? Don't you understand? He's putting the blame on us. Now that all the experts of the city lord's estate have gone to hunt him down, the city is empty. How can we resist Jiang Qin coming to deal with the city of 10,000 evil at this time? Damn it, what should we do? I heard that Jiang Qin even killed the second young master and the others. We're probably not his match. Don't panic, everyone. We can't run away. If we run away, we'll have to bear the wrath of the city lord. Don't forget that there's a hidden formation in the city lord's estate. Activate the formation and we might be able to kill Jiang Qin and that dog together. If we can kill them, we'll have made a great contribution. The remaining people of the city lord's estate fell into panic. There was no way for them to not panic. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. If it was before, they would definitely not be afraid of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, whose cultivation was so much lower than theirs. However, it was different now. Everyone knew that Jiang Qin had killed the second young master and the others. There was no need to mention how strong the second young master was. There were even 2 6th heavenly layer earth source experts by his side. Jiang Qin had annihilated such a group, causing them to lose all their fighting spirit. That's right, Jiang Qin. Facing Jiang Qin, who was like a god of death, their best choice was to run away and leave the city of 10,000 evil. Staying alive was more important. However, no one dared to run away. Zhao Ba had asked them to stay here to guard the city. If they ran away in the face of danger, it would definitely incur another wave of Zhao Ba's wrath. That was not something they could bear. Activate the grand formation. Also send a message. Even if the city of Vile is in danger. Someone said. Someone immediately crushed the talisman, wanting to spread the news of the city of 10,000 evil. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't panic at all. They didn't put these people in their eyes at all. As for their message, they could just casually send it. Right now, most of the experts of the City of 10,000 Evil were in the extreme north. Even if Xiao Ba came back personally, it would still take some time. After all, he wasn't a Star Lord who had comprehended the spatial force. By the time Xiao Ba returned, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were already done. The entire City of 10,000 Evil was no more. Rumbled Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't care about these people. They only cared about bombarding the city madly. The City Lord's mansion was about to be completely turned into ruins. Jiang Qin, how dare you? Prepare to pay with your life. One of them shouted. A layer of light suddenly appeared in the air. A grand formation that was capable of both offense and defense was activated by them. They were prepared to have a great battle with Jiang Qin. Playing with formations? Jiang Qin sneered. Damn it! How dare you take out such a shoddy formation? It's simply full of loopholes. Since you dare to show off in front of Master Dog will show you what a real formation is. Little Qinzi, you break the formation. I will seal them. None of them will be able to escape. De Huang Dog laughed. He was completely amused by this formation. After all, in the eyes of formation masters like De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin, this formation in front of them was too lousy. It didn't have any logic. All right. Jiang Qin waved his hand and shot out layers of seals. These seals instantly formed a light shield and fiercely pressed against the grand formation in front of them. Rumble, another earth-shattering explosion. The grand formation that these people were so proud of was shattered by Jiang Qin's seals. It didn't even have the slightest resistance. Arg! A series of panicked cries rang out. The experts of the City Lord's estate were forced back. Some of them suffered from the backlash of the formation, causing a sliver of blood to flow from the corner of their mouths. Even the 2/6 heavenly layer Earth Source experts immediately withered. As a result, not only were the people of the City Lord's estate unable to increase their battle prowess through the formation, their battle prowess had also decreased due to the backlash of the formation. This was the drawback of a joint formation. A high-grade formation would naturally be able to produce an unexpected effect. However, once the formation was broken, the person within the formation would suffer a certain backlash. The less one understood the formation, the greater the backlash. It was obvious that the people in front of them did not have much understanding of arrays. Now that the array had been broken, all of them immediately panicked. God damn it, how did the formation get broken so quickly? He understands formations. It was a mistake for us to use formations right from the start. What do we do now? We've all suffered from the backlash of the formation. We're definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent. Let's go. Staying alive is more important. We've already done our best. I believe the City Lord will understand. That's right. It's not that we're running away without fighting. We really can't beat him. After a brief discussion, they all chose to run away. No one would joke around with their lives. Only idiots would stay and fight when they knew they were no match for Jiang Chen. It's too late for you to run now. I'll let you witness Master Dog's formations and increase your knowledge. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. In an extremely short amount of time, he had cast down a formation above the City Lord's estate, trapping everyone inside and sealing off the entire estate. It would definitely take some effort for them to escape. However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog probably wouldn't even give them the opportunity to do so. God damn it, we can't escape. God damn it, this dog is also a formation master. We're trapped. We're done for. Let's fight it out with them. I refuse to believe we can't beat the two of them if we work together. The people of the City Lord's estate were in despair. Some shouted that they would fight it out with their lives, but most of their faces were filled with fear and uneasiness. They didn't have the courage to fight it out with their lives. Or, De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He raised his head and let out a roar. The golden light above his head charged straight at the camp of the City Lord's estate. On the other side, Jiang Qin didn't waste any time. He directly displayed his dragon transformation. A terrifying true dragon palm was unleashed and shrouded one of them. For a moment, screams filled the air. The City Lord's estate instantly turned into a Shura hell. The cultivators of the City Lord's estate who had lost their will to fight had no strength to resist under the slaughter of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Naturally, they weren't so weak. If these people had chosen to join forces and fight against Jiang Qin, it would have taken Jiang Qin a lot of effort to kill them. It wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. Chapter 41:13. After a short while, the 20 to 30 people from the city lord's mansion were all killed by Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. The entire city lord's mansion, no, the entire city of evil, was engulfed in a sea of flames. This was the destruction of a city. From today onwards, the city of evil would be reduced to ruins and ashes. From now on, there would no longer be a city of evil in the land of exiles. As one of the 10 evildoers, Xiao Ba was going to become a homeless man. For a 10 evildoer, this was undoubtedly a great mockery. When some of the experts from the city lord's mansion received the distress signal and returned, they were all stunned. Xiao Ba was the first to return. When the group of people looked at the city that was still burning with flames, their faces turned green. Put out the fire. Hurry up and put out the fire. The young master of the city of evil shouted loudly. There's no need for that. Xiao Ba said in a low voice. The others had no intention of putting out the fire. The city had already been burnt to such a state and there was nothing left. What was the point of putting out the fire now? It's Jiang Qin. Must be Jiang Qin. That damned B** starred. How dare he attack the city of evil? The young master was flustered and exasperated. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with boundless rage. It seemed like he could not wait to eat Jiang Qin alive. City Lord, the city of evil is gone. What should we do? Someone asked. Xiao Ba's face was ashen and he was extremely troubled. His chest was burning with rage. At this moment, Xiao Ba was unable to calm down. As one of the 10 evildoers, ever since he came to the land of exiles, this was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. I, Xiao Ba, swear that I will tear Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces. Xiao Ba's voice grew louder and louder. The last word was almost like a roar, shaking the entire sky above the city of evil, causing the void to ripple and the echo of his voice. Anger, uncontrollable anger. Xiao Ba felt like he was being played like a monkey. Jiang Qin was that monkey. Ever since Jiang Qin first killed his third son in the city of 10,000 evils, he had been led by the nose by Jiang Qin. He had issued an arrest warrant and offered a huge reward. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Jiang Qin, but he was also used by Jiang Qin to attack the root of the problem and destroy his nest, making him homeless and alone. This loss was truly too great. Today the city of 10,000 evils had been burned. Xiao Ba would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire land of exile. The next time they met he would definitely be mocked and ridiculed by the other 9 evils. Xiao Ba had lived for so many years, but he had never wanted to kill someone so badly. Now this kind of eagerness appeared in Jiang Qin. Father, this person is too arrogant. He is completely toying with us. The eldest young master clenched his fists tightly. Right now he felt the same as his father. He could not wait to kill Jiang Qin. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. City Lord, the mysterious dragon palace is about to open. In my opinion, Jiang Qin will definitely appear in the extreme north. Let's go there and stand guard. In any case, the city of 10,000 evils no longer exists, so we have nothing to worry about. As long as Jiang Qin dares to appear in the extreme north, we will definitely make sure he does not return, someone said. Let's go. Let's go to the extreme north. Xiao Ba's body flickered as he turned around and headed for the extreme north. The city of 10,000 evils was no longer there, so he no longer had any worries. As one of the 10 evils, he had to find a new territory as soon as possible. However, before that, the trip to the extreme north was a must. How could the mysterious dragon palace not open without Xiao Ba? If the territory was gone, he could just think of another way to snatch it. With Xiao Ba's ability, it was too easy for him to snatch a territory in the land of exile, where there were no rules or reason to speak of. He might not be able to snatch a large city like the city of 10,000 evils in a short period of time, but it would not be a problem for him to snatch 1 or 2 places to rest. The group of people returned quickly and left quickly. They did not think about where to go to pursue and kill Jiang Qin. Reality had proven that it was too difficult to kill Jiang Qin. He was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. 2 days later, the extreme north was filled with a sea of people. Under the cold waves, there were people everywhere. In the extreme north, there was an ocean. The seawater was ferocious and whistled endlessly. The seawater here was very special. The environment outside was very cold. Under such circumstances, the seawater would definitely freeze. Here, even the surrounding mountains were covered in white frost. However, the seawater showed no signs of freezing. In the center of the ocean there was a huge palace floating there. The palace had a total of 9 floors, and the shadows of dragons lingered above it. On both sides of the top of the palace, there were carvings of 2 lifelike golden dragons. The golden dragons raised their heads to the sky, looking extremely domineering. It was because of this domineering appearance that everyone called it the Dragon Palace. At this moment, there were shadows of real dragons circling and dancing at the top of the Dragon Palace. The dragons roared, bringing with them an endless might. Every dragon roar caused great pressure to the hearts of those who heard it. Every time the Dragon Palace shook, it would set off waves. The waves surged into the sky, forming dragon waves that did not subside even after a long time. Zhao Ba led the people of the city of 10,000 evils to stand on the coast. That was the position closest to the Dragon Palace, so it was very eye-catching. Look, aren't those the people of the city of 10,000 evils? How tragic. Even the city of 10,000 evils was burned down. That's right. That Xianxia is really something. I really admire him for doing something like this. As one of the 10 evils, I wonder how angry Zhao Ba is right now. He must be furious. Even his lair has been burned down by someone. Now the entire land of exiles is looking for Xianxia, but he seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. There's no trace of him. I wonder if he will appear in the extreme north. Given Xianxia's temperament, I'm afraid he won't miss out on this grand event in the land of exile. Once he appears, the experts of the city of 10,000 evils will definitely not let this matter rest. Zhao Ba and the other experts of the city of 10,000 evils became the focus of everyone's discussion. There was no way they could not talk about it. The burning of the city of 10,000 evils was a major event in the land of exile. The land of exile had existed for many years, but this was the first time something like this had happened. People could guess Zhao Ba's anger without even thinking about it. It was no exaggeration to say that if Xianxia appeared at this time, Zhao Ba would give up the treasures in the mysterious Dragon Palace and kill Xianxia first. Right now Xianxia was also in the extreme north. He and a Huang dog restrained their auras and closely observed the movements of the mysterious Dragon Palace. They were very interested in the mysterious Dragon Palace, especially Xianxia. The golden origin dragon in his body had already formed some kind of resonance with the Dragon Palace. Chapter 41:14. Little Qinzi, this Dragon Palace looks extraordinary. It's filled with an ancient aura. It must have existed for a long time. The Huang dog stared at the restless Dragon Palace in front of him as he spoke. Maybe it's the ultimate treasure of the Cosmic Dragon clan. I just don't know how such a treasure ended up in a place like the land of exile. Xianxia said that he had the bloodline of a real dragon. He had once comprehended the great path of heaven and was an achiever of the world. In particular, after the complete transformation of the dragonization skill, Xianxia's bloodline was no weaker than that of the Cosmic Dragon clan. Moreover, Xianxia's bloodline contained Dao. The existence of the source dragon was enough to prove everything. Bloodlines were alive. To put it bluntly, Xianxia's bloodline was not inferior to that of the Cosmic Dragon clan. In fact, it was even superior. It was precisely because of the bloodline that Xianxia viewed the Dragon Palace differently from others. He might not be able to see through the Dragon Palace directly, but he could tell that the origin of the Dragon Palace was definitely related to the Cosmic Dragon clan. Xianxia would definitely be most interested in anything related to the Cosmic Dragon clan. Legends about the mysterious Dragon Palace had spread throughout the land of exile. Xianxia wanted to see what kind of treasure would appear from the Dragon Palace. I wonder if there's a chance to enter the Dragon Palace. If there's a chance, I'll be able to find out more about it. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in entering the mysterious Dragon Palace. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to enter. If it was possible, the 10 evildoers would have entered long ago. Would they have waited until now? Xianxia said with a smile. Just because they couldn't doesn't mean that you can't. Your bloodline is not inferior to that of the Cosmic Dragon clan. If the Dragon Palace recognizes your bloodline, it will definitely recognize you. The Huang dog said. What you said makes sense. However, let's observe the situation first. Let's see what kind of treasure will appear from the Dragon Palace. The scene will be very chaotic. Even if we try to enter, we'll have to take advantage of the chaos. If we appear now, Zhao Ba and the others will probably eat us up. Xianxia said. The faces of Zhao Ba and the other experts of the City of 10,000 Evils turned ghastly pale. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, if he and a Huang Dog showed up at this time, they would be torn to shreds on the spot. Although Jiang Chen did not fear them, there was no need for him to look for trouble at this moment. It would be better to sit back and reap the benefits. The other 9 evildoers had not appeared yet. When the 10 evildoers arrived and treasures flew out of the Dragon Palace, the situation would become chaotic even if Jiang Chen did not appear. So. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his sentence, he saw many powerful figures coming from different directions. Soon they appeared on the shore of the ocean and stood closest to the Dragon Palace. The powerful aura and the position that the newcomer stood in clearly indicated the identity of the newcomer. Without a doubt, he was one of the other 9 great evils. Look, the 9 great evils are here. This time the 10 evils have gathered again. Sai, even if some good treasures fly out, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, with the 10 evils here, it'll be good enough if we can get a little soup. The only treasure I've obtained from the Dragon Palace was the last time the Dragon Palace exploded. A large number of origin stones were spewed out and they were everywhere. That's why we were able to snatch some. That's right. I hope there'll be a origin stone explosion this time. We'll be able to obtain some origin stones. If there's any combat soldier power, it'll basically have no fate with us. It won't be enough for the 10 evils to snatch. Everyone was discussing. For the majority of them, the opening of the mysterious Dragon Palace was just to join in the fun. It was basically impossible for them to obtain any great benefits. With the 10 evils standing in front of them, what could they possibly do? Unless it was something that the 10 evils did not fancy, it would not be able to flow down. However, there were still a large number of earthly source experts waiting in line for something that the 10 evils did not fancy. Zhao Ba, I heard that your city of 10,000 evils was burned to the ground. You're homeless now. Do you want me to take you in? A black-robed, middle-aged man with inscriptions on his face looked at Zhao Ba and mocked him. Yihui, stop being so sarcastic. I'll kill that brat sooner or later. As for taking me in, do you have the guts to do so? Zhao Ba snorted coldly. You don't say. I really don't have the guts to take you in. If I take you in, I won't even be able to sleep well. Who knows when you'll take over my home? Yihui laughed. What he said was true. There was probably no one among the 9 great evils who would dare to take Zhao Ba in. In the land of exiles, don't expect others to be grateful to you, especially existences like the 10 evils. They were basically all wicked beyond redemption. It would already be good enough if they did not stab you in the back. How could you expect them to take you in and truly serve you? Dream on. Hey. But Zhao Ba, you're really a good for nothing. You've been played like a monkey by a little brat and you've even run circles around him. You've really disgraced the name of the 10 evils. If I were you, I'd just dive into the sea and drown myself. An extremely sinister voice rang out. The speaker was an old man. His face was extremely sinister and frightening. On one side of his face was a poisonous snake, while the other side was a blood centipede. This was Old Man Mia Poison, the leader of the 10 evils. To the other 9 evils, if there was anyone in the land of exiles that they truly feared, it would probably be Old Man Mia Poison. This person specialized in using poison, making it impossible to guard against him. Once they were ambushed or poisoned, the consequences would be unthinkable. Old Man Mia Poison, don't make sarcastic remarks here. If that bastard appears in the extreme north again, I'll definitely crush his bones and scatter his ashes. I'll let him know the consequences of offending me, Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba Leng said. However, the tone of her voice was clearly not as tough as it had been when she was arguing with Yihui. This Old Man Mia Poison was the existence that he wanted to provoke the most in the land of exiles. Offending Old Man Mia Poison was no laughing matter. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk as they spoke, the mysterious Dragon Palace once again caused a huge commotion. It was extremely agitated and the huge Dragon Palace seemed to have come to life. The powerful commotion set off layers of huge waves, and the atmosphere was extremely frightening. The mysterious Dragon Palace is moving again. Everyone get ready. Treasures are about to fly out from inside, someone shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes turned over. The mysterious Dragon Palace immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 41:15. Everyone, the commotion in the Dragon Palace this time seems to be bigger than any other time. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time. That's right. This is definitely the biggest commotion in the mysterious dragon palace that I've ever experienced. I don't think it will disappoint us. Everyone, the treasure this time belongs to me. Next time it will belong to you. I definitely won't fight for it. What do you think? Do you want to give me some face? One of the evildoers said. His shameless words immediately attracted the hostility of the other evildoers. Are you daydreaming? When the treasure appears, whoever is capable can get it. No one will go easy on you. I'm afraid you won't give me that much face even if I give you some face. Other than being ugly, you have nothing else. Looking at the commotion, even a fool can tell that the treasure is definitely extraordinary. I think we should do the same as before. Whoever is more capable will get it. It just so happens that we, the 10 evildoers, haven't competed in a while. That's right. My cultivation has improved a lot recently. My combat power is unparalleled. In my opinion, it's time for us to give the 10 evildoers a ranking. The 10 evildoers were all proud and arrogant. They refused to submit to anyone. Seeing that the treasure was about to appear, it would be harder to get them to give it up than to kill them. None of the 10 evildoers were easy to deal with. There were experts from the human race, the fiend race, the feather race, and the elf race. Everyone had their own unique skills. Some people had been holding a grudge against the 10 evildoers and wanted to give the 10 evildoers a real ranking. One could imagine that once the treasure appeared, the 10 evildoers would inevitably engage in a fierce battle to snatch the treasure. Rumble. The mysterious dragon palace shook again. The 10 evildoers were ready. According to previous situations, the treasure would fly out of the dragon palace at this time. However, this time nothing flew out of the dragon palace. The part of the dragon palace that had been submerged in the water suddenly started to rise. The part that was submerged in the water completely floated up until it was more than 3 meters above the water before it stopped. People started to sigh. This was the first time that the people of the land of exile had seen the true appearance of the mysterious dragon palace. In the past, although the mysterious dragon palace had been restless, this had never happened. Look, the entire dragon palace is revealed. This is the first time. Yeah, look at that gate. So mighty. This is the first time I've seen the gate of the dragon palace. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time. Could it be that the gate of the dragon palace will open this time? It can't be. Many experts have tried to enter the dragon palace but failed. There seems to be a layer of restriction outside the dragon palace that prevents outsiders from entering. Something different happened to the dragon palace. In the past, at this time, many treasures had started to fly out of the dragon palace. But this time the treasures didn't come out, but the entire dragon palace did. An ancient gate appeared in front of them. On the gate, 2 dragons were carved on the left and right sides. They were extremely lifelike and their eyes were filled with a divine light. Seemed like they could come to life at any time. These were the cosmic dragons. Even though they were just 2 carvings, no one dared to look at those eyes. It was as if their souls would be sucked in if they looked at them. It could only be described as terrifying. What's going on? One of the 10 evildoers, Yi Hui, said. The others were dumbfounded. Old man Miedu shook his head. Obviously, he didn't understand what was going on. They had experienced many incidents of the dragon palace, but this time, it was different from the past. Why do I have an uneasy feeling? Old man Miedu frowned. His hazy eyes stared at the gate of the dragon palace. His nose twitched as he smelled a dangerous aura. As soon as old man Miedu finished his words, everyone heard a loud rumble. The gate of the dragon palace, which was originally closed, suddenly opened. Countless golden rays of light rippled out from the inside. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Roar. Then a terrifying roar resounded endlessly, causing the entire sea to ripple. The surrounding mountains collapsed and rocks tumbled. Walala. In the next moment, a ferocious aura rushed out from the dragon palace. Like a tide of beasts, they rushed out along the golden light. They were densely packed and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed out from the dragon palace. The most frightening thing was that even the weakest of the demonic beasts that rushed out were at the Unity Origin realm. Jiang Chen glanced at them from afar and found that there wasn't a single 6th-layer Unity Origin realm demonic beast among the many demonic beasts. In other words, the 6th heavenly layer Unity Origin realm was the weakest among the beasts. A large number of Peak Unity Origin Realm beasts and Earth Origin Realm beasts rushed out with bloodshot eyes. As soon as they saw people, they would pounce on them. These beasts were extremely ferocious. They seemed to have lost their minds. Even the powerful Earth Origin Realm beasts did not transform. And these hundreds of demonic beasts were only the first batch that rushed out from inside. Soon after, more demonic beasts flew out from inside. What the fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many beasts? What kind of existence is inside the Dragon Palace? The treasures are gone. They're all beasts. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's kill them. We can't just sit here and wait for death. These beasts don't care about their lives. They won't show any mercy to us. Almost in an instant, the people of the extreme north fell into endless panic. Countless people who had been thinking of getting their hands on the treasures no longer had any thoughts. Many of them didn't even have the time to think and directly rushed out of their combat weapons ready to fight. There was no time to hesitate because the beasts that rushed out of the Dragon Palace had already reached them. Asterisk roar. Asterisk wild roars shook the sky. The cold land of extreme north immediately became hot. An unprecedented battle in the land of exile broke out in an instant. Almost half of the living beings in the land of exile participated in it. Many people had yet to figure out what was going on. The Dragon Palace had existed in the land of exile for a long time, and it was not the first or second time that it had appeared. Every time there would be treasures appearing. Why was there such a huge change this time? The endless horde of demonic beasts seemed to have lost their spiritual intelligence. It was as if they had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and had finally managed to escape. Each of them was more ferocious than the last, and they started killing as soon as they appeared. Chapter 41:16. This is crazy. Where did so many demonic beasts come from? What kind of existence is this Dragon Palace? Why are there so many demonic beasts locked inside? Don't be shocked. Although the demonic beasts inside are ferocious, they don't seem to be of high levels. We should be able to handle them. Anyway, there's no way out. These demonic beasts are bloodthirsty and will definitely chase after us. Since that's the case, let's have a bloody battle with them. Even if the treasures are gone, these demonic spirits are good stuff. That's right. I haven't had a fierce battle for a long time. Even my hands are itching. Come on, beasts. I'll show you how powerful I am. The people from the land of exile became restless. They charged forward and started a bloody battle with these demonic beasts. There was no way to retreat. The land of exile was only so big. Once the demonic beasts rushed out, they would run to different places in the land of exile. They would encounter them sooner or later. It was better to unite and kill these demonic beasts while there were many of them. None of the people from the land of exile were easy to deal with, especially those who came to the northernmost land. Their hands were stained with blood. They were not afraid of a life-and-death battle. Some people were more open-minded. Instead of treating this as a disaster for the land of exile, they would rather treat it as an opportunity. Since there were no treasures flying out of the mysterious Dragon Palace, they could only treat these demonic beasts as treasures. The demonic spirits of these demonic beasts were good stuff. It would be very beneficial to obtain them, especially since there were many people from the demon clan who were originally demonic beasts. A powerful demonic spirit would be more beneficial to them. Take De Huang Dog for example. This guy ate demonic spirits as if they were eating jelly beans. From afar, Zhou Xian and Big Yellow were dumbfounded as well. Obviously, they didn't expect such a sudden scene to happen. Both of them were prepared to be the fishermen who would benefit from the fight and snatch the treasures. What's going on? De Huang Dog was dumbfounded. Seems that this Dragon Palace is not simple. Although these demonic beasts don't have high cultivation, it seems that they have been imprisoned for a long time. Their consciousness has been eroded by time and has completely disappeared. Now they only know how to kill. Jiang Chen said. Who cares? I love this kind of beast tied the most. This Lord Dog is going to start harvesting now. De Huang Dog's body trembled and his eyes burned with passion. Beside him, Jiang Chen was the same, his face filled with excitement. In their eyes, these demon beasts were all prey. Perhaps it would be extremely difficult for others to rely on their demon spirits to advance. But these two monsters did not have the slightest concern in this aspect. As long as they have a sufficient number of demon spirits, these two fellows can advance without limit. De Huang Dog's cultivation was already at the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. After a battle, it wouldn't be a problem for him to raise his cultivation to the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Zhou Xian had no problem raising his cultivation to the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As their cultivation continued to rise, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog would gradually gain a foothold in the Crimson East region. The strongest cultivators in the Crimson East region were Wu Chongtian and Zhao Lingxiao, who were at the second heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. With Zhang Chen's ability, as long as he reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he would be able to dominate the Crimson East region. At that time it would be the destruction of the Yu clan. Going from the 2nd heavenly layer to the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm seemed like an extremely long distance, but it was nothing to Zhang Chen, because he had too many ways to advance. In reality this was the case. When Zhang Chen walked out of the Star-Lord space, his cultivation was still at the Earth Source realm. Not much time had passed, but he had already reached the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The Beast Tide today was an opportunity for him to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. It would be extremely easy and effortless. This kind of advancement speed was undoubtedly terrifying. If Zhang Chen continued to advance at this speed, he would reach the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in less than half a year. At that time, dominating the Crimson East region would be a piece of cake. Of course, this was not what Zhang Chen was thinking about right now. Zhang Chen was a person who lived in the present. He had to deal with the intense battle in front of him first. Roar. As he spoke with De Huang Dog, a large group of demonic beasts had already charged over. One of them was a ferocious-looking lion. When it saw Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog, it opened its bloody mouth and bit them on the spot. Zhang Chen clenched his fist and punched the lion's head, causing it to explode on the spot. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic spirit that had jumped out. Let's be careful. Don't be too far away from each other. If anything happens, I'll use the stairway to heaven to bring you along. Zhang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and said, "Understood." De Huang Dog nodded. He understood Zhang Chen's concerns very well. There were too many people who wanted their lives in the entire land of exile. Not to mention the people from the City of Myriad Evils. If others discovered them, they would probably want to kill them and then run to Zhaoba to claim their reward. Of course, with the demonic beasts running amok, it would be good if most people could care about them. Even if they discovered Zhang Chen, they would most likely not have the intention to target him. However, it was better to be careful. Others might not attack them, but once the people from the City of Myriad Evils discovered them, they would definitely attack them regardless of the consequences. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, there were many experts from the City of Myriad Evils, and they were all difficult to deal with. Needless to say, Zhaoba and the others were all experts among experts. With the current strength of Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog, it would be very difficult to deal with them. It was only because of the stairway to heaven that Zhang Chen was fearless. Otherwise, with Zhaoba and the others present, Zhang Chen would have escaped long ago. Why would he take the risk here? De Huang Dog and Zhang Chen began to attack. They did not reject anyone and began to slaughter the demonic beasts. Fortunately, they were quite far from the shore of the ocean. In addition, the current situation was too chaotic. Everyone was busy taking care of themselves, so very few people would notice Zhang Chen and the others. The 10 evildoers had yet to make their move, but every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on the opening gate of the Dragon Palace. A large number of demonic beasts were still rushing out. It seemed like there was no end to them, which was a little scary. Fortunately, no extremely powerful demonic beasts had appeared yet. However, the closer they got to the end, the stronger the demonic beasts that came out became. Peak 7th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts had already appeared, and their numbers continued to increase. Everyone, it looks like 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts will definitely appear. We need to be prepared. Chapter 41:17. They should be able to deal with 9th layer Earthly Source demonic beasts, but they could see how many there were. As for the higher level Heavenly Source demonic beasts, they would not even consider them. The lowest level of the Land of Exiles could not contain Heavenly Source experts, because no Heavenly Source experts had ever appeared here. Old Man Destruction and the others had been at the peak of the Earthly Source realm for so many years, yet they had never been able to reach Heavenly Source. This could only mean one thing. The laws here did not allow Heavenly Source experts to exist. If they wanted to reach Heavenly Source, they would have to leave this place. Of course, It was impossible for them to leave either because not everyone had a powerful existence like the stairway to heaven. Moreover, they were used to being the overlords here, living like masters. Even if they were allowed to leave, they would not. Once they left the land of exiles, they would become street rats that everyone would curse and beat up for their sins. How could they live a carefree life here? In other words, even if they were given a heavenly source expert, they would not be willing to trade for it. This was also why they were certain that no matter how many demonic beasts came from the mysterious dragon palace, even if there were thousands of them, there would not be a single heavenly source expert. They believed that the laws here would not be broken. In fact, once a heavenly source expert arrived, they would be directly sent out by the laws here, to a deeper and higher level of the land of exiles. Roar. There were tens of thousands of demonic beasts and they were densely packed together. They were like an endless tide and everyone's expressions began to change. There were too many of them, and if they were to appear endlessly, the entire land of exile would fall. When that happened, the land of exile would truly become a Shura hell, and there was even the possibility of destruction. Arg. Miserable screams began to ring out from different directions. Cultivators began to be killed by the powerful and savage demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were extremely savage and bloodthirsty. Some of the demonic beasts became even more berserk when they saw the fresh blood and smelled it. After killing someone, they even ate the person, not even spitting out the bones. On the other side, Xianxia and a Huang dog were slaughtering wantonly. They were not as easy to deal with as ordinary cultivators. These two freaks were the nemesis of demon beasts. They had become the demon beast harvesters on the battlefield. No matter how many demon beasts came, they would be killed. What was even more frightening was that no matter if it was Xianxia or the Huang dog, after killing the demon beasts, they didn't care about the rank of the demon beasts. Once they got their hands on the demon beasts, they would directly eat them raw. Such a scene was really too frightening. Due to Xianxia and de Huang dog's tyrannical strength, they soon attracted the attention of others, and many pairs of eyes began to look in their direction. Look, that man and dog over there. Why do they look so familiar? It's Xianxia, right? Xianxia has appeared. He really dares to come. They're too fierce. Look at them, killing demonic beasts is as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. What are they doing? Are they eating the demon beasts raw? How did they do that? Don't tell me they can directly refine and absorb the energy within the demon beasts. That's impossible. For a moment, Xianxia and de Huang dog became the focus of the battlefield. Xianxia's portrait was everywhere in the land of exile, so it was really too easy to recognize Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care about this. He fought back and forth with de Huang dog, killing demonic beasts, collecting their demon beasts, refining and absorbing their energy to increase his strength. The cooperation between the man and the dog was too tacit. Moreover, the distance between them was never too far. Within this range, once an extremely powerful danger appeared, Xianxia could instantly escape with de Huang dog using the stairway to heaven. Roar. A sixth heavenly layer earth source demonic beast charged over. It was actually a winged soaring centipede. Its entire body was as black as ink and it looked extremely ferocious. The soaring centipede let out a roar. Its body was extremely poisonous. Ever since the soaring centipede appeared, many cultivators had died at its hands. Now the soaring centipede had locked onto Xianxia. Its bloodshot eyes were emotionless as it swiped at Xianxia with its sharp claws. If an ordinary person were to be scratched by it, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Needless to say, they would be injured. The poison on its claws was extremely ferocious. There weren't many people present who could resist it. Little Chinzi, this centipede looks really fat. It's here to deliver food to you. If you refine the soaring centipede's demon spirit, you'll probably be able to directly advance to the third heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Big Yellow burst into laughter. He was the only one who dared to treat a poisonous flying centipede as a dish. Perhaps he was the only one who could say something like that. Dragon transformation. Xianxia roared. A surge of desolation energy was unleashed from his body, immediately transforming into his dragon transformation. The true dragon palm slammed towards the soaring centipede's head. Others might be afraid of the soaring centipede's poison, but Xianxia didn't care at all. His body had long since become immune to poison. Not to mention a mere soaring centipede, Even the most ferocious poison was nothing more than nourishment to Jiang Chen. Rumble. The true dragon palm ruthlessly smashed into the soaring centipede's body, causing it to wail miserably. Awoo! The soaring centipede let out a roar and spat out a green arrow. This was the soaring centipede's poison. The consequences would be unthinkable if one came into contact with it. However, when this poison, which was feared by countless people, rushed towards Jiang Chen didn't even bother to dodge. He grabbed the poison with his bare hands. Seeing this, a look of disdain and excitement flashed across the soaring centipede's eyes. It was obvious that it was very confident in its poison. This was the first time someone had the guts to grab its poison directly. From the soaring centipede's point of view, this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was about to rot to death. Unfortunately, the outcome was destined to disappoint the soaring centipede. The poison entered Jiang Chen's body directly, but the expected scene of Jiang Chen's body rotting did not happen. Jiang Chen looked completely fine. To Jiang Chen, this incomparably venomous poison had completely turned into nourishment. F***ck. What did I just see? Someone's jaw dropped in shock when they saw this. They could not help but rub their eyes. I just saw the soaring centipede poison a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert to death, but Jiang Chen directly absorbed its poison without any problems. That's just too ridiculous. Amazing. I thought only the old man of destruction poison could deal with the soaring centipede. After all, he's also a poison expert. Just what kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? Is he really immune to all poisons? Impressive. This Jiang Chen is only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. He's only at the 3rd heavenly layer after using a transformation technique, but he's actually able to suppress a 6th heavenly layer soaring centipede. That's nothing. I saw him kill the 2nd young master and a 6th heavenly layer earth source expert of the city of 10,000 evil with my own eyes. Many people were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Jiang Chen, so their eyes were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Chapter 41:18. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. As everyone conversed, another earth-shaking roar rang out. A fire qilin appeared in a lifelike manner. Jiang Chen used his qilin arm and smashed it down heavily on the soaring centipede's head. The soaring centipede's battle prowess had already been damaged. Coupled with the fact that its poison was ineffective against Jiang Chen, it was already greatly shaken. How could it endure the powerful qilin arm's attack? A huge hole immediately appeared in its head. Jiang Chen took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, stepping on the soaring centipede's head. The soaring centipede let out a final shriek as its huge head was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. A pitch-black demon spirit appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The spirit of the 6th heavenly layer of the earth source realm was filled with poison, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was a treasure. His cultivation was originally at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the earth source realm. In the chaotic battle earlier, he had devoured at least a few dozen spirits. His cultivation had already reached a critical point, and he could advance to the 3rd heavenly layer at any time. Just as De Huang Dog had said, as long as he ate the soaring centipede's demon spirit, Jiang Chen's cultivation would immediately break through to the 3rd heavenly layer. It would be extremely easy. Jiang Chen, hand over your life. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A young man with a face full of evil qi appeared not far from Jiang Chen. He was wearing a black robe and was holding a dazzling spear in his hand. Tell me your name. Jiang Chen looked at the youth. The youth's cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, but he was much stronger than ordinary 6th heavenly layer earth source realm experts. He was almost on par with ordinary 7th heavenly layer earth source realm experts. If it was before, Jiang Chen would definitely not be his opponent. He could only avoid such an expert, but now that he had the soaring centipede's demon spirit in his hand, Jiang Chen did not need to worry about him at all. As long as he devoured the demon spirit, his cultivation would immediately reach the 3rd heavenly layer. With his draconic transformation, it would be a piece of cake for Jiang Chen, who was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the earth source. You killed my 2 brothers and burned my city of 10,000 evil. Do I still need to tell you my name? The young man Lung said. His killing intent had already locked onto Jiang Chen. He seemed to hate Jiang Chen to the bone. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen to vent his hatred. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the eldest young master of the city of 10,000 evil. Since you two have such a deep brotherhood, I'll have to trouble you two to reunite. Since you two are so close, I'll have to trouble you to reunite with your brothers, Jiang Chen replied. If he still could not guess the other party's identity, he would seem a little stupid. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen swallowed the demon spirit in his hand. Jiang Chen was very interested in killing the young masters of the feather race. Outside, he had killed many young masters of the feather race. Out of the 9 young masters of the Yu family, 6 of them had died in his hands. It was the same in the land of exiles. Out of the 3 young masters of the myriad evil city, 2 of them had died. Now Jiang Chen was going to kill the 3rd one as well to complete their mission. It had to be said that the first young master's luck was really bad. He was also too conceited. After learning that Jiang Chen had appeared, he had charged over alone without bringing any helpers. What was even more unfortunate was that the first young master just happened to run into Jiang Chen devouring the soaring centipede's demon spirit. Jiang Chen was about to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, which meant that the first young master had no chance at all. How boastful. I'll definitely kill you personally to avenge my brother. I'll make you accompany the city of evil to the grave. I'd like to see just how powerful you are, the first young master snorted coldly. He would definitely kill Jiang Chen with his own hands to prove himself. His personality was exactly the same as the 4 young masters of the feather race. It was this confidence that had completely ruined them. If the first young master brought a few experts of the 7th or 8th heavenly layer to surround Jiang Chen, or if Xiaoba appeared in person, Jiang Chen could only use the heaven ascension stairs and escape with the Huang dog. Rumble. Without any hesitation or politeness, the first young master brandished his spear and stabbed at Jiang Chen. The dragon wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped, and he dodged with an excellent movement skill, causing the first young master's attack to miss. Do you only know how to dodge? The first young master sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. He originally thought that Jian Wushuang was an extremely daring person who killed his 2 brothers and burned the city of evil to the ground. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would be a coward who only knew how to dodge and did not even have the courage to fight him head-on. This made the first young master somewhat disappointed. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He paid no attention to the young master's disdain and only focused on dodging with his excellent movement skill. Boom! In the next moment, violent energy began to wreak havoc from Jiang Chen's body. The soaring centipede's demon spirit had taken effect. Jiang Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. First young master, it's my turn now. Jiang Chen yelled. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand, and the might of the dragon transformation was on full display. He swung his sword and used the 26th sword. Screech. The sword let out an ear-piercing screech. As the sword soared into the sky changed color. A terrifying sword chi directly sealed the surroundings. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the young master's body and quickly spread throughout his body. The aura of death. It was the first time the young master had felt the aura of death. It was extremely unfamiliar, but it was real. Even those who had never experienced death knew that it was the aura of death. After reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, Jiang Chen could easily kill a 6th heavenly layer Earth Source realm cultivator. Even a genius like the young master would end up the same way. The 26th sword contained the endless essence of the sword Dao. Once the sword was swung, even ghosts and gods would not be able to survive. As Jiang Chen's cultivation increased, the heavenly dragon sword became more and more powerful. The young master raised his spear to block, but the spear in his hand could not withstand the sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword. It was immediately knocked out of his hand. The heavenly dragon sword's power did not decrease at all. It continued to slash down towards the young master's head. No. Father, save me. The young master let out an unwilling cry. He used the last of his strength to ask his father for help. Unfortunately, Xiaoba was still watching the opening gate of the dragon palace from the shore. Even if Xiaoba was too late, he would not be able to save his son from Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen's sword was too fast. It was like a gust of wind. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen's sword cut off the young master's head. The young master let out a final scream and no longer moved. He died a horrible death. Pai Sun. Chapter 41:19. Jiang Chen, give me back my son's life. Xiaoba had gone mad. The 10 great evildoers of the land of exiles had completely gone mad. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and a violent energy rippled out from his body, sweeping towards Zhou Xian. At this moment, Xiao Ba was furious to the extreme. Even his heart was bleeding. His 3 sons had all died in the short span of a few days. They had all died at the hands of a single person. This had become the pain of Xiao Ba's life, a pain that pierced through his heart. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, if he did not kill him with his own hands, how could he be considered a man? Evildoers also had feelings. Even if Xiao Ba had a heart of stone, he was on the verge of collapsing after losing 3 sons in a row. He, a peak earthly source expert who was known as one of the 10 great evildoers, suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for. At that moment Xiao Ba only had one thought, and that was to kill Zhou Xian. He had to kill Zhou Xian at all costs. He could not let his 3 sons die in vain. Only by killing Zhou Xian would he be able to appease the hatred in his heart. 26 Sword. Zhou Qian's desire to win was ignited. The 26 sword rippled out once again, slashing towards Xiao Ba's incoming wave of qi. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk that wave of qi was earth-shattering, carrying Xiao Ba's boundless anger. The force of impact could only be described as earth-shattering. All of the sword qi that Zhou Qian casted out was instantly destroyed by this wave of qi. Zhou Qian's sword qi was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ugh. Zhou Qian retreated several dozen meters and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face also began to pale. Zhou Qian shook his head helplessly. Reality had proven that in the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. Even if his sword technique was world-shaking, even if he was the ancestor of the ways, he could only lose. Look, Xiao Ba has gone mad. Zhou Qian is finished. This Zhou Qian is simply too arrogant. He doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. He killed 3 of Xiao Ba's sons in a row and even destroyed the city of 10,000 evil. Forget Xiao Ba, anyone would go crazy over this. This is bad. Zhou Qian dared to challenge Xiao Ba just because he thought he had some skills. Today he will definitely fall at Xiao Ba's hands. I heard that Zhou Qian escaped from Xiao Ba's hands in the city of myriad evil. Today we meet again here. Zhou Qian and Xiao Ba are clearly not on the same level. I really want to see how Zhou Qian was able to escape from Xiao Ba. Even though there were demon beasts everywhere, the huge commotion still attracted a lot of attention. Almost no one thought that Zhou Qian was dead for sure. Under the absolute difference in strength, Zhou Qian couldn't even put up the most basic resistance against the demon beasts with his cultivation base. However, because Zhou Qian had escaped from Xiao Ba's hands in the city of 10,000 evil, many people wanted to see if Zhou Qian could escape again. But looking at the current situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. It was practically impossible. Xiao Ba would definitely not give Zhou Qian a chance. Everyone knew that Xiao Ba was a winged man. What was the strongest thing about a winged man? Naturally, it was their speed. Once they used it, the speed of a winged man would definitely be unparalleled in the world. Zhou Qian, you brat, you killed 3 of my sons and destroyed my city. Today I will tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Ba's anger soared to the sky and his voice rumbled. He completely unleashed the aura of one of the 10 great evildoers. He grabbed with his hand and a terrifying energy shot out from his hand, heading straight for Zhou Qian. "De Huang, let's go." Zhou Qian knew that he was no match for Xiao Ba. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside De Huang dog and executed the heaven-ascending stairway. In the blink of an eye, 1 man and 1 dog disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there in the first place. What? Xiao Ba's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly released his divine sense, which covered the sky and covered the earth, searching in all directions. Unfortunately, Zhou Qian did not leave any trace of his aura, as if he had never been here. He had disappeared into thin air just like that. Impossible. Everyone in the city of 10,000 evil, listen up. Dig 3 feet into the ground and dig that little bastard out for me. Xiao Ba went berserk. His voice reverberated through the sky of the extreme north. His anger was currently suppressed in his body, and he did not even have the chance to release it. This was already the 2nd time. Last time was the same in the city of 10,000 evil. He had completely sealed off the surroundings, but Zhou Qian had still escaped easily. It was the same again today. Xiao Ba could not help but suspect that Zhou Qian definitely had some kind of unique treasure on him that he could use to escape. It wasn't just Xiao Ba. Even those who were watching the show were dumbfounded. Many of them looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. What's going on? How did Xianxia escape? I didn't see it. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that a puny Earth Source expert like him can control spatial force? Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. It's unbelievable. I finally understand why Xianxia dared to make an enemy of the City of 10,000 Evils so openly. So he had such a terrifying technique. If he had such a life-saving technique, he would be basically invincible. Zhao Ba is probably furious. He lost 3 sons in a city. The enemy was right in front of him, but he managed to escape. No one had thought that Xianxia would be able to escape under such a situation. This was supposed to be a death trap. It was a miracle that he was able to escape. Asterisk roar. Asterisk more and more demonic beasts appeared. Finally, a 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beast charged out. It was a ferocious pitch-black tiger the size of a small mountain. Its eyes were completely red and it gave off a cold and bloodthirsty aura. As soon as the tiger appeared, it kicked up a huge wave in the ocean. With a single step it arrived on the shore. This tiger demon is mine. Don't fight with me over it. One of the 10 great evildoers, Evil Hui, was the first to rush out. He was very interested in his own strength. This black tiger was emitting a strange beast's aura. Such a strange beast's demon spirit was incomparably precious. It could be described as priceless. Evil Hui was the first to charge out. He clearly wanted to take the black tiger's demon spirit for himself. Unfortunately, Evil Hui charged out quickly and returned just as quickly. In just a single exchange he was sent flying by the black tiger. Ha, Evil Hui, looks like the black tiger's demon spirit won't be so easy to take. Someone mocked. Cut the crap. Everyone, let's attack together. This black tiger is a powerful beast. It's impossible to fight it alone. If it defeats us one by one, we'll all be finished. Chapter 41:20. Evil Hui's words finally caught the attention of the others. Old Man Miedu was the first to speak. Let's attack together and get rid of this black tiger. More powerful demonic beasts might appear soon. We need to work together or these demonic beasts will be enough to kill us all. The others could not help but nod inwardly when they heard Old Man Miedu's words. They felt that what he said made a lot of sense. This was indeed the case. A single black tiger might not be enough to catch their attention, but it could not be forgotten that the black tiger was the first 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beast to emerge from the Dragon Palace. From the looks of it, it was almost certain that more 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts would appear. Let alone the possibility of demonic beasts even more powerful than the black tiger. Even if a few more of these black tigers appeared, even if the 10 great villains worked together, they would not be their opponent. The 9 evildoers worked together and surrounded the black tiger almost instantly. They had not done anything earlier because they were waiting for the 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demonic beasts to appear. The black tiger immediately fell into a disadvantage when 9 of the 10 evildoers attacked. After all, the 10 evildoers all had their own tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts could not compare to them, or they would not have been able to gain a foothold in the land of exiles. As for Zhao Ba, all his attention was on Xianxia, so he had no time to care about the black tiger. His only son had died, so if he did not capture Xianxia, he would really go crazy. He would probably not even be able to sleep. The northernmost land had completely sunk into an unprecedented war. Everyone was entangled with the demon beasts and blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood mist surged and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This originally incomparably clean northernmost land had directly turned into an azure hell. The seawater was dyed red. This sudden battle was destined to become a famous battle in the land of exiles, one that would be recorded in the annals of the land of exiles. At this moment, Xianxia and Big Yellow were hiding at the edge of the extreme north, paying close attention to the movements in the extreme north. They could see the Dragon Palace clearly from where they were. As long as there was any movement in the Dragon Palace, they would be able to detect it immediately. For example, they could see Black Tiger very clearly right now. Kaka Zhao Ba is probably about to explode from anger. He can't understand how we suddenly disappeared without any warning. The Huang dog barked excitedly, feeling extremely carefree. There must be something wrong with the Dragon Palace. Why have so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared? Just what is the Dragon Palace? Are these demonic beasts imprisoned there? Jiangchen frowned. He was extremely confused. Who cares? The more chaotic the better. This master dog likes it the most. Alright, help me keep an eye on things. I'm about to reach the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm. Big Yellow said. All right. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. De Huang Dog breaking through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm at this time was the best thing that could happen. As for De Huang Dog breaking through, Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. This guy had eaten so many demonic spirits in the battle earlier, many of which were 5th heavenly layer demonic beasts. If he still could not break through, he would not be De Huang. A terrifying power was released from De Huang Dog's body. De Huang Dog leveled up just like that. There was no sign at all, but the commotion was not small. Jiang Chen paid close attention to his surroundings. In the past there was no need for him to be so careful, but the situation was different now. They were still within the boundaries of the extreme north. The terrifying power De Huang Dog had released was very likely to attract Zhao Ba's attention. Once Zhao Ba discovered him, Jiang Chen could use the Sky Ascension Stairs to escape immediately. Apart from Zhao Ba, the monstrous beasts that had come out of the Dragon Palace were the same. Many of them had already started to go on a rampage outside of the extreme north. It would not be long before the entire land of exile was filled with monstrous beasts that slaughtered wantonly. Once De Huang Dog's aura attracted those demonic beasts, they would definitely go on a rampage. There was no doubt about that. Asterisk roar. Asterisk as expected, the energy De Huang Dog had released had successfully attracted several demonic beasts, causing them to go on a rampage. Fortunately, the cultivation of these demonic beasts was not very high. The most powerful one was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, he could easily deal with them even without using dragon transformation. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand rippled out like rain. Countless strands of sword chi pierced through the sky, causing miserable shrieks to fill the air. With just a single strike, he had killed all the demonic beasts that had come to attack him. It was extremely powerful. The demon spirits flew up automatically and were caught by Jiang Chen, stowing them away. Even if he did not need to refine them now, these treasures were still quite a fortune. Asterisk roar. Asterisk an earth-shattering roar rang out from De Huang Dog's mouth. De Huang Dog's cultivation had completely advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm. His bloodline had also skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the 4th heavenly layer in an instant before stopping. Wakaka! Big Yellow let out a loud laugh. From head to toe he was filled with an arrogant and wild aura. Sco. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang Dog's ear, and the two of them quickly disappeared. In reality, even if they did not climb the stairway to heaven with Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's speed, there were not many people in the land of exiles who could catch up to them if they wanted to escape. Speaking of speed, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were extremely confident. The commotion caused by De Huang Dog's advancement and his arrogant roar would definitely attract Zhao Ba's attention. At this moment, Zhao Ba was searching for them in the extreme north. As expected, not long after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog disappeared, a group of experts from the City of 10,000 Evils chased after them. The person leading them was Zhao Ba. Behind Zhao Ba there were 4 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts, not to mention the 8th heavenly layer Earth Source experts. City Lord, Jiang Chen must have appeared here. It was that dog's roar just now. Someone said. He's running away again. Someone was flustered and exasperated. He threw a punch, directly destroying a mountain below. Keep chasing. If I don't kill Jiang Chen, I Zhao Ba am not a man. Zhao Ba did not think about anything right now. In his heart, nothing was more important than killing Jiang Chen. His 3 sons were already dead. Life was almost meaningless to him. Chapter 41-21. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were engaged in guerrilla warfare with the experts from the City of Evil. They did not leave the northernmost region, but circled around the northernmost region. The experts from the City of Evil followed their aura, but they could not catch up. Every time they chased after them, they found that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had disappeared. Damn it! How can these 2 fellows be so fast? Some people could not stand it anymore. They had killed many people in their lives, but this was the first time they had encountered such a difficult opponent. They were like loaches that they could not catch no matter how hard they tried. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog naturally could not leave. They still had to pay close attention to the movements of the Dragon Palace. According to Jiang Chen's prediction, the Dragon Palace was definitely not simple. Something big must have happened, and it was not as simple as the appearance of so many demonic beasts. In the entire land of exiles, only the Dragon Palace had always affected Jiang Chen's heart. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have directly left the land of exiles with De Huang Dog and returned to the Red East region. The chaos in the land of exiles had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. On the other side, on the shore, the 9 great evildoers worked together and finally managed to kill Black Tiger. However, Black Tiger was simply too ferocious. Even though he was killed, he managed to severely injure one of the evildoers before he died, nearly killing him. At the moment when Black Tiger was killed, the hall of the Dragon Palace, which had been extremely violent and had demonic beasts flying out continuously, suddenly became quiet. The endless golden light also disappeared and a pitch-black door appeared. The door was open. The door of the Dragon Palace was open. This was the first time this had happened in the land of exiles. Look, the door of the Dragon Palace is open. After Black Tiger was killed, no demonic beasts came out. It seems that Black Tiger is the most powerful existence inside, Evil Hui said. Look, the door of the Dragon Palace is open. We tried to enter the Dragon Palace before, but we were blocked by this gate. Who would have thought that the gate would open by itself today? This is a great opportunity. I want to go in and have a look. I want to go in too. In the past, a large number of treasures flew out from inside. This Dragon Palace is a treasure house. If I can go in and get the treasures inside, it will be wonderful. Let me show you the big head array first. Let's see what is inside. All the experts were alarmed. All along, the Dragon Palace had attracted everyone's attention. After all, many treasures had been released from the Dragon Palace in the past. This made the 10 great evildoers very curious about the Dragon Palace. They had tried to enter the Dragon Palace before, but all of them ended in failure. Now that the gate of the Dragon Palace had opened on its own, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't go in, it would be unforgivable. As for the demonic beasts that were still fighting outside, the 10 evildoers completely ignored them. As long as there were not too many 9th heavenly layer earth-source demonic beasts, they would not pose any true threat to the land of exiles. Evil Hui was the first to jump out. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the gate of the Dragon Palace. However, just as Evil Hui was about to step into the Dragon Palace, there was a sudden change. An illusory golden light shield appeared outside the door. An incomparably powerful force rushed out from the light shield. Unable to dodge in time, Evil Hui was hit head-on. He let out a miserable cry and was sent flying back. Wow! Evil Hui vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened on the spot. The others who were ready to give it a try couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Each of them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed that it was still not easy to enter the Dragon Palace. Even if the gate of the Dragon Palace was open, they wouldn't be able to step in. Damn it, this Dragon Palace is full of strange things. We can't enter at all. Evil Hui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a pill. His injuries were relieved to a certain extent. Some people just panic only to find that they have achieved nothing in the end. Someone sneered. Who are you talking about? Evil Hui was immediately annoyed. What? Do you want to fight? I'm talking about you. That person showed no fear. His aura fluctuated as if he was about to fight. Evil Hui gnashed his teeth in anger, but he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He was not in a good state to fight. If this was any other time, he would have already attacked with his temper. But now that he had suffered the backlash of the Dragon Palace, he was no longer a match for the person. Regarding this, Evil Hui was well aware of his own limitations. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from the Dragon Palace, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A golden light rippled out from the Dragon Palace, and a golden battle spear dashed out. The battle spear was dazzling with golden light. It was a zhonglong, and the aura it emitted was terrifying. The battle spear was carved with extraordinary dragon patterns. When all the dragon patterns gathered together, it formed the shadow of a real dragon. Dragon Bone Battle Spear. In the distance, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the battle spear. The source dragon in his body could not help but become restless. Jiang Chen had a noble dragon bloodline, so he could see the material of the battle spear at a glance. It was actually made of dragon bones. I'm afraid the level of this battle spear is not low. It's much more powerful than the battle sword you obtained from Empress Lin's tomb. If I'm not mistaken, this battle spear is probably made of the dragon bones of an almighty cosmic dragon. However, there are layers of restrictions placed on the battle spear, completely sealing the power of the battle spear. Even so, the aura this battle spear emits has reached the peak of the 4th grade, right? It's almost as powerful as a Star-Lord warrior. Awesome. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the tyrannical power of the dragon bone battle spear. What a powerful dragon palace. I wonder what kind of existence it is to have such a powerful warrior inside. This dragon bone battle spear would cause an unprecedented uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, let alone the land of exiles. Countless Star-Lords would come out to snatch it. Jiang Qin sighed. He was getting more and more interested in the mysterious dragon palace. There must be a shocking secret in the 9-layered dragon palace. However, regardless of what was inside the dragon palace, Jiang Qin was determined to get his hands on the dragon bone battle spear. He must not let it fall into the hands of the 10 villains. The dragon bone battle spear was priceless. If he obtained it, his battle strength would increase. Only his true dragon bloodline could bring out the true power of the dragon bone battle spear. On the shore, almost all the 9th Heaven Earth Source Realm experts were attracted by the sudden appearance of the dragon bone battle spear. Even Zhao Ba flew over immediately. Chapter 41-22. Many brothers said that Jiang Chen's ending wasn't perfect, but that wasn't the case. Many things were hidden and explained, and some were left unexplained because they wanted to leave room for imagination. For example, the heroines weren't written in the end, but Jiang Chen's children had already explained the problem. They were the children of those heroines. Nothing in the world was perfect, so wasn't it better to leave some room for imagination? The story took place in the ancient times of the immortal world. De Huang was still the same De Huang, but De Huang had a more resounding name, a name that could make the immortal world tremble with a stomp of his feet. Long Yang. At that time the immortal world was still part of a whole. There weren't 9 immortal domains yet. The ethereal immortal domain in Jiang Chen's era didn't exist here. This was the ancient immortal world, a brand new world. There wouldn't be Jiang Chen, Long Shisan, Han Yen, Tyrant, Yen Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yen Qingqing. There wouldn't be many people here. But there would be those legendary figures, led by Demon Sovereign Long Yang, Great Sovereign Zhou Xian, Immortal Execution King, Empress Xiao Yao, Void Sovereign, Golden Sovereign, and the first Saintess of the demonic Immortal Island. These legendary figures in Jiang Chen's era would become the most dazzling stars here, just like Tyrant and Jiang Chen. This was their path of growth, a chapter of another century. Without them there wouldn't be the immortal world. Past life, present life and next life, life and death interchange and souls never rest. The De Huang in your eyes, the De Huang that you admire, the dog that accompanied the Dragon Mark brothers all the way, the demon sovereign Long Yang's life in the previous life, how famous was he? Come on. A new chapter had begun. At the peak of Dragonbone Mountain, in the depths of the endless sky, the void was shattered and variegated spatial cracks were everywhere. The sky within a radius of 10,000 miles was covered by waves of terrifying energy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as if the end of the world had arrived. Even a golden immortal would be utterly unable to endure such shattered space, and his body would be torn apart. At that moment, there were over a dozen people standing in the center of the sky. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. More than a dozen great emperors hovered in the air. Behind them, the silhouettes of dragons could be seen dancing in the air. This was someone from the dragon clan. Dragons were an extremely prideful race. In ancient times, their status was incomparably honorable. More than a dozen dragon race great emperors surrounded a woman in white, waiting for her to come out. As for the woman, she had a marvelous figure. Her golden hair fell to her waist and she had a beautiful face. Although her face was a bit pale because of her injuries, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Wawa! A burst of sobs came from the woman's bosom. The woman looked at the infant in her arms. Her eyes, which had been filled with hatred and unwillingness, gradually softened. Madam, just surrender. Don't struggle pointlessly. The leader said. Hearing this, the woman's aura fluctuated violently. Coldness filled the air as she glared at the leader. Longjin, you still recognize me as your wife. Let me ask you, how did the clan leader treat you? The woman said, her tone filled with disappointment. The clan leader treats me like his own brother. Long Zhen murmured, his expression was filled with unwillingness. But madam, the situation is different now. The clan leader has unfortunately fallen and I am deeply saddened. Now that clan leader Long Yuntian has succeeded, why must you be so stubborn? When you return to the clan, I believe the clan leader will treat you well. Hearing this, the woman burst into laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Long Yuntian has coveted the position of the dragon clan leader for a long time, and took advantage of my husband's tribulation to assassinate me. Now that my husband has fallen, Long Yuntian has gotten what he wanted. Are you really going to be so ruthless that you won't even spare my infant? Tears rolled down the woman's cheeks as she looked at the people who used to be her husband's subordinates. But now many of them had become her executioners. How tragic. Cut the crap. I'll give you one more chance. Are you going back or not? Beside Long Zhen, a person named Lung Lung spoke with an oppressive aura. Humph. The woman snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a beam of godly light shot out and attacked once more. Seems like you're dead set on courting death. Long Zhen, are you still not going to act? That person said. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a purple dragon. His body was so long that it traversed through the void. Madam, please don't blame me. Long Zhen gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with pity. Evidently, it wasn't his intention to attack the madam. He was indebted to the clan leader. But now that his family was being held hostage by Long Yuntian, he had no way out. Boom, more than 10 azure dragons appeared. Every single one of them was a martial emperor of the dragon race. Their auras were torrential and the sky had turned into a hell of death. In the face of death, the woman's expression did not change. She ignored these enemies and looked at the infant in her arms. The infant was only a few months old and there was a slight bump on his forehead. After crying earlier on, he was now extremely quiet. The woman kissed the infant's cheek and 2 drops of tears fell on the infant's face. Remember, your name is Long Yang. You're the son of Long Yunhuang. You're the young master of the dragon race. I'll seal the information of your birth in your body. After a few years, when you've grown up, you'll definitely kill your way back to the dragon race and repay the debt of blood with blood. The woman's tone was gentle. Then she placed her finger on the center of Long Yang's brows, and a halo appeared in his body. After doing this, the woman's eyes started to become unprecedentedly sharp. The woman raised her head and roared. The phantom of a golden warhorse appeared behind her, looking extremely majestic. Forbidden rebirth. The woman chanted softly. She waved her hand and produced runes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the runes. Chila. Then the woman sliced open a pitch-black hole in the void. The infant flew out from the woman's arms and entered the hole in the void. Stop him. Don't let that vile spawn escape. Someone shouted. More than 10 frenzied dragons whizzed over. Let's perish together. The woman used the forbidden technique. Boundless death light began to appear, covering everything. Ah, it's the rebirth art. Miserable screams sounded. Not long after, the void became clear again. The 2 divine dragons dragged their battered bodies and left slowly. The others were all turned into dust. Boundless ocean, demonic immortal island. The island was shrouded in clouds and mist. The immortal chi was dense and the trees were lush. The buildings were magnificent and the demonic beasts danced in the air. Everything was in order. At noon, in front of a magnificent palace in the center of the island, countless maids were kneeling on the ground. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. A burly man was pacing back and forth anxiously. The man looked to be in his early 40s. His face was resolute and there was an invisible domineering aura between his brows. He wore a gorgeous golden robe and looked incomparably noble. Croak, croak, croak. The sound of a child's croaking completely ignited the entire island. The island was in an uproar. The place was filled with people's voices and was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was extremely festive. That's great. My sweetheart, you're finally born. The man was overjoyed and did not hide the excitement on his face. Tears shone in his eyes as he crossed his arms, waiting impatiently for the naughty woman to open the door. At this moment the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as though a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Everyone was terrified. The man raised his head abruptly. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth spread out in all directions. An invisible net wrapped around the palace instantly. In the next second, the man appeared in the sky above the palace. A golden pillar of light collided with the island. A huge mountain was shattered by the golden pillar of light. The pillar of light continued to charge towards the palaces one by one. Before the people in the palaces could react, they were destroyed by the golden pillar of light. The golden pillar of light did not show any signs of stopping. It continued to charge towards the palace where the man was. The man narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A terrifying purple aura materialized instantly. The void was torn apart by the purple aura. The terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. The golden pillar of light did not show any signs of weakening just because the man was about to attack. It directly collided with the palace where the man was. The man's expression turned serious as he reached out his hand to grab the golden pillar. The man was like a god of war. His hand directly blocked the impact of the golden pillar. Under the impact of the golden pillar, he did not move at all and was as steady as Mount Tai. After a few breaths, the half-meter-long golden pillar stopped moving. Just as the man was about to smash the golden pillar with his palm, a baby's cry suddenly came from within the golden pillar. The man's heart instantly softened and he hugged the golden pillar tightly. Then the golden pillar slowly melted in the man's arms and a baby appeared in the man's arms. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought that someone had ambushed him. He did not expect it to be a newborn baby. As a father for the first time, the man's heart was completely melted by the baby's cry. Creak. The door of the palace was opened. Naughty Woman hurried forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Island Master. Congratulations on the birth of a daughter. Both mother and child are safe. The surrounding people looked at Naughty Woman strangely. Naughty Woman suddenly realized that something was wrong. She stopped smiling and saw the person in the Island Master's arms. "You baby?" Naughty Woman's mind went blank and she was dumbfounded. "Did I carry the child out just now?" "No, the daughter is still in the room." "Island Master, what's going on with this baby? Take good care of him for me." After saying that, the man handed the baby in his arms to Naughty Woman and strode into the room, leaving Naughty Woman dumbfounded. On the bed, the woman's face was sallow and covered in sweat. She looked extremely haggard. Obviously, the labor just now had taken a lot out of her and she was about to collapse. Even so, it could not hide the woman's peerless beauty. The man hurried forward and held the woman's hand. He said excitedly, "Madam, you've worked hard." "It's not hard at all. It's worth it no matter how hard it is to look after our precious daughter." Although the woman was very fragile, her face was filled with a blissful smile. Perhaps the happiest moment in her life was this moment. The birth of the child, the mother and daughter were safe and sound, and her husband was by her side. It was a happy family of 3. The maidservant beside her hurriedly carried the child into the man's arms. The man looked at the newborn daughter with a blissful expression. "Husband, let's give our daughter a name." The woman said, "I've always dreamed of having a daughter and now it's finally come true. Let's call our daughter Mingji. She'll be as beautiful as Madam." The man looked at Mingji in his arms and said with a kind expression, "I am the beautiful woman in my dreams." "That's a good name, Mingji," the woman said with satisfaction. At this time, when Naughty Woman appeared next to the woman again with a baby in her arms, the woman's smile froze. She asked with a puzzled expression, "This child is?" Seeing that the situation was not good, the man hurriedly explained everything that had happened just now to dispel the woman's doubts. The woman took the child from Naughty Woman's arms. When she was changing the baby's clothes, a golden brocade pouch fell. The woman picked up the brocade pouch doubtfully and saw a talisman and a handkerchief in it. The handkerchief was embroidered with a pair of lifelike dragon and phoenix, and the word Dragon Yang was written on the bottom right corner. The woman and the man looked at each other in shock. Then the woman put away the brocade pouch and finally made a decision. She said, "Since the heavens have given us a son, maybe it's the will of heaven. Let's raise him together with our daughter." I'll listen to Madam. Chapter 41-23. Blue clouds filled the sky. The young man sat on a boulder with his legs crossed. Looking at the endless blue sea, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes about the future. After living a carefree life for 14 years, Long Yang had almost forgotten that he was a child without a father or mother. Until a few days ago when he saw the cold and resentful eyes of the experts on the demonic Immortal Island, he realized that he was still an outsider, the one who was least welcomed. Even if his adoptive parents treated him the same as before, even if his sister Mengji still treated him like an older brother. Is that him? A clear voice came from behind. Long Yong turned his head and frowned. He saw a man and a woman walking towards the beach. The two women were hot from head to toe and there were even some scales on their necks. They looked extremely charming as they walked. The man looked like a gentleman with triangular eyes, a green robe and a blue tattoo on his right arm. Demonic Snake Island Green Spirit Snake Clan. Young master, don't you know at a glance? There is only one yellow dog on the entire demonic Immortal Island. The woman chuckled, her tone full of contempt. The endless sea was vast and almost all of it was ruled by the demonic immortals. The bloodline was one of the most important things for the demonic immortals. It was the biggest joke in the world that a yellow dog had sneaked into the demonic Immortal Island. You two from the Snake Clan, I don't seem to have any grievances with you, right? Long Yong stood up, his face quite unfriendly. It was fine to be looked down upon on the island, but since when could these tribes from other islands bully the people of the demonic Immortal Island at will? The decree of the Immortal King orders you to go back to the demonic Snake Island with us. I heard that you have a unique skill of closing your eyes to detect treasures. You are really an immortal among dogs. But even if you are an immortal dog, you are just a dog of the endless sea, a wild dog that even guards think is stupid. The young man in the cyan robe said without showing any mercy. For him, Long Yong was just a wild dog of unknown origin. He had come to the demonic Immortal Island on the same day as the Saintess and had enjoyed the privilege of 14 years. It was time to see the hierarchy of the demonic Immortal Island. Wild dog. Long Yang's eyes were fixed and a monstrous rage surged from his chest. He could endure the disdain of the demonic Immortal Island's experts and the contempt and disdain of his peers. But his main body had become an unbearable pain for him. Demon immortals, demon immortals. All living things in the world could cultivate as demons and become immortals. Why did his main body have to suffer the disdain of the world, and even a demon immortal could mock him? He breathed in and out. Immortal spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. Immortal chi lingered. Long Yong, who had turned around, was as steady as a rock under his punch. The corner of the green-robed youth's mouth twitched. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot towards Long Yong. Late human immortal. Although Qing Maoan's realm was the lowest among the younger generation of the Demon Immortal clan, he was still a direct descendant of the clan. The speed and attack power of the condensed beam were extremely terrifying. Against an opponent of the same level it might be difficult for him to win, but against a mere early-stage human immortal Long Yong he was confident. The smile at the corner of his mouth indicated Qing Mo Wen's confidence. When he saw the beam of light, his expression showed that the outcome was already decided. Without turning his body, Long Yong charged forward. Puchi. Fresh blood flowed down, but it was covered up by a flash of light. It had a yellow mane that was not smooth, a pitch-black nose and some yellow teeth. Long Yong, who was in midair, had already transformed into a yellow dog. His ferocious eyes carried a hint of blood, indicating that his anger had reached its limit. The yellow dog, which had a bit of light, stopped on Qing Mo Wen's shoulder. Without hesitation it opened its huge mouth. Then he bit down hard on his neck. Didn't you say that I'm a wild dog? Then today I'll turn into my main body and bite you. Hatred never lasts overnight. This was the first life principle that his little sister, Mengji, had taught him. That bite, without any light, instantly caused a late-stage human immortal demon immortal cultivator to bleed. Stop. Bastard, stop. The intense pain caused Qing Mo Wen to speak incoherently. However, in the blink of an eye, a burst of light flashed. The elegant Qing Mo Wen had turned into a green snake, and his jade-green eyes flashed with extreme fear. On the other hand, the yellow dog was still biting down on the green snake. No matter how hard the green snake struggled, it did not loosen its grip. And the place where it was biting was exactly the green snake's weak spot. Although the yellow dog's hind leg was bleeding, it was still not enough. Demon Refining Banner. Demon Refining Banner. Red Pill Block. Use the Demon Refining Banner. The struggling green snake spoke in human language. Both of them had returned to their main bodies, so some immortal spells could not be used. This situation was equivalent to having his life in the enemy's mouth. If he did not act, it was not impossible for him to die here. The young lady in red at the side was stunned. She had thought that capturing a yellow dog that even the demonic Immortal Island did not like would be a piece of cake. However, she did not expect that there would be an accident. Long Yang did not hesitate to use self-mutilation to transform into his main body to capture the young master. If this matter were to spread, the Green Spirit Snake clan would lose all its face. Without hesitation, he quickly waved his hand and formed a seal. In an instant, the immortal chi around him gathered towards his palm. At this moment, her whole body exuded a holy light, and her eyes changed from anxiety to full devotion. A red banner the size of a palm was sacrificed. The strange and unknown pattern looked like the totem of a jade dragon. At the moment when he threw it out, the scarlet light suddenly formed a huge demonic dragon. Howl! The demonic dragon spiraled forward, stirring up a storm and slapping on the yellow dog's body. Howl! The yellow dog's whole body seemed to be hit by a hammer. Its whole body flew backward, but the teeth in its mouth showed no signs of loosening. At the same time, it bit off a piece of the green snake's flesh and some scales. The green snake screamed in pain and blood gushed out. But at this time the totem did not stop. The illusory state and the seal in the air completely spread to the body of Long Yang on the beach. It shrank, rolled up, shrank and disappeared into the red banner. The action was so smooth that Long Yang, who was already injured, had no room to resist. Then the demon refining banner floated in the air. Gradually, it fell into the palm of the young lady in red. At this point, the young lady in red let out a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead. It was obvious that summoning the demon refining banner had taken a lot out of her. Bah! This beast is too ferocious. Once I find the inheritance and finish using it, I will definitely send him to the 18 levels of purgatory. I will make him beg for death. Qing Mo, who had finally transformed into his human form, said hatefully. His neck was red and his face was pale. Young master, let's go. If the holy maiden finds out, we will all be in serious trouble. Chapter 41-24. The blue sea was calm and tranquil. The lone boat streaked across the sky like a ray of light. On the boat, the youth's anger had not subsided. His neck was still bright red and the hatred on his face was intense. We're almost there. Has everything been arranged? Thinking about it, he realized that he had been careless today. But humiliation was humiliation. He was just a member of the Green Spirit Snake clan, and he couldn't even deal with a yellow dog. He was ashamed. Everything is ready. The boat will stop at the Forest of Confusion. That is the only place that is not valued by the clan and has a high chance of having a place of inheritance. Also, everyone on the boat is absolutely safe. No one will say a word. The graceful crimson snake walked over step by step. It stopped behind Qing Maoan and stuck out its forked tongue, hooking Qing Maoan's chin. Qing Maoan pulled the crimson snake into his arms. What a vixen. Let the people below prepare. Once I stop, I'll release that bastard. I'll let him know that if he doesn't cooperate with me, he'll have a hard time. As he spoke, his hands began to move dishonestly. Clouds, rain, and wind passed. A huge and boundless island appeared before their eyes. The boat landed slowly. Countless clansmen wearing the Green Spirit Snake clan's uniform disembarked and prepared. The two of them got off the boat and looked at the boundless forest of confusion. This was the place they had chosen to get rich. The entire Snake Demon Island would be rich and powerful for a long time because of Long Yang. Ruins and inheritances would appear continuously. But to Qing Maoan, this was not the most important thing. His own pockets were full. That was the most important thing. Therefore, he didn't return to the clan first. He wanted to fill his pockets first. This was what he had planned before he carried out the plan. And now, this was what he needed to do, even if he might be exposed and be punished. The crimson snake was already prepared. Once it landed, it raised its hand and formed a seal. The crimson devil refining banner gradually appeared. A ray of light flashed and Long Yang, who was covered in wounds, landed on the ground. He turned his head and looked at the huge group. The two people in the middle were staring at him with malicious intent. In his heart, he analyzed the current situation. There was an 80% chance that he had taken a fancy to his treasure hunting talent and wanted to use him as a treasure hunting dog. If he could tolerate it, what could he do? The strong self-esteem that he was born with would not allow him to do this. Therefore his eyes were filled with hatred. You've been on the demonic Immortal Island for such a long time. I don't think I need to repeat the basic rules, right? You'd better cooperate and you're not allowed to say a word. Otherwise, this young master will have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. His vicious smile was like the cruelty of hell. Qing Mo Wen had already torn off his mask of elegance. All he wanted was the boundless wealth. Begging for death? Can't you die? With just you bunch of worms. He looked at the other party in disdain. Even though he couldn't break free from the demon refining banner, he couldn't do so. However, Long Yang still somewhat looked down on this kind of arrogant young master who came from a well-off family since young. They had never experienced many setbacks. Most things were taken for granted. Did he really think that others wouldn't be able to discover his little schemes? It was already so troublesome to control himself and he still wanted to soar to the sky? Who gave him such confidence? I'm going to skin you alive right now. He raised his hand and a huge whip appeared in his hand. Qing Morwen, who was enraged, had lost his rationality. Ever since he was young, no one had ever called him Long Worm. Even a normal snake would not be able to tolerate such a humiliating term, let alone a young master of the Green Spirit Snake clan. Pada! The ruthless whip landed on Long Yang's body. A wave of pain woke Long Yang up completely. Chance. He could feel the immortal qi in his dantian gathering involuntarily at that moment. Subconsciously he started to move it. Abruptly, his entire body began to regain its freedom for a short period of time. Run. Everything was going according to plan. Long Yang was secretly happy and anxious. He flipped to the side and turned around, returning to his original form in an instant. At this moment, the slightly ugly yellow dog burst forth with unprecedented speed. It was like a yellow light flashed. In the next second it started to whip wildly. Not good. This guy purposely let you whip him to stimulate his potential. If we really let him escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Subconsciously, the calm Qi shouted. He didn't care about the idiot young master behind him and turned back to his original form to chase. What are you waiting for? Split up and chase. Don't let him get away. Qing Maoan shouted angrily after regaining his senses. First, he didn't look for the reason himself. Instead, he scolded his subordinates. One by one, the Snake Clan warriors started to run. Long Yang's eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he had temporarily escaped, the possibility of him escaping from the encirclement was extremely small. I must escape. I can't be a treasure-hunting dog even if I die. The determination and anxiety in his eyes gradually turned into madness. In the next moment, his eyes gradually began to turn white and his vision gradually began to blur. At this moment he thought of Meng Ji, who was cold to others, but always had a sweet smile in front of him. At this moment he thought of his kind adoptive mother who doted on him. At this moment he thought of his strict adoptive father who cared for him from time to time. At this moment he thought of the colorful koi in the pond. At this moment he thought of the dark ancient tree in the backyard. At this moment he thought of the moment. He vaguely saw a beautiful young woman waving at him in front. He couldn't see the young woman's face, but he thought it was peerless beauty. He couldn't see her expression, but he thought it was a kind and slow smile. Mother. Subconsciously, Long Yang spat out these two words. Suddenly, some golden threads appeared on his forehead out of thin air. Bit by bit, it spread out and formed an ancient talisman in its entirety. Long Yang, who was running wildly, felt a force begin to spread through his veins. An unknown golden thread with unparalleled power began to fill every corner of his body. At this moment I seemed to be incomparably powerful. This was the first thought that flashed in Long Yang's mind. It was also the only thought. Is it an illusion?